sit down. We'll sit them down first.
I wish to inform the House that on Tuesday, September 13, 2022, pursuant to Standing Order 28.3, the Speaker sent a notice calling the House to meet this day and sent each member a message explaining the reasons for this recall. I now lay this notice on the table.
I also wish to lay on the table a letter from the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons dated September 13, 2022, concerning the recall of the House. I have the honor to inform the House that for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act, the following members have been appointed members of the Board of Internal Economy. Namely, Mr. Scheer, member for the electoral district of Regina Capel, in the place of Mr. Brassard, member for the electoral district of Barrie-Innisfil, and Ms. Finley, member of the electoral district of South Surrey, White Rock, in place of Mr. Calkins, member for the electoral district of Red Deer, Lacombe. Suite aux discussions.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence for the victims of the tragic event that took place in Saskatchewan.
Right, honourable members to please rise for a moment of silence for the victims in Saskatchewan. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, that the House meet today and tomorrow for the sole purpose of paying tribute in making statements on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the ascension to the throne of His Majesty King Charles III, and that these sittings, premièrement,
one, immediately after the adoption of this motion, a member from each recognized party and one member of the Green Party may make a statement on behalf of their party, and that afterwards the House observe a moment of silence.
Deuxièmement,
2, that all other members wishing to make a statement be allowed to speak. 3rd, the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Official Opposition have unlimited time for their statement, and other members have no more than 10 minutes each. 4. No quorum calls or dilatory motions shall be received by the chair.
5th, that the sitting shall not be counted for the purpose of subparagraph C2 of the order adopted on May 2nd, 2022, governing proceedings until June 23rd, 2022, and Standing Orders 34.1, 36.8b, 37.3, 39.5b, 81.10c, 93.2, and 97.1, and provided that the answers due on these days for written questions and to petitions shall be tabled on September 20th, 2022. B, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment today, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the House shall adjourn until Friday, September 16th, 2022, at 10 a.m. Finally, Mr. Speaker, C, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment on Friday, September 16th, 2022, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the House shall adjourn until Tuesday, September 20th, 2022, provided that, for the purposes of Standing Order 28, the House shall be deemed to have sat on Monday, September 19th, 2022.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Okay. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Before beginning, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate my congratulations to the member for Carleton for his new role as Leader of the Official Opposition. We all have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're going to work for a better Canada. Mr. Speaker, last week, Canada lost the only sovereign that most of us have ever known. It's important to take these moments here in Parliament and across the country to recognize the service and the leadership that she offered us.
When someone lives until 96, this should not have come as a surprise. And yet, her sudden absence has struck us all palpably and profoundly. Her Majesty was everywhere, on coins, her portrait hanging in Parliament and post offices, her televised Christmas address a cozy ritual in homes from coast to coast to coast. The Queen meant so much to so many of us, and she exuded a humility and compassion that provided comfort to all. I was extraordinarily fortunate to have known Her Majesty throughout my life. The first time I met her was in 1977, when I was just a little boy. When I would meet with her as Prime Minister almost 4 decades later, in 2015, I joked that the last times we had met, she had been taller than me. She responded with a quip about my making her feel old. Her sense of humor was one of her many great qualities, and one of the many reasons why she was one of my favorite people in the world. She embraced her role as Queen of Canada, our Queen, our head of state. Her conversations with me were always candid. We talked about anything and everything. She gave her best advice on a range of issues. She was always curious, engaged, and thoughtful. Canadians can be forever grateful for her counsel. In a way, everybody knew her. Canadians feel like they've lost a family member who grew up alongside us. See, she was only 9 years old when she carried out what was perhaps her first official duty for Canada, appearing on a postage stamp. That was in 1935. Her Majesty was with us for important birthdays, like in 1967, when she cut Canada's centennial cake on Parliament Hill. Our country came of age under her reign. It was Her Majesty who proclaimed and signed the Constitution Act of 1982 and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. These pillars of our democracy help uphold the stability of our country and keep us free. Sa Majesté.
Her Majesty felt at home in Canada. She came to Canada more often than to any other country. And as she said just a few years ago, whether it be attending a chariot race at the Calgary Stampede or watching athletes at the Olympic Games in Montreal, whether that be listening to an Inuit welcoming song in Nunavut or to the sound of bagpipes in Nova Scotia, I have always felt not only welcome in Canada, but also at home in Canada. The Queen had a profound appreciation for our culture. In 1964, she said that she was happy to know that there existed in our Commonwealth a place where it was expected of her that she would speak officially in French. It's a language that she loved a lot and that she spoke impeccably well.
Mr. Speaker, many words have been used to describe the qualities that mark the legacy of Her Majesty. Words like duty, service, devotion, stability. Each of these words mark a slightly different aspect of what she gave to us. When we think of duty, we reflect on how the Queen embodied the crown above all else, of how her final public act was a constitutional one as she invited the United Kingdom's new Prime Minister to form government. And her last public statement was one offering condolences to survivors and the loved ones of the victims in Saskatchewan. When we think of service, we remember how in 1945, as Princess Elizabeth, she donned a uniform and joined the Allied efforts, including those of more than 1 million Canadians, during World War II.
When we think of her devotion, we think of the images and the stories of Her Majesty as a wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. We think of her devoted family, who is mourning with grace and love for her. But when we think of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, we think especially of the stability that she brought us. Her 70-year reign is unequaled. Last June, we celebrated the first ever Platinum Jubilee of a Canadian sovereign. Throughout her reign, Canada knew extraordinary peace and prosperity.
Prime Minister Louis Saint Laurent said when he addressed this House after the death of King George, her father, in 1952, we have in our Commonwealth nations a system of government as free as any on earth. Mr. Speaker, today the world is in a tough place. We're all reeling from an unprecedented global pandemic. Putin's brutal and unjustifiable war is threatening global stability. Around the globe, democratic institutions are being challenged. But Canadians can rightly be proud of living in one of the strongest democracies in the world. Our institutions are healthy, our debates are robust, and we have an enviable stability and resilience despite, or perhaps because of, Canadians' vast diversity of beliefs, backgrounds, and perspectives. It is this very strength and stability, represented by the Crown and embodied by the Queen, that Canadians have always benefited from. And we, as parliamentarians and Canadians, dedicate ourselves each and every day to those democratic principles. Each of us, sitting here in this House, has chosen to serve our communities and our country. We also do so in the knowledge that our challenges of our time in public office are time limited. But for Her Majesty, public service was her entire life, right up until the very end. She had an unflinching, enduring commitment to service, to building a better world and a better future. All of us here know that service requires sacrifices. And the Queen did so with grace. Her selflessness and dedication is a model to remind us of the weight and the importance of every day we sit in this House, and to inspire us as we go forward. In our constitutional monarchy, the Crown's function in our government is to be a bedrock for our Constitution and to transcend the daily political debates. Our new King, King Charles III, demonstrated his commitment to the larger sweep of history with his most recent tour that included a focus on the generational work necessary to achieve reconciliation and fight climate change. The stability of our overarching democratic institutions gives Canadians assurance and peace of mind by caring for, so we can all focus on the issues that matter the most, like taking care of people, of our economy, of our communities, and of our planet.
Mr. Speaker, before concluding, I wish to offer on behalf of all Canadians my sincere condolences to the royal family. This weekend, I will be traveling to London with former Prime Ministers and Governors General to attend the state funeral of Her Majesty, which will take place on Monday. That same day, to mark her passage, Canada will observe a National Day of Mourning and will organize a commemorative ceremony. I hope that next Monday, Canadians from coast to coast to coast will take a few moments to think about the incredible heritage that Her Majesty has left us and to think about what she represented best.
Mr. Speaker, Queen Elizabeth served her duties and her peoples up until the end, there for all of us until her final moments. We shall all miss her immensely, but I know, we all know, that our new sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, will uphold these very values that we speak to today and continue her legacy. Long live the King.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Today, the House of Commons is reflecting upon the exceptional life of Her Majesty Elizabeth II, Canada's Queen, our Queen, for roughly 70 years. She was our head of state, but also a servant of the Canadian people. She was a model for all those who work for the public service.
Us that for all the pomp and circumstance, the real work of governing is not glamorous. It often requires putting aside egos, keeping our heads down, and keeping on with the job. Her humility reminded us that government is not about us. It is about those we serve. We are indeed servants and not masters. The Queen had a special place in our hearts, and we had a special place in hers. She spent a more official time here in Canada than in any other country, save the United Kingdom. She first visited Canada as Princess Elizabeth in 1951. It was on that trip that she said, and I quote, "From the moment when I first set foot on Canadian soil, the feeling of strangeness went, for I knew myself to be among not only friends, but amongst fellow countrymen." She would visit Canada over 20 times as Queen, and she was present at so many of our most important occasions. The opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway in '59, the Centennial Expo in '67, the '76 Summer Olympics, and the patriation of our Constitution in 1982. As we reflect on her late Majesty's life and her service, we reflect also on the enduring nature of the institution over which she was the crown. On her visit to Canada in 1951, then Princess Elizabeth planted an oak sapling in Vancouver. 71 years later, that sapling has grown into a mighty and stately oak whose canopy provides relief from the sun, or, it being Vancouver, perhaps more likely shelter from the rain. The oak tree has long been a royal symbol. It is a symbol of the British Constitution, whose forms we inherited and whose conventions we follow in this House. In Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France, he wrote, "The Constitution was a spreading oak tree, under whose protective shade the British could peacefully and securely enjoy life, as is only possible for those who live under ordered liberty." In Burke's day, the Crown was already a largely symbolic institution. The Civil War had made Parliament supreme more than a century earlier. The conventions of cabinet were established and similar to what they are now today. But there were voices who thought that it was time to set aside the monarchy. Burke understood, however, that the key to stability, civil peace, and freedom was not to scrap the Crown, but to keep it free from day-to-day politics. When each of us entered this place, this Parliament of ours, we entered a place rooted in a historic compromise between Crown and Commoner, a compromise that was forged over centuries through bloody conflict, but also through peaceful evolution. The authority of the Crown may in a sense be fictional, but it is also functional. You see, the separation of symbolic authority from political power allows partisan politics to be contested fearlessly without threatening the enduring constitutional order. Parties and politicians come and go, the Crown endures. The division of duties, or the org chart, as we might say in workplace lingo, is simple. The Crown preserves parliamentary democracy, and the commoners practice it, as we do here in this place. And where does all this come from? Well, it's at least as old as the Magna Carta itself. In 1215, the barons gathered in the fields of Runnymede outside London to confront the king. They were angry at being overtaxed to fund royal adventurism overseas and frustrated by arbitrary excesses of royal power at home. And they were determined to rein in the Crown's authority. The barons forced King John to sign the Great Charter, the Magna Carta, which spelled out the rights and freedoms that the Crown must honor. This was and is liberty under the law. Over the next 800 years, those liberties would be gradually extended, improved upon, and given to citizens not only of the United Kingdom, but all of those who inherited British-style parliamentary democracy. Now, though this system is 800 years old, it is only one generation deep. If one generation throws it away, all may lose it forever. And that is why the work of Her Majesty in preserving that liberty and that system is such a treasured gift to us all and to many more yet to come. As Burke put it, it is a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are yet to be born. We are the living generation, and we have a duty to pass on to our children what Diefenbaker called the heritage of freedom we inherited from our ancestors. This is an inheritance of all Canadians, not just those of British lineage. I myself am not of British descent, but I recognize this tradition and these liberties are my own, just as did our first French-Canadian Prime Minister, the great Wilfrid Laurier, did more than a century ago.
During a visit to France as a Prime Minister in 1997, Laurier noted on behalf of all French Canadians that there was loyalty to England and France by saying that we are loyal to our great nation that gave birth to us and also to those who gave us freedom.
To a French audience, that our glory in Canada is that we are faithful to the great nation which gave us life and faithful to the great nation which gave us liberty. And when the Queen spoke at the patriation of our Constitution in 1982, at a ceremony not far from where I stand and where all of you sit today, she said, "The genius of Canadian federalism lies in our consistent ability to overcome differences through reason and compromise. That ability is reflected in the willingness of ordinary people of French-speaking and English-speaking Canada and of all regions to respect each other's rights and to create the conditions together under which all may prosper in freedom." Dans son premier discours,
in his first official speech as king, the King Charles III stated that he was raised in the greatest respect for the precious traditions of liberty and responsibility of our unique history and of our parliamentary government system. Therefore, I would like to congratulate the new king for his responsibilities, and I look forward to serving the Canadian people here in Canada as he does the same thing.
it is with a heavy heart, but heartfelt thanks, and with confidence in the future that I say, Godspeed, Queen Elizabeth II, God save the King, and God bless Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first to express quite simply the condolences of the Bloc Québécois, of its employees as well, to anyone who is grieving after the death of Queen Elizabeth II. It's not something we do as nationalists and sovereignists without great reflection amongst ourselves. Everyone has their own sensibilities, and this means that we need to pay particular attention to history. The history between the Crown and the Quebec nation is both thorny and cruel. History separates us, but respect must come first, and we have to distinguish institutions from the people, politics from sincere sadness. So it's without any other thoughts that we would like to express our deepest condolences to the people of England. And after the expressions of sympathies here of the leaders in this House, and after the minute of silence, the members of the Bloc Québécois will withdraw from this place without any further participation. And then, Mr. Speaker, I would invite us all to think and reflect. In the meantime, our thoughts go to those who are grieving, the loss of someone who has been very important to us for the past 3 decades. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I want to join with my colleagues in marking the tragic loss of life in Saskatchewan on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the town of Weldon. The sorrow and pain for the families who lost their loved ones to such unspeakable violence is beyond our understanding. We hold these families close in our hearts. Today, I want to join in marking the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and extend my condolences to the family. At the age of 21, she made the promise she would spend her whole life, whether it be long or short, fulfilling her duty. And for more than 70 years, she kept this promise. 2 days before she died, she met with the incoming British Prime Minister and invited her to form a government, ensuring that she fulfilled this final constitutional duty. Aujourd'hui, je souhaite...
Today, I would like to commemorate the death of Queen Elizabeth II and present my condolences to her family. At the age of 21 years of age, she made the promise that she would spend her entire life, whether it was long or short, to accomplishing her duty. And for more than 70 years, she kept that promise. 2 days before she died, she met the new British Prime Minister and invited her to form a government, thus fulfilling her last constitutional duty.
Second led a remarkable life, one marked by history. Amid tremendous change, she was a figure of stability, providing a constant symbol to many. 96 years is a long time for anyone to be alive. She was born before mass communication and media shrunk the distances between nations, before television, and long before the internet brought us limitless access to information. Her life was marked by war. In World War II, as her parents vowed to stay in London while it was bombed, she and her sister were moved to Windsor for safety. As children in war, the Queen and her sister took to the airwaves in a radio broadcast for other children who were also experiencing the worry and fear of bombing attacks and parents gone to fight. Throughout her life, Queen Elizabeth used her platform to offer encouragement in difficult times. Most recently, during the pandemic, she reminded us that we would get through the challenge and the pain of not being able to see loved ones. She asked us to greet the tough times with optimism and hope by pulling together and doing what was needed to be done. She said, we should take comfort while we may have still more to endure. Better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again. For many, her passing marks the end of an era. She is the only queen we have ever known.
For many people, her death marks the end of an epoch. She was the only queen that they knew. She loved Canada a lot, and I heard many stories of people who were very touched by meeting her.
Her death, I've heard many Canadians talk about meeting her. She came to Canada often, as has been remarked, showing her affection for this country. Many who have met the Queen, sometimes for the briefest of moments, feel that she took the time to listen to them, that she was interested in their lives and sincere in her appreciation for the chance to meet them. This was her gift, to make you feel seen in a crowd of thousands, to invest her whole attention in every encounter, even when it was one of many. Je tiens également.
I would also like to take a few moments to congratulate the King Charles III, who is taking over the legacy of his mother. He must grieve, this deep loss as the entire world watches and also meeting their standards. I hope that he will rise to this challenge of reconciliation that the leaders of the First Nations have given him with respect to reconciliation.
A few moments to congratulate King Charles III as he takes on the legacy of his mother. He must mourn this most profound loss before the eyes of the world, while ensuring that he lives up to her example of duty above all else. I hope that he will meet the challenge of reconciliation that has been laid out by First Nations leaders and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. One of the calls to action is for the issuing of a royal proclamation of reconciliation. I hope that when the Prime Minister has his first meeting with the new king, he will remind him of this outstanding call to action and the power that King Charles has to further the goal of reconciliation. There is also much work to repair the relationship of the Crown with many people around the world who experience the pain as a result of colonialization. Loss of language and culture, violence and war are the legacies of a colonial past. I believe the new king has an opportunity and a responsibility to do what he can to right the wrongs of the past. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to again extend my deep condolences to the family of Queen Elizabeth II. More than a monarch, she was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. So it is for her family that we must feel the deepest sympathy. They've lost a pillar of strength, a reminder of their own history, and an example of a life well lived.
I would like to extend once again my condolences to the family of Queen Elizabeth II. More than a queen, she was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. So it is for her family that we must feel the deepest sympathy. They have lost a pillar of strength, a reminder of their own history, and an example of a life well lived. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With our parliamentary leader, Elizabeth May, unable to attend this morning, it's my honour to rise on behalf of the Green Caucus to mark the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Before I begin, I too want to acknowledge the tragic loss of life in James Smith Cree Nation and let that entire community know that we are thinking of them. With her reign of over 70 years, the longest of any British monarch, Her Majesty was a true example of living a life of service. I'd like to express our condolences to her family and all those who loved her. Reflections on the life of the late sovereign tend to center on the word duty. It was the decision of her late uncle to reject the call of duty and follow the call of love that led to her father, King George VI, to the throne. And it was his untimely death in 1952 that threw a young woman, a newlywed at that, into a life of service and duty. The personal cost to her and her family can never be fully known, no matter how many Hollywood treatments her life inspires. As a constitutional monarchy, our system of government acknowledges Her Majesty the Queen as our head of state. That close connection binds all members of the Commonwealth. And of course, there are many political questions that remain to be discussed, but today is not that day. Today, we honor and mourn a remarkable woman who loved this country and its citizens, the late Queen Elizabeth II, who set a standard that is unparalleled. My seatmate and colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands had wished to be here this morning, and I know she has cherished various encounters with the royal family. Although she did not meet with the Queen, her husband, the late Duke of Edinburgh, the Prince Philip, and his son, now the King, were very active in conservation of nature and environmental causes. Her Majesty shared those concerns. But what endears her to so many of us are her playful encounters. The Prime Minister just referenced her quips that made her feel old, as in 2015 at the Commonwealth Head of Government meeting in Malta, when she poked fun at him for publicly making her feel ancient. Personally, I think it is fabulous that Noel Coward so loved the Queen and her Queen Mother for their mischievous sense of humor. As we reflect on the Queen's life and the road ahead, let us hold the duty of reconciliation with Indigenous people across the country. Thank you.
And I would be remiss if I didn't add to, we need to use our headsets when we're joining us virtually as well. So just a quick reminder there. I invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Merci. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion to be adopted on division. Mr. Speaker, that a humble address be presented to His Majesty the King in the following words. To the King's most excellent Majesty, most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of Canada, in Parliament assembled, respectfully desire to express our deep sympathy to Your Majesty for the great loss you have sustained by the death of your beloved mother, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Nous pleurons avec...
We mourn with you, with members of the royal family, and with the people of all your realms, the loss of our Queen, whose selfless dedication to duty earned our respect and our admiration. For more than 7 decades, Her Majesty the Queen demonstrated her commitment to the people of Canada, who in return offered their great affection and loyalty.
In this time of sorrow, we welcome Your Majesty's ascension to the throne and convey a sincere expression of our loyalty and our devotion. We, the Commons of Canada, do our utmost to uphold and support Your Majesty and undertake your heavy responsibilities. That the said address be engrossed and that a message be sent to the Senate informing their honours that this House has passed the said address and requesting their honours to unite with this House therein by filling up the blanks with the words, the Senate end.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion being adopted on division will please say nay. The motion is carried. Continuing debate, l'honorable.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker and dear colleagues, it is an honour for me to rise today as Minister of Canadian Heritage to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. It is in difficult times, such as, for example, in times of grief, that we connect with that which is most human within ourselves, that we feel this sense of unity, that we remember that we belong to a community. And we've seen this in the last few days with all the testimonials and tributes from across the world. And this is even more true at home across this country.
Second has been an inspiring figure for Canada throughout her life. She has been here every day for almost half of our country's existence. During the 70 years of her reign and during her 23 visits to our country, 22 of which were as queen, she visited all regions of Canada. She went from east to west, from north to south, to meet and listen to Canadians. She said that she felt at home with us, that she shared the pride of our achievements. In the defining moments, the moments of joy, Mr. Speaker, but also of sadness, she was there, always there with us. Elle a été là.
She was there with us during some of the most significant moments for our nation. We need only think, for example, of Expo 67, which people often say put Montreal on the map. In 1970, she was at the centennial of the entry of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories into Confederation. She was with us for the centennial of British Columbia in 1971 and Prince Edward Island in 1973.
15th Commonwealth Game in Victoria in 1994. And this was the first time that athletes with a disability were able to compete in the Games. She came to visit the newly added territory of Nunavut and meet vibrant communities in the north. The Queen proclaimed our national flag and established our honors system. In 2007, she helped reopen the Canadian National Memorial. And in 2010, she marked the centennial of the Royal Canadian Navy in Halifax. Vous savez,
I could go on for a very long time, Mr. Speaker, but just by naming these few examples, you can see the strength of her commitment. It also shows the longevity of her public service. As our world has changed through wars, human tragedies, she has been a figure of stability for our country with an uncommon sense of service and great sensitivity. She has walked with us through our celebrations, but also through the difficult times and moments in our lives.
Many that knew her well said that she was very funny. We even got a sense of that recently when we all joined her with a good laugh as she had tea with Paddington Bear for Platinum Jubilee. As patron to more than 15 Canadian charities, she helped build a better society by promoting education, health, child welfare, art, military service, and so much more. Until the very end of her life, she was committed to the well-being of all Canadians. Just a week ago, Mr. Speaker, she offered her condolences to the victims of the horrific attacks that occurred in Saskatchewan and to all those who lost loved ones during that tragedy. She embodied the values of solidarity, unity, generosity that we, as Canadians, share and pass on to our children and grandchildren. In recent years, as a people, we have stood with the Queen in her difficult moments, including the passing of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, who she called her strength.
So this week, we are grieving together. Mr. Speaker, let us take the time to pay tribute to her. And I would encourage you all to visit the website in commemoration. The commemoration in honor of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II website. Everyone is invited to sign the Book of Condolences. It is available online as well. As of yesterday, more than 45,000 Canadians had already shared their memories and expressed their sorrow to the royal family. It is deeply touching to see so many messages from people across the entire country from all walks of life, people with different beliefs, but who remember this Queen, who was a steadfast friend and ally of Canada.
In recognition of the significant relationship between Her Majesty and Canada, we have also begun another way to shine a light on her service and contributions. Many buildings and landmarks are now illuminated in royal blue from sunset to midnight. Canadian flags are being flown at half-mast on Government of Canada buildings at home and abroad, including the Peace Tower, until sunset on September 19th. On the day of Her Majesty's funeral in London, a national ceremony of commemoration will take place here in Canada, in Ottawa, actually, and it will be broadcast live on television and on social media. People in our capital region will also be able to gather along the route of the memorial parade just prior to the actual ceremony. The National Day of Mourning will provide an opportunity for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast, to reflect on her accomplishments, her love of her country, her warmth, her grace. Alors, toute l'information détaillée.
Detailed information on the National Commemoration Ceremony is available online. I encourage you all to visit the Department of Canadian Heritage website. The Queen's reassuring presence and unique smile will be greatly missed, as will be her leadership and caring. The values of steadfastness, stability, and compassion that she embodied will be forever etched in our country's history. I am confident that Her Majesty's example will inspire our new sovereign, King Charles III, in his commitment to our nation. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the royal family and to say that Canada will always remember the dedication and affection of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to our nation.
In peace. Puisse-t-elle reposer.
May she rest in peace.
Merci. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For generations of Canadians, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has been the constant in a world filled with change. And even at 96 years of age, many of us felt like she would always be there. After all, she had been part of so much of our history. She was our queen. So it feels almost unreal to declare, God save the King. Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II visited Canada more often than any other country on earth. I remember with great clarity Her Majesty's visit to Stratford in 1997 to view a scene from The Taming of the Shrew at the Stratford Festival. I remember watching her helicopter land in the aptly named Lower Queen's Park, then running to Upper Queen's Park and standing on a lawn chair 6 or 7 rows back to catch a glimpse of Her Majesty during her walkabout. Many in our community also remember her previous visit to Stratford in 1959 with Prince Philip for a performance of Shakespeare's As You Like It. When our country celebrated great milestones, she was here. The opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway, Expo 67, the Montreal Olympics, the patriation of the Constitution, the centennials of the entry into Confederation of British Columbia, and 34 years later for that of Alberta and Saskatchewan. And in 1964, she was here for the 100th anniversary of the Charlottetown and Quebec conferences. In an address at the opening of the Confederation Centre, Her Majesty the Queen reflected on her beloved Canada. She said, "We know the splendor of her achievements in peace and in the dark years of war, the esteem in which she is held in the great councils of the world, the contributions to the enrichment of the Commonwealth, the generosity and sense of responsibility to the newly developing countries, and the willingness to assume the gravest of international responsibilities. All these and much else have grown out of this great act of political statesmanship and have made Canada what she is today." We, as members of this House, members of the House of Commons, represent one of two houses of Parliament, but we also represent one of three parts of Parliament: the House of Commons, the Senate, and the Crown. Indeed, the first time that these three parts of Parliament formally convened was in 1957 for the opening of the 23rd Parliament. In the speech from the throne, the first to be delivered by the monarch, the Queen stated, "I greet you as your Queen. Together we constitute the Parliament of Canada. For the first time, the representatives of the people of Canada and their sovereign are here assembled on the occasion of the opening of Parliament. This is, for all of us, a moment to remember. Parliamentary government has been fashioned by the wisdom of many centuries. Its justice, authority, and dignity are cherished by men of goodwill." End quote. I share that quotation from 1957 because it reflects the sincerity with which Her Majesty conducted her constitutional obligations. In Walter Bagehot's The English Constitution, he ably divides the institutions of government into two parts: the dignified and efficient parts. The dignified are those which excite and preserve the reverence of the population, and the efficient parts are those by which it, in fact, works and rules. The dignified parts are the Crown. The efficient parts are the government. Now, I'm sure there have been times over the decades that Her Majesty may have wondered how efficient some of her ministers may have been. But as the ever dignified sovereign, she respected her constitutional role. And while she was always dignified, it did not stop her from surprising us, like her famous entry at the London Olympics with 007, or the ever so poignant tea with Paddington Bear during the Platinum Jubilee celebrations earlier this year. 75 years ago, on her 21st birthday, Princess Elizabeth pledged that her whole life would be devoted to service. To her final days, she fulfilled that pledge of service. Mr. Speaker, to paraphrase Shakespeare, we shall not look upon her like again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a very heavy heart and much sadness to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who committed and dedicated her life to selfless duty and service. I also hold in my thoughts King Charles III, the Queen Consort, and the royal family, who are not only grieving the loss of their queen, but also their mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. There will be many opportunities in the times to come to more fully reflect on the Queen's extraordinary life and service. But today I would like to speak very personally about how Her Majesty impacted one family far across the Atlantic. In 1939, there was a young Ukrainian-Canadian mother. She was a widow at 22 with 2 children under 5. She was heartbroken and struggling. Her family were farmers in Alliston, Ontario, and there was very little money. That woman was my grandmother. And throughout her life, she talked about how a young princess had inspired her and kept her going through the darkest time of her life. My nanny admired that the young princess had urged her father to allow her to serve her country during World War II. She had volunteered in the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service, the women's branch of the British Army, where she became a driver and trained in auto mechanics. She understood what it meant to put on a uniform and serve. It was a pioneering move. The sight of a woman taking apart engines and changing tires also signaled a sea change in gender roles and society that would continue throughout the future Queen's lifetime. My grandmother was inspired by the then princess and followed her lead. She found work, and when the Dominion Small Arms Munition Factory started in Mississauga, my grandmother found work to do her part for the war effort, inspired by the young princess. Well, these two women came from very different worlds and had very different lives. My grandmother felt a connection with the princess and later Her Majesty. A princess who saw young people her age, who went to war, who fought, and who gave their lives. And she wanted to serve the war effort against her father's wishes. This was at a time when young men in Toronto, from regiments like the Queen's Own, the 48th Highlanders, the Toronto Scottish, were leaving their homes for service overseas. Families were regularly receiving bad news from the front. Princess Elizabeth understood that families were making terrible sacrifices for the war effort and for freedom. And it should be remembered that today she was the only head of state that had served in the Second World War. This was a princess who didn't mind getting her hands dirty, maintaining different types of heavy armored vehicles, who operated in a man's world and who did it cheerfully. A princess who comforted the children of the nation when they were evacuated from the bombing. Later on, Mr. Speaker, my grandmother took every opportunity to stand in the crowds whenever Queen Elizabeth came. She wanted to show her support for a leader who dedicated her whole life to service and who had an impossible job. She hoped that maybe, just maybe, she might have the opportunity to say thank you. And well, she never got that chance to express her gratitude. Those who did meet her were made to feel they mattered. When we were children, our Etobicoke neighborhood moms got together, packed us up in cars, and drove us downtown so that we could get a glimpse of the royal couple and remember that moment all our lives. And in grade 7, I chose to do my speech on her. Amongst a sea of men in business, parliament, radio, and television, and the running of the world, she stood out, as did her compassion, grace, and warmth. She showed generations of women and men that women could be leaders and that they are. In a world of continuous change, from the devastation of the Second World War to COVID-19, Her Majesty was a constant, an example, a stateswoman. Across generations, so many felt that personal connection. The women at the Legion talked about watching her coronation. The women at the church looked forward to her annual Christmas message. And I heard from young women how they enjoyed her Platinum Jubilee celebrations on their phones. I heard how people felt personally connected to her, but she was also known for how she could bring people and countries together. She fostered enduring bonds amongst the Commonwealth of Nations. Today is our opportunity to express our gratitude for the life and service for Queen Elizabeth II. She did not choose her life, but inherited a life of duty. At the young age of 25, she pledged her life to the service of others. Everyone in this chamber knows what it is like to serve, but all of us had a choice. She fulfilled her promise with unwavering dignity, grace, and faithfulness for 70 years. I humbly say thank you to Her Majesty, and thank you for my grandmother, for the extraordinary life of a queen who served for 7 decades, who worked right up until her final moments at age 96, and a woman who will remain in the hearts of many. Today, my thoughts and prayers are with the people across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I send my deepest condolences to the royal family.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a feeling of sadness for the passing of a great lady who left her mark on history, but also with a certain joy for the personal memory that I have of having met Queen Elizabeth II in person. And I would just like to tell you my story over the next few moments. In 2002, the year of Her Majesty's 50th Jubilee, I was in London as a tourist, and I went to Buckingham Palace in August when it was open to tourists, and I did a tour with my wife, and we visited Buckingham Palace. And at one moment during that visit, I said to my wife, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm going to be back here one day, and I had no idea why I had that feeling. 4 years later, I was commander of the HoC Regiment, which is a unit of the Canadian Armed Forces, and Queen Elizabeth II is Colonel-in-Chief of that regiment, as is the case for many others. And so I was told that, listen, as commander of the HoC Regiment, you have access to your Colonel-in-Chief directly. That was the first big surprise for me. I said, all right. And so I requested an audience with Her Majesty the Queen to give her a special edition of our newly issued regimental book. It was a special edition that we had printed especially for Her Majesty, and to my great surprise, my request was accepted very quickly. So the Queen's office said, yes, absolutely, Her Majesty will receive you on May 5th, 2006. And I said, there's a little problem, because that's my daughter's first birthday. It was her first birthday on May the 5th, 2006. And so with, a certain courage, I suppose, I said to Her Majesty's secretary, could you please change the date? So once again, to my great surprise, they said, yes, we understand, no problem. And so it was pushed back by 2 weeks. And I felt, I'm not sure what the exact word is, but the Queen gives you an audience, and you say, no, that doesn't work for me. Does another date work for you? I don't really know how to describe that feeling, but to my great joy, they accepted my request to delay that visit. So in May 2006, accompanying my two honorary colonels, Marcel Belot and Laurence Letourneau, the museum director at the time, my friend Richard Martin, my regimental sergeant major Claude Pinault, and their wives, we were received at Buckingham Palace. Another interesting moment in this story, we, on our way to London, the customs agent asked me, well, why are you coming to England? I said, well, to meet the Queen. And he said, he looked at me and he said, okay, what's the real reason you're coming? I said, no, I'm coming to meet the Queen. So I was very happy to say at customs, well, I'm coming here specifically to meet the Queen. And it was true. So when we arrived at Buckingham Palace, when you come as a tourist, it's one thing, but throughout the rest of the year, the doors are closed, and people are hanging around the gates hoping to catch a glimpse of the Majesty. But with our group, we were lucky to get through the gate to go directly into the palace, and we were welcomed in the hall at the office. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, there's a certain stress that comes along with that, because you're going to be meeting the Queen at Buckingham Palace. That's something that doesn't happen, very often in one's life. And when the doors opened and you saw Her Majesty sitting there, that's really when you have a feeling that's, again, very difficult to explain. It's stress, but it's also mixed with joy, and it's very hard to describe that feeling. And, obviously there's protocol when you're going into the Queen's office. You have to do so with reverence. You bow to the Queen. And to make us feel relaxed, Her Majesty, and the Prime Minister mentioned this earlier, the Prime Minister has a lot of humor. She saw that we were standing there awkwardly. We weren't quite sure what to do. And she started with a joke. She started by saying, "Oh, well, the person who was here just before you is the Royal Guard General, but he's limping. He's limping because he fell off his horse." And she said that in an excellent French. And so she made that joke when speaking about the Regimental Royal Guard General. And so we all laughed, and that made us feel relaxed, and that set the table for our incredible meeting with the Queen. Now, obviously, the goal was to talk about my regiment, the Chaudière Regiment. And, I was very proud to tell her that the last time that she had met our regiment had been in the 1950s. And she said quite simply, "Well, it was time. It was high time that we meet again. It's about time." So once again, a little response that shows, Her Majesty's humor. And so we presented the regimental book. We spoke about the regiment. We told her how her regiment was doing. And it was really, a moment that, with all, humility, I would say it was, an immense honor for myself, for those who accompanied me, to be received at Buckingham Palace. It's something you'll never forget. But, at the same time, in a very simple way, the Queen knew how to welcome people. She knew how to make people feel at ease. And for myself, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has always represented stability, the stability of our institutions. No matter the partisan stripe of the government, and, obviously in 70 years, the Queen had many governments here in Canada and throughout the Commonwealth. I would say that the Queen had a certain aura which covered her realms. And so, for the Queen, to me, she represented a certain morality above the day-to-day partisanship. And, I had the opportunity as a soldier to pledge allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen on several occasions, first as a soldier, then as an officer, and also as an elected member of this House. I have pledged allegiance to the Queen, and I pledged allegiance to a woman for whom I had great respect. So whether we're a monarchist or not, it's the person of Queen Elizabeth II who was important for me, what she represented, what she did for, as I said, and, for the positive aura, if I can put it that way, that she had. So I was very happy to be able to tell my story today here in this place. It's an honor for me. I am very much saddened by the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. But now we have a new king, Charles III, and so long live the king. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, and Mr. Speaker, like other members of this House, I hold in my heart today those families in Saskatchewan who are grieving because of inconceivable acts of violence. They are in our prayers today. And Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I join with my colleagues today in commemorating the life of our late sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada and head of the Commonwealth. I would like to, on behalf of the people of Winnipeg South, express my heartfelt condolences to His Majesty, the King, and the royal family on the Queen's passing. While we all mourn the loss of our Queen, we are also celebrating her exceptional life and her historic reign. As our head of state, she set an example of selfless dedication and commitment to service that continues to inspire us all. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of serving as on the International Executive of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. This year, Canada played host to over 500 delegates from across the Commonwealth as the annual Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference was held in Halifax this past August. And as I met with representatives from the Commonwealth, I reflected on how notable it is that during the Queen's tenure as head of the Commonwealth, we have seen its transformation from a group of British colonies and territories to a vibrant and dynamic organization of democracies from all over the world, who all freely choose to be members. In Halifax, we saluted Her Majesty on the celebration of her Platinum Jubilee and recognized her exemplary service to the Commonwealth and to humanity. Mr. Speaker, as a Manitoba MP, I would briefly like to highlight Her Majesty's 6 visits to our province. The first time, Princess Elizabeth came in 1951 and attended the Royal Winnipeg Ballet. As an aside, Mr. Speaker, in 1953, as Queen, she granted the Royal Winnipeg Ballet its royal title, the first ballet company to receive this honor under her reign. Her second visit as Queen was in 1959 during her tour across Canada with Prince Philip. In 1970, on a later visit, Manitoba was honored to have the Queen join us for Manitoba's centennial, our 100th anniversary since joining Confederation. Her Majesty traveled extensively throughout our province and brought her 2 oldest children with her, the then Prince Charles and Princess Anne. Her Majesty would return in 1984 to visit Winnipeg, Dauphin, Brandon, and Dugald. In 2002, during her Golden Jubilee, she came to attend the unveiling of the newly refurbished Golden Boy that graces the dome on top of the Manitoba Legislature. On this visit, there was also the unfortunate incident where the Queen got to enjoy the Red River a little longer than anticipated, as her river taxi stalled on the water. Not once, but twice. And as honorable members will appreciate, she took it all in stride, as was her nature. As an aside, again, Mr. Speaker, in 2002, I was a proud recipient of Her Majesty's Golden Jubilee Medal for Canada. Queen Elizabeth's final visit to Manitoba was in 2010. She brought with her a stone from Windsor Castle, where the Magna Carta was signed, and this stone remains a feature at the Canadian Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, for the vast majority of Canadians, Queen Elizabeth was the only monarch we have ever known, and we are slowly adjusting to life without her. She was a constant and reassuring presence in our lives, and during her reign, we came into our own as a confident, diverse, and forward-looking country. Canadians will look back fondly on the life and reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and will remember and cherish her wisdom, compassion, and warmth. We are now in a period of transition as we write a new chapter in the story of Canada with our new sovereign, King Charles III. Canada has a long history and close relationship with the King, who has visited many, many times, including this year with he and his wife, now Queen Consort, who were part of the Queen's Jubilee celebrations. I wish King Charles strength in this sad time for him and his family, and know he will provide steady and distinguished service to Canada and the Commonwealth, as did his late mother, the Queen. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, long live the King.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For 7 decades, the Queen has been our head of state and performed her duties admirably with great care. To many, she was the Queen, but to us, she was our Queen. An accomplished historian, Joe Martin, said to me just the other day, her reign was unprecedented and a sterling example of duty and responsibility. Indeed, at just 21 years old in Cape Town, she took a vow. I declare before you that all my life, whether it be long or short, that it shall be devoted to your service. The Queen never laid down the heavy weight of the crown. Her Majesty loved this country, visiting us over 20 times, including Simcoe North in both Midland and Orillia. As a young boy, my father went to see her board a train in Midland in 1959. Years later, in 2010, I went to see her as she got into a car leaving Queen's Park. She elicited a sense of patriotism among many of us, and I remember feeling it that day. It always seemed to me that Her Majesty would always be there. In some ways, she always will, but many will miss her calm and poised demeanor that have provided comfort and stability to so many over numerous difficult periods over these last 70 years. Our system of government may not be perfect, but the Queen performed her role with dignity and grace to ensure the integrity of our system. There was a human behind the crown who could enjoy a good laugh like the rest of us. There is a family that mourns the loss of a mother, a sister, and a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And many of us who feel connected to Her Majesty also feel a sense of grief. On behalf of those in Simcoe North who share in the grief of the loss of Her Majesty, we express our most sincere condolences to the royal family. May we take from Her Majesty's life example, an example of service, and apply it in our own lives. May God bless the Queen, and long live the King.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. I rise today on behalf of the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge to express our community's most heartfelt condolences on the passing of Canada's longest reigning sovereign, Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. My prayers for her, as Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II is called upon by the Lord to enter the next world. As commented by the Archbishop of Canterbury in days after the Queen's passing, I came away thinking there is someone who has no fear of death, has hope in the future, knows the rock on which she stands, and that gives her strength. He went on to comment that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her attitude was, it's not about me, it's about what I have been called by God to do. On a personal level, Mr. Speaker, I do wish to share our family story. In May of 1971, the Queen visited the north coast of British Columbia in our family's hometown of Prince Rupert. Prince Rupert is where, in the early 1950s, a family of 7 children, headed by parents Frank and Rose, immigrated from southern Italy. During the Queen's visit, she would mark and attend, in Prince Rupert, the official opening of the Prince Rupert Regional Hospital, the hospital which I would be born at less than a year later. At this opening, Mr. Speaker, Rosa Mante, my grandmother, would have the privilege to greet the Queen and present flowers to the Queen. A picture of this encounter would then reside in prominence in my grandparents', my nonnies, home for decades to come, and its story told many times. It was a proud moment, Mr. Speaker, a very proud moment for the entire family, and one that is forever etched in my memory as the grandson of a proud, strong, and what I would characterize fierce woman. My grandmother, and who now, her grandson, sits in the Parliament of Canada as one of its 338 representatives. Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty vowed to devote her life to the service of the Commonwealth and its people. On her 21st birthday, Her Majesty committed, her whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong, a vow she kept with incomparable devotion. As our Prime Minister stated, Her Majesty was a constant presence in the lives of Canadians. We thank Queen Elizabeth II for her lifetime of service, her humility, and her extraordinary leadership. Over her 70-year reign, the late sovereign visited Canada more than 20 times, including, yes again, Prince Rupert, British Columbia. From sweeping royal tours to visits for special milestones and events, Canadians will never forget her sincere words in 2010, when Her Majesty shared with us that Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, once said that this country felt like a home away from home for the Queen of Canada. Queen Elizabeth II then said, "I'm delighted to report that it still does, and I'm delighted to be back amongst you all." The first time the Queen set foot on Canadian soil was when she was only 25 years old and still a princess, in 1951, joined by her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. In 2010, we celebrated Canada Day with Her late Majesty. Under the theme of Our Year to Shine, Canada welcomes the world. We marked our achievements as a nation and our hopes for the future. In her address to our nation, Queen Elizabeth II expressed her and Prince Philip's joy to be among Canadians on a special date. Her late Majesty then followed by stating, "During my lifetime, I have been a witness to this country for more than half its history since Confederation. I have watched with enormous admiration how Canada has grown and matured while remaining true to its history, its distinctive character, and its values. This nation has dedicated itself to being a caring home for its own, a sanctuary for others, and, yes, Mr. Speaker, an example to the world. Nous venons tout."
We have just seen images of Canadian forces, diplomats, and aid workers at work around the world, providing support and assistance to others.
In hostile circumstances are undertaken with the support and respect of us all. Fast forward, Mr. Speaker, at 93 years of age, Queen Elizabeth made a rare broadcast in 2020 to rally everyone in the face of the coronavirus outbreak, the COVID-19 pandemic. Her words resonated in the UK, the Commonwealth, and worldwide. Her Majesty began by saying, "I'm speaking to you at what I know is an increasingly challenging time, a time of disruption in the life of our country, a disruption that has brought grief to some, financial difficulties to many, and enormous changes to the daily lives of all." Later on, the Queen followed by recognizing that across the Commonwealth and around the world, we have seen heartwarming stories of people coming together to help others, be it through delivering food parcels and medicines, checking on our neighbors, or converting businesses to help the relief effort. And through self-isolating may at times be hard, many people of all faiths and of none are discovering that it presents an opportunity to slow down, pause and reflect in prayer or meditation. The Queen went on and said, "It reminds me of the very first broadcast I made in 1940, helped by my sister. We as children spoke from here at Windsor to children who had been evacuated from their homes and sent away for their own safety. Today, once again, many will feel a painful sense of separation from their loved ones. But now we know, deep down, that it is the right thing to do. While we faced challenges before, this one is different. This time we join with all nations across the globe in a common endeavor, using the great advances of science and our instinctive compassion to heal. We will succeed, and that success will belong to every one of us." Very parting words, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty the Queen never doubted the strength of Canadians and always encouraged us to remain optimistic, knowing that Canadians, in quotation marks, will rise to the challenges ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm just going to make sure everybody's all ready here. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was with heavy hearts that I learned, that many of my constituents in Etobicoke Centre learned of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As Canada's longest-serving sovereign, I believe she touched many Canadians, and her legacy is profound. For many Canadians, including myself, Queen Elizabeth II is the only sovereign we have ever known. In an ever-changing world, she was a constant presence and devoted her life to the service of the Commonwealth and its people. Her Majesty was only 25 years old when she ascended to the throne and took on the role of head of state of numerous countries, including Canada. And she fulfilled this role with grace and dedication for 70 years. Earlier this year, Canada celebrated the Queen's 70 years of service and the enduring bonds she had built with Canadians. This was the first Platinum Jubilee of a sovereign in Canada. You know, the significance of Her Majesty's reign was not just in the length of her service, but in the importance of her service, in the role that she played in Canada's history. Her Majesty presided over many important moments in Canadian history. And she forms an important part, in my view, of Canadian history. Since becoming Queen in 1952, Her Majesty has known 12 Canadian Prime Ministers and 13 Governors General. Her Majesty made 22 tours to Canada as Queen. Queen Elizabeth II also participated in the patriation ceremony of the Constitution and proclaimed Canada's Constitution Act, which included the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in 1982. She watched, she presided as Canada became an even more confident, more multicultural, and more prosperous nation. Speaker, there are many reasons I believe that we live in the best country on earth. One of the reasons is our strong democracy and the conventions and the institutions that underpin it, that protect it, that facilitate it. That system, that democratic system, makes Parliament supreme in making decisions on behalf of Canadians and for Canadians. And it allows us to come together here in the House of Commons as representatives of the people to make decisions on behalf of the people, for the people. To me, the role of the monarch in our country is not just ceremonial, but it's substantive. Because one of the key roles of the crown, of the monarch, is to protect that democracy, to facilitate that democracy. And the Queen embodied the crown and took on that role. And because of the importance of that role, because of the work that she did in protecting our democracy, I think it's important that we recognize that this has allowed us, those of us who served here in the past, those of us who serve here today, and future members of Parliament, to continue to build the best country on earth. Many years ago, I had the privilege of being present during the visit of Her Majesty and the Prince of Edinburgh to Toronto, and the Duke of Edinburgh, I'm sorry, to Toronto. And during my brief conversation with the Duke of Edinburgh, I came to appreciate the commitment of the Queen, of the Duke of Edinburgh, in learning about Canadians. And I believe this is one of the characteristics that made Her Majesty so invested and so effective in serving and representing our country. And one of the reasons I believe our hearts, many of our hearts, were so heavy when we learned of the passing of Her Majesty was because I think a lot of us felt as though we knew the Queen. And I believe that she knew us. Her Majesty touched millions of Canadians in a variety of ways, and I believe that her service, her dedicated and graceful leadership, will be continued to be remembered and admired by people worldwide for many years to come. So on behalf of my constituents in Etobicoke Centre, I send my heartfelt condolences to members of the royal family, to the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth nations during this difficult time. I'd also like to say that I'd like to extend my best wishes on behalf of the constituents of Etobicoke Centre to our new King, King Charles III. I had the privilege of meeting King Charles III when he was Prince of Wales a few months ago, when he was here visiting Canada, and he exhibited that same curiosity, that same desire, I believe, to understand and know Canadians and serve Canadians as Queen Elizabeth II did. Long live the King.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are certain days in history when the world stops and listens, and everyone remembers where they were when they heard the tragic news of what happened that day. And for some of my colleagues, it may be the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. For others, it may be when Princess Diana died, or 9/11. Those days, however, feel far away from our lives, and they are, in part, they are a product of shock that invoke the need for answers to explain the circumstances around those days. Those events felt far away, but in some way resembled the day that we learned of the death of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, one of those moments in history that many will never forget. But for many Canadians, her passing didn't feel far away, though it might have been in terms of physical distance. To many of us, it felt closer. Like those other tragic events of years past, the passing of our late Queen, Queen of Canada, will be remembered because we lost more than a person. We lost part of an idea. We lost a symbol. We lost someone that we considered our own. When the news came of her passing, I felt in a sense like I would with the passing of someone I knew, someone who was present, like a family member, distant or close, whose quiet and constant company was simply always there. But of course, I'm not related to the Queen. I've never even met her. Neither did millions of other Canadians who now grieve alongside us today. But we felt like the Queen was like family because we saw family in her. Like family, she was there at the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows, supporting us with steadfast love and encouragement. She represented not who we were, but who we could be. She wanted us to be the best versions of ourselves. I truly believe that. Like family, she taught us about what it meant to serve others. She lived a life of selfless devotion, not only to those she loved, but for many who have never met her, who never knew her. She encouraged tolerance and respect and understanding, the things that we strive to be. Like family, she was always there for us, whether we realized it or not. All the things changing today, our money, our legal system, our armed forces, even Parliament itself, are evidence of just how many ways she touched our lives. And sometimes, like many of our own family members, we even took that for granted. She was the only sovereign that most Canadians ever knew. Although as we seem to grow older over the years, the Queen seemed trapped in time. The tributes that she received over many jubilees and anniversaries showed us that we knew what we had. The truth is we just never think we'd lose it. It's no secret that those who know me know of my respect of the monarchy, and it's frankly, it's rooted in tradition for this institution and respect for this institution. Our monarchy separates politics from service and popularity from the institutions. And after nearly a year in this place, I've never been more convinced that unity may be a product of the monarchy and not any political head of government. It's consistent and it forces a respect, and without it, that may not always be upheld. Her late Majesty toured this country more than 20 times over 70 years, showing an extraordinary dedication for our people and our nation. She has a special place in the hearts of many in my own community, even more so than most across the country would know. Let me tell you why. She was the first female monarch of the royal family to be an active duty member of the British Armed Forces, serving as a mechanic during the Second World War. She not only helped the empire by using her hands, but she also helped by using her heart. She was a quiet, steadfast figure of optimism and perseverance, encouraging people to keep calm and carry on. She was a symbol that someday, somehow, things would get better, even if we didn't know how or when. She inspired a nation trapped in the darkest days to overcome and overturn the Nazi regime in Europe. And in doing so, she helped liberate millions trapped in concentration camps across the continent, whose descendants would grow up to be my friends, my family, my constituents. Her service didn't stop there. It speaks volumes about the Queen's character that she continued to hear stories of survivors through the 70 years as a monarch. It would have been easy to forget these individuals, as many contemporary leaders did, but she took it upon herself as a leader to bring closure and healing to deeply scarred lives. She used her position of privilege to educate others about what a dark period in history, and so personified the mantra that we, the living, try to personify every day: never again. There is a royal tradition that has been passed down over centuries. The monarch is never late. And as a rule, that's how it was with the Queen. And on January 27th, 2005, she met with survivors of the 60th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And yet, when the time ran out, there was still many in a large group that had yet to meet her. Her Majesty, instead of leaving, stayed, giving each survivor her undivided and deliberate focus. One of the Queen's attendants remarked to the late Rabbi Lord Sachs, present that day, that he had never seen her stay so late after the time had come for her to go and break such a hallowed custom. We are extremely fortunate to have witnessed Queen Elizabeth II dedicate over 7 decades, more than a lifetime for many, to the cause of our Commonwealth and the betterment of our country. Although the Queen may have passed, the spirit and joy and the feeling of love that she left with millions will never die. And the legacy of her service will live on forever in the hearts of many grateful Canadians, including this member. And as we look to the future, I continue to believe that the monarchy is an important check to constitutional power being given to any bureaucracy or any government of the day. It is a humbling reminder that in this place, we work on behalf of people. And the person who is entrusted with that role is reminded of the ideals and the traditions that were here long before any of us. And with that, I offer my deepest condolences to the royal family and to all of the people of the Commonwealth as they mourn the loss of Her late Majesty. God rest the Queen, and finally, God save the King.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, this is a solemn day. For the first time in the lives of many of us here today, we mourn the death and commemorate the reign of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Being our head of state for the past 70 years is an extraordinary feat, something only Her Majesty could have achieved.
As we have heard throughout the past week and in Parliament today, his passion, her resilience and strength to serve her country and her people have been the fundamental traits that have shaped Her Majesty's reign.
Think of Queen Elizabeth ascending her father, King George VI, throne at the age of 25. I can help but be in awe. At 25, I had just graduated from university with a social work degree, commenced a new job at the Children's Aid Society, and had a beautiful and full of energy 2-year-old daughter. At such a pivotal age, where many of us were finishing university, starting our careers, beginning a family, or making our way through the world, learnings from adventures and failure, Her Majesty was propelled to the highest institution of governance, the throne of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the head of the Commonwealth, and the defender of the faith. Queen Elizabeth's reign was shaped by some of history's most notable events, ranging from her early years as a princess, serving as in the Auxiliary Territorial Service during the Second World War, having Sir Winston Churchill as her first Prime Minister, the acceleration of decolonization, the Cold War and the fall of the Iron Curtain, the deadly conflict of Ireland known as the Troubles, the War on Terror, Brexit, and COVID-19. And despite these events emerging from British, European, or global affairs, Her Majesty used her position and powers to bridge and merge people of different linguistic, cultural, and political backgrounds to facilitate cooperation and collaboration towards unity, showcasing what a constitutional monarch should be. La Reine Elisabeth.
Queen Elizabeth has also reigned during some of Canada's most significant events. The proclamation of the Canadian flag in 1965, addressing Quebec's Legislative Assembly during Quebec's Quiet Revolution, remarking how pleased she was that there was a place in the Commonwealth where she could speak French, opening the Montreal Olympics in 1976, and of course, signing the proclamation of the Constitution Act of Canada, which enshrined the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982. Queen Elizabeth's admiration for Canada is undeniable. During her reign, Queen Elizabeth made 22 state visits to Canada, making Canada the most visited Commonwealth country during her reign. Her Majesty's visits included tours of our country, charities and ceremonies, opening Parliament back in 1957 and delivering a speech from the throne in 1977. Her Majesty's first state visit as Queen was back in 1957 when she and her late husband spent 4 days here in Ottawa. However, this was not Queen Elizabeth's first trip to Canada. As many of my colleagues have no doubt known, then Princess Elizabeth visited Canada in 1951 on behalf of her father, who was being treated for lung cancer.
With you some aspect of that trip. Her Majesty shook hands at the rate of 30,000 times per week, heard the national anthems played 150 times, met 53 mayors, inspected 24 guards of honor, accepted official bouquet from 23 children, and signed 21 golden books. And let me remind everyone that this all occurred in 33 days. Queen Elizabeth's Royal Tour of Canada in 1951 was an instrumental occurrence that influenced her reign as Queen in the years to come. Her Majesty's example in attending the Calgary Stampede and square dancing at Rita Hall, making its way into a popular Canadian Christmas cards, I should add, illustrating a modern monarchy willing to connect with younger people and reflect the civil and societal changes of the times. We should have known then that she was destined to be a queen for the modern age. On behalf of our community that I have the privilege to represent, Orléans, I would like to extend my sincere condolences to the royal family who lost a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, to the extended family, and to the people of the United Kingdom. And as we continue to commemorate the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, we also usher in the reign of His Majesty, King Charles III. I am confident that His Majesty will carry on with his vow to follow his mother's inspiration example of public service, illustrating the Crown's dedication, resilience, and the strength in upholding the principle of constitutional government and the values that we, as a Commonwealth nation, share and relish. God save the King.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured, saddened, and humbled to stand in this House to pay tribute to our monarch and sovereign Queen Elizabeth II in front of her representatives of the Commonwealth nation of Canada. It is a responsibility I do not take lightly, as it is nearly impossible to adequately convey the importance of a life that has helped shape our nation for nearly half its existence. I would like to begin by quoting Her Majesty herself, not from a period during her reign, but from the speech the young princess delivered in Cape Town, South Africa, on her 21st birthday in 1947. She said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have strength to carry out this resolution alone unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. I know that your support will be unfailingly given. God help me to make good by my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it. Mr. Speaker, her declaration that her whole life would be devoted to service regardless of its length would follow her as she became the longest-serving British monarch and the second longest-serving monarch in history. Another important quote was while touring Canada for her Golden Jubilee in 2002 when she said, "I treasure my place in the life of Canada and my bond with Canadians everywhere. It is my privilege to serve you as Queen of Canada to the best of my ability, to play my part in the Canadian identity, to uphold Canadian traditions and heritage, to recognize Canadian excellence and achievement, and to seek to give a sense of continuity in these exciting, ever-changing times in which we are fortunate enough to live." She loved this nation, its people, its traditions, and its identity as she visited Canada 22 times over the course of her 70 years as sovereign. With that in mind, I spent a significant amount of time considering the best way to pay tribute to a person that, for all accounts, will be written about for decades, if not centuries, in history books. But those stories will be told. What may not be told to the extent that is necessary is the impact she had on people throughout the nation. She always expressed such a joy in the Canadian identity, and I want to take some time to highlight thoughts and memories of the bonds Canadians shared with her. Before I get to that, however, I do want to give a nod to one of my constituents, Luc Morissette of Alpine Flowers and Gifts in Elliott Lake, who has a memorial guest book on display, which will be forwarded to the Palace to commemorate the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. I'd like to begin the memories and thoughts shared with that of Douglas Elliott's Facebook post. He wrote, and I quote, "The death of Queen Elizabeth II marks the end of an era for Canada, and in many ways for our world. She was the last world leader who was a veteran of World War II. Like most Canadians, I cannot remember a time before she became our Queen. I never had the pleasure of meeting Her Majesty, who was renowned for her dry wit and personal charm. However, I did see her in person twice. The first time was in July of 1959 when I was not quite 3 years old. The Queen came to Canada to open the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the new royal yacht Britannia toured the Great Lakes. One of the stops was in Parry Sound, and my mother took me to see Her Majesty. I am told that when my mother pointed out that the pretty young woman waving to the crowd was the Queen, I proudly responded, 'I know.' I don't really remember that sighting, but I do remember the second. It was in 1984 at Queen's Park. Coincidentally, the Toronto Star's published image of the walkabout captured myself and my great-aunt Grace beaming at our Queen with joy. I was struck first by how tiny she was, with an erect military posture, a good figure, and an impeccable complexion. Not a hair was out of place. She was like a perfect little porcelain doll and beautifully dressed. I will remember Her Majesty best for her role in presiding over the patriation of our Constitution and the creation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982. The Queen had a good sense of humor, and she was known to take delight when things went slightly awry and on official occasions. Jean Chrétien, who was the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs at the time, acknowledged that Her Majesty spoke excellent French, and she often conversed with him in French. I personally confirmed this royal story with him. Douglas's post was accompanied by a photo, and he explained that, and I quote, "The photo was taken on that blustery day on Parliament Hill in April of 1982 at the official signing ceremony for the new Constitution. Chrétien looks grim while the Queen is grinning. Apparently his pen malfunctioned, and as he reached for another, he muttered, 'Merde.' The Queen heard him and chuckled. Rest in peace, good and loyal servant, and may flights of angels sing you to your rest." Douglas received the following responses. Ralph Karl-Dwoski wrote, "I must be a more loyal subject as I saw her at least 6 times, including when she stepped out on the caboose on the royal train in Broadview, Saskatchewan, to greet the chiefs of 3 First Nations, Cowessess, Chippewassee, Kakahistaha, all in Treaty 2 territory, and the farmer settlers' families. I was 5, and it's the most vivid preschool memory I have to this day. She was wearing powder blue. It was high summer." Shelley Heinrich wrote, "In 2010, she came to Waterloo. My husband was part of her security detail. I was on a day off, and he was doing the escort. He let me know when they would be passing by our little town on the highway that cuts through. My husband sent me a single text which read, 'The eagle has left the nest.' His way of letting me know when to get Haley to the intersection where we saw her. Neither one of us wanted to compromise her safety on her route. We were both very fortunate to have been a part of her visit. I walked Haley down. She was 2 at the time. Haley waved like crazy at the Queen and the Duke, and they drove by. Both waved at her, and the Queen waved at Haley exactly how Haley waved at her. Open hand, fingers out, and a little twist at the wrist. With a broad smile, the Duke raised his hand and with a smile gave a little wave. We were the only 2 standing there. They didn't have to, but they did. Haley just shrieked with delight. Deborah Payne Milan wrote, "My uncle was the Reeve of Muskoka, and my cousin had the honor of presenting flowers to the Queen. Such a gracious lady. She is with Philip now. She will be missed deeply." Janet Babcock wrote, "My then spouse and I were invited guests to the signing of the Constitution, as he was an assistant to a cabinet minister. It was not only blustery, but near the end of the signing, it began to rain heavily. We were sitting behind Andy Hayden, then regional chair of the region of Ottawa-Carleton. He was bald, and the rain poured off his head onto my rather stylish clothes and hat, as we were all trying to imitate Princess Diana. We got a signed copy of the program with signatures from Trudeau, Chrétien, and Paul Martin. It's in a box somewhere in my basement. An historic day, no doubt." The AFN National Chief Roseanne Archibald issued the following statement on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. "Like many, Queen Elizabeth II is the only British monarch I have ever known in my lifetime. Throughout her reign, she has been an influential role model for generations of women and will be remembered for normalizing and evolving the perception of strong female leadership. My condolences are with King Charles III and all members of the British royal family as they grieve the loss of their matriarch, Queen Elizabeth II." I also wanted to share the thoughts from Kate Matuszewski. She posted, "What a sad day in history we are all sharing in today. My heart is heavy. Your Majesty, ma'am, thank you for your lifelong dedication to duty and service to our Great Britain and the Commonwealth. Throughout your reign, you have led by example with strength and dignity. You have lifted us up when times were hard and given us hope. You have walked among us, your subjects, and shown us compassion, loyalty, dedication, grace, intelligence, warmth, humor, and love. You have endeared yourself to all of us and been a shining example. For many of us, you have been our only queen in our lifetimes. Today, I mourn your passing and wish you Godspeed to your beloved Prince Philip and the peace you richly deserve. God bless you, ma'am. You have made an indelible mark on the world and in history. What a long and glorious life you have lived. I am so proud to be British and to have been raised in such a great country with its magnificent history, values, and traditions. Thank you for your service. Rest in peace." In response, Kimberly McVoy Arnold wrote, "So deeply saddened by this news. I've long admired Her Royal Majesty. May she rest peacefully and her family find comfort and strength in the coming days of the long goodbye she most graciously earned and deserves." Gladys Wiggins wrote, "I saw her in Kapuskasing, Ontario as a young child. It was just before her coronation. Back then, I knew this was a special event and that she was a special lady. Rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth." Erica McClellan wrote, "I remember seeing her as a small child when she came to visit my hometown. My mother took me and my playmate, all dressed in our Sunday best, waving our flags as the Queen and Prince Philip drove slowly by, standing in their black open convertible, waving and smiling to the crowds. I still can see it and remembering as if it was yesterday. My mom then took us for a treat." Reverend Valerie Isaac Facebook post reads, "Rest well, Your Majesty. You promised to serve for your life, however long or short. It has been an Elizabethan era that has concluded. Our sympathies to King Charles III and the rest of the royal family." Mr. Speaker, I hope that by sharing these stories and these insights that we may get a better sense of how Canadians are grieving the loss of their monarch and by extension the impact she has had on the lives of people of this country. May you rest in peace, Your Majesty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a great honour today to stand on both my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Don Valley West to remember, honour and pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada. All of us were caught by surprise at the events of last week. We knew in our heads that this day would come, but in our hearts, I think we all hoped it never would. My first thoughts are to those who mourn this loss most deeply and most personally. We knew her as a beloved monarch, but condolences must first be expressed to those who knew her as mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. May they cherish in their hearts their richest and most intimate memories even as they shared her so generously with the people of the United Kingdom, the realm, the Commonwealth, and the world. My second task is to honor her legacy. She certainly kept the promise she made at the death of her father, King George VI. More than anyone could have ever imagined at that time, she faithfully lived up to her pledge when she said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong." But her life, including 70 incredible years on the throne, was not only long, it was incredibly rich, gracious, and profound. And thirdly, I take this moment to wish long life, good service, and a rich legacy to King Charles III, to whom now, as a member of this Parliament, I do pledge my allegiance with historic words that I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III. Queen Elizabeth set a very high bar for any head of state of any country to match. Her selfless devotion to duty was an inspiration and an example to us all. She was not only respected, that comes with the crown, but I would say she was deeply loved by Canadians. That love, respect, and admiration was born not out of her position, but because of her person, the person she was, a woman of compassion and warmth, of grace and dignity, of mischief and joy, of wisdom and experience, and of a deep understanding of her people in Canada and throughout her realm. I, like most people in this House, most members of this House, have never known any other monarch. She was a constant in our lives, reigning by example, with hard work, calm under great stress and difficulty, persistence and the honoring of tradition, but always willing to adapt to a changing world. My earliest and most persistent memories of the Queen were from Christmas Day, year after year. And for as long as I can remember, I can still hear the voice of my mother ringing out throughout our house, "The Queen, the Queen," as we were all called to stop whatever it is that we were doing, gather around the television and watch Her Majesty deliver her annual message, a tradition I keep. Even with the internet, I watch it on television. She had the ability to reach into our home with a message that not only acknowledged the year that she and we had faced, but also with the confidence for the coming year, that those challenges would be met and that all in our world would be right and well. We saw Her Majesty mostly from a distance, even with her many visits to Canada, but I had a few opportunities to meet her in person. The first was in 1977, as we celebrated her first 25 years on the throne. The then Prime Minister, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, invited young Canadians who had excelled in the arts and sciences to a state dinner in Ottawa. Luckily for me, he also included some young Liberals, so we got in under the bar. They sent us a protocol sheet on how to meet the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, and it even had a note on how to eat our asparagus. We learned that we should not use a knife and fork, but pick them up with our fingers because that's what Her Majesty does. Who knew? We were nervous, but as the Queen entered the room, our shoulders dropped, her smile welcomed us, and each one of us had a chance to tell her our story, and she listened and she cared. To be in the presence of royalty is humbling. To be in the presence of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth was overwhelming, but in a sense of that kind of humility that she brought made us at ease. There's a story told of the Queen which may or may not be true. If it's not, it should be. Apparently she had a habit of occasionally escaping from her most favorite home, Balmoral in Scotland, and she would take her own car and visit shops in neighboring communities. One day she went into a shop and made a purchase, and the clerk at the store said, "You know, you look very much like the Queen." The Queen simply responded, "How very reassuring." Well, she might have been reassured that day, but, Madam Speaker, she spent her life reassuring us and we've been the richer for it. This is indeed a sad day. It's also a day for celebration, a day for celebrating a life well spent in the service to others. This House and parliaments around the realm will be filled with words of tribute, admiration, superlatives used to describe Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and they're entirely justified. She was our longest-serving monarch. She was respected around the world. She joined in our most important moments of joy, and often with a mischievous smile engaged with us. She gave us an example, made an example of her life for all of us on how to live a life of service, of duty, of dignity, and decency. She was remarkable. May she rest in peace and rise in glory, even as we say, long live the King. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
It's with great sadness, Madam Speaker, that I rise today to reflect on my part and on behalf of the constituents of Wellington Halton Hills, the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. While Queen Elizabeth was our Queen and our head of state, she was also a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. My thoughts are with King Charles and with the royal family. During my time as a Member of Parliament, I've been asked, who's the most important person you've ever met during your travels? My response has always been the Queen. She was a model of unflagging dedication to public service. At 21, she said, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." She spent her whole life fulfilling that commitment. During the Second War and before she became Queen, like a million Canadians, she served in the armed forces and trained as a mechanic. Madam Speaker, the Queen's reign began on February 6, 1952. At that time, Louis Saint Laurent was Prime Minister. Since then, she has worked with 12 Canadian Prime Ministers, and she has witnessed and overseen nation-building transformations of our country. For 7 decades, she did everything Canada asked of her without crisis or controversy. The Supreme Court became firmly established as the final court of appeal in Canada during her reign, ending the final appeals to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. On February 15th, 1965, she issued the royal proclamation that established our iconic red and white maple leaf as our national flag. In 1982, she came to this place, Parliament Hill, to sign the royal proclamation that repatriated our Constitution from the United Kingdom and reaffirmed our constitutional monarchy here in Canada. Queen Elizabeth was the only monarch I have ever known. She's the only monarch my wife Carrie and our children have ever known. She's the only monarch that Canadians, most Canadians, have ever known. She has been part of our lives over so many decades in so many ways. When my father was a young man in Hong Kong, Queen Elizabeth was his queen. When he immigrated to Canada in 1952, Queen Elizabeth remained his queen. Growing up as a young boy, myself, my cousins and I in Hong Kong used to exchange letters to keep up to date on what was going on in the family. We would write to each other, and on the letter mail we sent back and forth was a portrait of Her Majesty the Queen. In one direction, it said Canada, and in the other direction, it said Hong Kong. These stamps made me realize as a young boy that what bound us together between Canada and Hong Kong was not just family ties, but also institutions based on freedoms, liberties, and the rule of law. Today, millions of Hong Kongers remember fondly Queen Elizabeth, not just as a person, but as an institution that represented freedoms and liberties that are sadly being taken away. I remember as a young boy watching the patriation ceremony of 1982 here on Parliament Hill, where the Queen signed the Royal Proclamation that patriated our Constitution and established the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I also have fond memories of going to primary school in rural Ontario in the 1970s, where every single morning we would sing, "O Canada and God Save the Queen." For some, the Queen's passing has been an emotional time. My wife Carrie's auntie Pam, shared a memory with us on the Queen's passing and asked us to share it with others. On Saint Jean-Baptiste Day, on June 24th, 1959, my dad, myself, and a few friends were on the roof of my apartment building overlooking Westmount City Hall, where the Queen and Prince Philip were being presented with a jug of maple syrup. My father shouted to his friends to hurry up to the front of the building, and the royal couple heard him and looked up and smiled and waved. It made his day. The following day, Dad wanted us to drive to see the royal yacht Britannia and the Queen and Duke coming ashore. It was quite a long drive, and en route, a car door opened in front of us, and Dad had to swerve suddenly. On arrival at the ship, we walked a relatively short distance and were very close to the gangway. He suddenly collapsed and died instantly, and our lives changed dramatically. The Queen and Prince Philip had to delay disembarking from the yacht while an ambulance took Dad away. I've always wondered what the Queen was told about the delay in disembarking from the royal yacht Britannia. Madam Speaker, the Queen reigned so long, in fact, our longest reigning monarch, that her reign stretched across generations and across time. One would walk into a Royal Canadian Legion branch, small branch in some small community in rural Canada, and see a portrait of a very young woman about 25 years of age and suddenly realize that's the Queen. And realize that someone had carefully hung and preserved that portrait some 70 years ago on the wall of that Legion. Many Canadian families have cookie tins that were passed along from generation to generation of the coronation that took place in 1952 that are brought out at Christmas time and filled with the recipes that have been passed from family generation to family generation. Carrie and I had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty the Queen and Prince Philip in 2010 during one of the more than 20 times she came to Canada. It was at a state dinner at the Royal York Hotel where hundreds of guests were in attendance, and she greeted every one of those guests, patiently greeting them in a waiting line. And after dinner was completed, she met with the hotel workers who had served the dinner and cleaned the rooms, something she insisted on doing. Madam Speaker, let me finish by saying that we shall not see the likes of Queen Elizabeth again. We mourn her passing. May she rest in peace, and may she rise in glory.
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker,
paying my respects to the victims and the families of the horrible tragedy in Saskatchewan recently. I would also like to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. We are here today to pay our respects and commemorate the life of Queen Elizabeth II. In a world that changes and evolves at such a rapid pace, the Queen represented stability, service, and a quiet grace. She embodied duty and commitment to one's country. Madam Speaker, I would like to offer my condolences to the royal family and King Charles III. They have lost not only a queen, but a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. We know they are grieving at that loss, and our hearts go out to all of them.
Since learning of her death, Canadians have expressed their grief, as well as their admiration for the Queen. Many remember when she visited their community or when they were able to shake her hand. However, not all Canadians had the same experience with the Crown. Some people have much more mixed feelings, particularly Indigenous people.
Many felt a personal connection to the Queen as a kind, thoughtful, and compassionate individual. But the idea of a sovereign for Canada is a complex one for Indigenous peoples who have lived on this land long before Europeans arrived. This relationship between the Crown, Inuit, First Nations, and Métis is complex, continually evolving, and personal. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge that some people's reactions will be different. And that's entirely okay. That is what Canada is about. Being able to have different opinions and speaking about them in a respectful way. Speaking about them in a thoughtful way. And for many Indigenous peoples, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had a special and a personal role in Crown Indigenous relationships. And today we are here to recognize her extraordinary lifetime of service. And I will speak on Her Majesty's affinity for Northern Canada and, of course, her visits to Winnipeg and to other areas of Manitoba. Madam Speaker, the Queen has long showed love and respect for Canada. Queen Elizabeth II traveled on 23 royal tours of Canada, and she made a huge impact wherever she went, drawing crowds and touching hearts. Over the years, she made 4 trips to the beautiful northern and Arctic parts of our country, the first being in Yukon in 1959. This was quite a trip indeed. It was 2,600 kilometers of travel with over 45 days, and during that time she visited 90 towns and hamlets. During that first trip, famous Inuit carver HoC carved a beautiful stone image of the Queen. He had based the carving on a photograph from her coronation in 1952. However, in the photograph, her shoes were covered by her gown. So Mr. Apili carved the Queen in her bare feet and presented it to Prince Philip. The Queen once again visited the Arctic in 1970, and that included a stop all the way to Resolute in the high Arctic, as well as visits to Yellowknife and Iqaluit. For the duration of the trip, she had future King Charles alongside her. She visited Yellowknife again in 1994, where she dedicated the new Northwest Territory Legislative Assembly building. She then made her way to Nunavut, drawing crowds in Rankin Inlet, and attended celebrations to mark the upcoming creation of the territory, where she watched performances by Inuit and Dene artists. During her visit to Iqaluit in 2002, she was given a bouquet of Arctic flowers with Arctic cotton. It being her 3rd time in Nunavut, she made the effort to thank people in Inuktitut and tried her best to give the right pronunciation, which many, many people appreciated.
As for Northerners, Manitobans have fond memories of Queen Elizabeth's visits to our wonderful province and to my hometown of Winnipeg. The Queen visited Manitoba 6 times. In 1970, she visited 16 Manitoban cities to celebrate the province's 100th anniversary, accompanied by Prince Philip and 2 of their children, the future King Charles and Princess Anne. And we can also never forget that the Queen came to Saint-Pierre-Joli, to speak to Franco-Manitobans in 1970. And in 2002, the Queen and Prince Philip returned to Manitoba to mark the Queen's Golden Jubilee and to unveil the Golden Boy statue in the Manitoba Legislature.
And during the Queen's final visit to Manitoba in 2010, she unveiled a cornerstone at the site of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, following her arrival with Prince Philip as the first official passengers of Winnipeg's new James Armstrong Richardson's International Airport. That stone had been brought from the fields near Windsor Castle, where the Magna Carta was signed. And during that visit, she also crossed the magnificent Esplanade Riel to get to the Canadian Museum of Human Rights. Madam Speaker, the Queen passed on her virtues of service and responsibility to other members of her family, and her affinity for Northern Canada, which is obvious to King Charles. Our new king has been a strong advocate and an early voice in the effort to educate the public about the dangers and the effects of climate change. His work on climate change has a special resonance in the North, as the region is disproportionately affected by changes to the climate. Madam Speaker, during his visit to Canada, King Charles III has often spoken about climate change, and in 2009, he spoke in Newfoundland saying that climate change was a threat to all humanity.
In 2017 in Nunavut, he made quick, rapid changes. He mentioned rather that climate change was making rapid changes and causing damage. The king also addressed the people in this region and discussed Inuit culture. He went to Wales to study how we could normalize cultures from Inuktitut. I think that the king's special interest in the North and his commitment to causes such as climate change stem in part from his trips he took as a young man with the Queen. We can all learn from this example that the Queen has set with her sense of duty to the common good, her dedication, and her sense of responsibility.
Changes, evolution in communications and technologies through peace and conflict, Her Majesty the Queen served as a symbol of tradition and stability. She had a special love for Canada, and she was loved in return. Each time she visited, she drew enormous crowds from coast to coast to coast. In a rapidly changing world, one thing is for certain: there will be never another one quite like Queen Elizabeth II. Merci beaucoup, Miigwech.
Thank you very much.
Merci.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A woman, a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, a queen has died. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II incarnated in all her dignity and splendor the lasting nature of the state and duty correctly fulfilled. For 70 years, she was a source of inspiration for thousands of individuals across the world, even those who were not from the British Kingdom. She incarnated stability in an ever-changing world. Yet, Her Majesty was not born a queen. In history, through chance, Elizabeth did become the Queen of the British Empire. Her uncle, Edward VIII, ascended to the throne, and as we know, the hierarchy at the time, there were people before her in line for the throne, but her uncle stepped down. Less than a year after ascending to the throne, he abdicated. And fortunately, Edward VIII did do so, because unfortunately, he left his position, and he was even he was received by Nazis in 1937 and involved in that. And unfortunately, that man did step down. But fortunately, he was no longer in power when the war affected all of humanity. And it is his brother, George VI, the father of Elizabeth II, that fortunately was in power at the time, with a tremendous support from Winston Churchill. And thankfully, this was the case during this time. And let's talk about the Second World War. At that time, Elizabeth II became an inspiration for her people. When war broke out, thousands and millions of children, like many of them, she left her home. She had to go to the countryside to avoid the city. Of course, she was not just like anyone. She lived in a castle, but Elizabeth did stay in her country, which was being invaded by German planes and that were constantly bombarding her country. She did not leave her country, she stayed. When she was 18, she enrolled into the English army, like many of her compatriots. She could have stayed in her castle, but she put on her uniform and became a mechanic. And she served her country even though she was only 18. We remember the wonderful images that we saw of her image of her father and her sister wearing their uniforms in 1945. Few people know this, but it was a showing of joy for all humans. Elizabeth put her hat on and joined her people. She wanted to represent her people, and it was a historic moment as a queen. And that is what we call being close to one's people, despite the hierarchy of the time and the privilege that few people have. Madam Speaker, she became queen 70 years ago. And this morning I learned happily that she came Canada 22 times. And I was happy to learn that we received her the most. Canada did, rather. Whether you're a monarchist or not, whether you're pro or for the English, we respect the woman that she was. She made 22 visits to Canada. All my colleagues have told us that she came to their ridings, to their provinces, and she visited the 10 provinces and 3 territories. And it was to her honor. And that's why people were very close to her. She knew 20 prime ministers, the current prime minister, and going back in time to Louis Saint Laurent, whose writing bears his name. And in 1957, and I think it was the only time in history, according to my research, that the Queen pronounced the throne speech. Usually there's a representative here that does this. But it was very timely because we had the most George Diepenbaker in power at the time, who was one of the most favorable prime ministers of the monarchy. I was not a member here in the House then, but everyone said that he was overjoyed to receive Her Majesty here in the House of Commons to pronounce the throne speech. So, Madam Speaker, 12 prime ministers did know the Queen, and they were able to see her great qualities. I chose 3 prime ministers by chance, and they're all from the same political party. So I will quote Stephen Harper.
For 9 years. Quote, over the decades, Her Majesty traveled to every part of our blessed land. She loved Canada with all her heart and was truly one of us. Canadians returned her feeling with pride and very real affection. While Canada matured and prospered throughout the decade of her reign, the Queen was a vibrant symbol of continuity, stability, and progress. C'est la déclaration que le trésor...
That is the statement that the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister of the time, made. And, Madam Speaker, I also carefully listened to the words of the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney on two fundamental aspects of Her Majesty with respect to Canada and the world, apartheid namely, and the French fact in Canada. I quote, "The respect to bilingualism in Canada is very apparent. She speaks French perfectly. She wants to see the French language thrive. She has great respect for the unique role that Quebecers play. And one of the great achievements of Prime Minister Mulroney, and the Queen played a role in it. I often saw her," he said. "In my mind, there was no doubt. What we gained, the freedom of Nelson Mandela in South Africa and the end of apartheid, is what she wanted." And obviously, I listened with great pleasure. Interesting interview at Power and Politics.
Minister of Canada and his daughter, Catherine. Quote the Prime Minister Clark, "A remarkable human being, natural skills for diplomacy, the heart of the institutions." En français, je traduis.
In French, I translate. The Quebec's Queen's position isolates her, but she has never remained isolated. She goes out and sees her people. She treated everyone as her equal. Everyone said this. Everyone deserved to be listened to. She always learned about complex world issues, and she always did so with great seriousness. Her daughter, Catherine, also said during this interview,
"Ultimate boss lady." Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the three Prime Ministers who knew Her Majesty directly were all found her a source of inspiration. Madam Speaker, the Queen, as René Lévesque said, we cannot love the people if we don't love what the people loves. Even the Queen wanted to understand hockey. She was interested in it. We saw a wonderful image in Vancouver in 1922. Rather, 82. She was next to Wayne Gretzky. And Madam Speaker, let's remember that she did participate in the victory of the Montreal Canadiens when they played against the New York Rangers. She was only a princess at the time. It was in 1951. And the Gazette said,
"Proud watch couple." C'est comme ça que les gens l'ont accueilli.
And that's what people said at the time. Madam Speaker, today we are commemorating the memory and the sense of duty that Her Majesty the Queen showed brilliantly. King Charles III came to Canada 19 times. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to our late Queen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. But before I do so, I would first like to give my condolences to the families and the members of the James Smith Cree Nation in Saskatchewan, as they have just buried many of the dead and are suffering from the great tragedy that has beset them. I rise on behalf of many of the constituents of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill in paying my tributes and offering condolences to the royal family and to King Charles III. I say many because not everyone feels the same way about the monarchy or the Queen. And I think many of the members in this House have already referred to that. Our relationship with the monarchy is complex, and there's a history of colonialism, there's feelings from Indigenous people and from Francophones that do not always align with the monarchy. However, there are many people, including myself, that greatly admire the Queen and her life of service. The Queen embodied many things. One of them for me was family. Family has always been so important to me and to many of my constituents and many Canadians. And the Queen put family first. I believe that her example in being a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and caring for her family above all was one that was set for all of us and that we should all admire. When I think of the Queen, although I didn't have the opportunity to meet her as many people in this house have, I feel like I did meet her through my family. My grandmother, Marie Ellen Taylor, was born in England. She went to school in Ireland, and she moved to Canada as a young woman. I couldn't help but noticing all of the cookie tins, the plates, the china cups, the photos of the Queen in her home. And she was certainly proud of our Queen. She was proud as a Canadian. And she certainly shared that with all of us. But it wasn't just her dedication to family for me, it was also her great dedication to service. I think when we look at the over 7 decades that the Queen served, we see an example of exemplary service. She, above all, wanted to connect with people. She was Queen of the Commonwealth, and as so many have already mentioned, she loved Canada and visited us often. I believe that her connection to Canada was real and that she was not only connected to her subjects here from the past, but that she grew and changed as Canada grew and changed. Her acceptance and her desire to get to know so many parts of Canada and so many peoples was great. And there was a quote that I wanted to read that made it clear that she believed in inclusivity and respected multiculturalism in Canada. She stated, "It's the Queen of Canada that I am here. Queen of Canada and all Canadians, not just 1 or 2 ancestral strains. I would like the crown to be seen as a symbol of national sovereignty, a link between Canadian citizens of every national origin and ancestry." Later, she would say, "This nation has dedicated itself to being a caring home for its own, a sanctuary for others, and an example to the world." And her last message was to express solidarity and sympathy to the loved ones of those who tragically lost their lives on James Smith Cree Reserve as well. She cared about our issue. She cared about our country. But when I go back to her legacy of service and think about how she connected with people, Madam Speaker, she was the first Queen to have a televised wedding. Of course, it was the first time television was available. But she also initiated walkabouts. And many members in this House have spoken of how many hands she shook, how many people she saw personally, and all of the stories and memories that are written in the books of condolences. She definitely touched people. And I think that the importance of human connection and the recognition of individual dignity in the pursuit of good governance is one of Queen Elizabeth's legacies. In a speech given to the United Nations in 2010, she stated, "I know of no single formula for success, but over the years, I have observed that some attributes of leadership are universal and are often about finding ways of encouraging people to combine their efforts, their talents, their insights, their enthusiasm, and their inspiration to work together." It was this commitment to hope and unity that strikes a chord with so many who remember her lifetime of service, composure, and personal strength, and offer a profound example for us as democratic representatives of the Canadian people. I know that many will miss her as a strong female presence in our world over this very long period, a period of change and tumultuous times. She always offered a vision of faith and hope. And it's that faith and hope I believe that we still need as we move forward today. I know I'll miss her caring, stable presence in our world, and that many will. Her absence is a loss for us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always a privilege to rise in this House, but today I and all our colleagues do so with the heaviest of hearts. At around this moment last Thursday, it pleased Almighty God to call to His mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, to borrow the words of the first of many accession proclamations made last weekend. In the week which has intervened, we have witnessed, and indeed ourselves felt, the shock, grief, and reflections which have been felt in every corner of the globe ever since. For me, some of my own reflections have been upon the genuine honor and privilege I have had to have been received in audience by Her late Majesty on two occasions. First, as Speaker of the House, I was there to present with my Senate counterpart, Noel Kinsella, Speaker at the time, to present the addresses which both houses of our Parliament had voted to present Her late Majesty on the occasion of the 2012 Diamond Jubilee and following the 2013 birth of our future King, the current Prince George. Since the House has adopted an address to our new King Charles III, the Speaker may probably find himself having an audience soon with His Majesty to present him with our Parliament's formal condolences. And I'm reminded of the personal anecdote of that audience, Madam Speaker. Before you meet the Queen, or now the King, you're presented with a briefing on protocol. And we were all told what to do and what not to do. And I asked the protocol officer how we will know when the meeting ended. And he looked at me with a twinkle in his eye and he said, "Oh, you'll know." And sure enough, Madam Speaker, at one point in the conversation when it was clear Her Majesty had exchanged enough pleasantries, out came a box with a button on it. And she very gently started pressing on it. And moments later, the equerry came into the room and the meeting was over. I'm sure there are many people throughout Canada that wish that they had that kind of box when they're having meetings that they would like to get out of. On both occasions when I had that privilege, I can say that Her late Majesty's warmth and interest in Canadian matters remarkably shone through. Those various reports you might hear or read about Queen Elizabeth being incredibly well informed about Canadian and world matters certainly accord with my own personal experiences. Yet her love of Canada wasn't just about being well briefed on the news. Canada was tangibly present in her life. She made 22 official visits as Queen and one as Princess Elizabeth, more here than to any other country. Her longest visit to Canada in 1959 covered 45 days and 24,000 kilometers. On that trip, she performed her official duties with equal parts grace and grit as she fought through morning sickness to complete her grueling itinerary. Canada was very much her second home. On a royal tour in 1983 that included both the United States and Canada, as she prepared to fly from California to Vancouver, she told the press, "I'm going home to Canada tomorrow." Some members may be aware that Her late Majesty's favorite horse ever was Burmese, the first of the horses gifted by the RCMP, who was foaled in Fort Walsh, Saskatchewan. The Queen rode Burmese at every trooping of the colour for 18 consecutive years, from 1969 to 1988, and on many other occasions, like the time she was famously photographed riding with Ronald Reagan. When Burmese retired, the Queen never rode to the trooping of the colour again, preferring to travel by carriage. A statue of Queen Elizabeth riding Burmese can be found in Regina, the Queen's city, a city I proudly represent. And we know that the people of Saskatchewan were in her thoughts right up until the end. Her final public statement, a little over a week ago, was to the people of Saskatchewan, and specifically of the James Smith Cree Nation and Weldon, to tell them that she was grieving with them and mourning their loss. The day before that, we all saw the news and photos of her appointing a new British Prime Minister, her 15th. That Her late Majesty was working right up until literally her very last days in her mid-90s is a testament to her understanding of the responsibilities to which she was called by fate. When she was 21, she gave a radio address that has been replayed many times in recent days. In it, she declares that, quote, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." She was then a young woman, barely out of childhood, thrust by her uncle's unexpected abdication into a lifetime of service. It was an awe-inspiring promise for such a young person to make with such conviction. She knew, even at that young age, that there would be no relaxing retirement for her, however well earned it would have been. Her duties would end only in death, as indeed they did. In her last official photo, standing beside the fireplace at Balmoral, she exudes warmth and wisdom, though she must have known that the end of her service was only a few days away. She was duty personified to the very last. That devotion to service, which our late Queen typified for the near century she lived, which she witnessed her father demonstrated so remarkably, especially during the Second World War, all the more remarkable since neither of them had been meant to be the monarch from birth, are the same examples which our new sovereign, King Charles III, witnessed and felt firsthand. I'm sure we can have every confidence that His Majesty will follow in their footsteps and the footsteps of their many illustrious predecessors of the past 1,000 years. The memories, reflections, tributes, and appreciation expressed this past week have vividly recalled for all of us the majesty and magic of our constitutional monarchy, the continuity it provides, and the bedrock of stability it forms. Other countries may pledge allegiance to flags, which blow unpredictably with the political winds. But our allegiance is to the Canadian Crown that connects us in a direct line to the historic source of our Constitution. It is a living tradition of order and liberty that is renewed with each generation. The other day I was recalling how the role of the Crown in our parliamentary democracy reminded me of the so-called parable of Chesterton's fence. In his 1929 book, The Thing, G.K. Chesterton wrote of a fence that some reform-minded folks would tear down because they did not understand its purpose, while other, more cautious types would first seek to understand the original purpose of the fence and whether it was satisfying those needs. Basically, Mr. Speaker, the lesson is don't destroy what you don't understand. I suspect after this week, many more will truly understand the meaningful role of the Canadian monarchy, the Crown of Maples, and that will be yet one more legacy of Her late Majesty's remarkable reign. There is no doubt that the Crown has helped shape Canada, but we should not view the monarchy or the Crown as some kind of foreign institution. Canada and the Crown are intertwined, and Canada has had an impact on the Crown itself, Madam Speaker. Nos collègues francophones.
Our francophone colleagues in Quebec know that this is the history of our people here in North America. There are some very important events that occurred under the Crown.
It was the Quebec Act that first gave religious liberties to Catholics, paving the way for religious tolerance throughout the entire British Empire. That innovation that was used here in North America to help bring two peoples together changed the way Catholics and ultimately religious minorities were treated throughout the entire globe. We can take credit here in Canada for that legacy, the change that we effected on our system of government, but through that, throughout the entire world, throughout the entire British Empire. Because it was the Quebec Act that first established that principle, that you can be loyal to the sovereign while still practicing whatever faith you choose to do. When someone serves so diligently for as long as Queen Elizabeth did, it is tempting to think that they will continue forever. Perhaps that is why, although her death was not unexpected, it still moves us so deeply. We have lost someone who is part of the backdrop of our lives for as long as most of us in this House can remember. And though she is gone, we will be reminded of her for years to come. We will probably encounter her unexpectedly when we empty coins from our pockets or rummage for stamps at the back of a drawer, and we suddenly see that familiar regal profile again. In those moments, we will pause and smile as we remember the life of an extraordinary woman and an exemplary queen. God bless Queen Elizabeth, and God save the King. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in this House. It's particularly so today, given the reason we're here. And it's always a pleasure to speak when you're in the chair, I might add. Madam Speaker, last week when the world learned of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, I thought back in history about Winston Churchill, who was the Prime Minister upon her becoming Queen, and the Prime Minister when her late father passed away, King George VI. When the King died, Winston Churchill said, "It struck a deep and solemn note in our lives, which, as it resounded far and wide, stilled the clatter and traffic of 20th century life in many lands and made countless millions of human beings pause and look around them." The same could be said about the passing of his daughter. As we stop, pause, and reflect on her 96 years of life, the world has seen so much change. In her life, she witnessed it all. And in those extraordinary 96 years, in many circumstances, she was truly a trailblazer. For starters, as we've heard, Her Majesty was a fully trained mechanic, having joined the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service, and worked as a mechanic and a truck driver during the Second World War. As a member of the ATS, she was the first female of the royal family to be an active duty member of the British Armed Forces. And not surprising, she was also the last surviving head of state to have served during the Second World War. In 1953, it was her coronation on June the 2nd that was the first event televised to the tune of 27 million viewers around the world. On December 25th, 1957, she made history with her decision to televise her Christmas message 25 years after her grandfather, King George V, began the Christmas Day tradition on his radio address. Her Majesty modernized the way the royal family interacted with the public. It was during her visit to Australia in 1970 when the Queen set a precedent with the royal walkabout, shaking hands with public rather than appearing at a distance, and this is a tradition that continues today, Madam Speaker. And in 2011, Madam Speaker, she made history again by being the first British monarch in 100 years to visit Ireland. Of course, she was the longest-serving British monarch in history. There are so many firsts, Madam Speaker. Her Majesty also was an individual who embraced advances in technology. In 1969, the Queen expanded her universe, along with many other world leaders, of course, when she included a message of goodwill on the mission to the moon. These messages were transferred onto a silicone disc, which still sits on the moon's surface today. She sent her first email in 1976 from a British Army base, and she was an early believer in Facebook, signing on in 2010, which I'm pretty sure is much earlier than I joined Facebook, for that matter. Politically, over 70 years, we all know Her Majesty was head of the Commonwealth, linking more than 2 billion people worldwide, and she watched 14 different British prime ministers come into power during her time as monarch, starting with Winston Churchill up until our most recent British prime minister. In Canada, it was 12 prime ministers, from Louis St. Laurent, who we've heard about today, to our current prime minister. Speaking of Canada, time and again, Her Majesty marked Canada's modern history. Over the course of 70 years, 23 royal tours. Queen Elizabeth II saw this country from coast to coast to coast, and there was for every major milestone. It was no secret she loved this country. She would even proclaim it was good to be home when she would come to Canada. There were other details about her that bring a smile to her face. Her Majesty was a soccer fan and an avid Arsenal fan, and even invited the team for afternoon tea at the Palace in 2006. I'm to understand she had a sweet tooth and had a piece of chocolate cake every day, and including on her birthday, and she shared it with all of her staff and the people in the Palace. The Queen took delight in her stamp collection. It was built on the collection of her father and previous monarchs and filled about 300 albums. But heaven forbid you see her handbag over her arm, because it was a sign to staff that she was bored with the person she was speaking to. So my colleagues, beware. If I ask where my handbag is when you're speaking, you now know why. I expect I'll be doing it a lot when the opposition is asking questions during question period. While the Queen served with dedication, sincerity, and loyalty, she equally committed to her family. As a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, she clearly took great pleasure in her family. I want to pause about some personal reflection of my own. I was born in Thunder Bay, Madam Speaker, and one of probably my earliest memory of Her Majesty was when she came to Thunder Bay or Fort William in 1973. It was a big event. The streets swelled with people. The people's pride swelled. But it was, and it left a permanent impression on everybody there, including a young man like myself. But it was also marked by an occasion of a challenge with the protocol, you might say. The mayor at the time was a rather gregarious individual and reached out and touched the Queen in a way that nobody should. And in traditional British fashion, the media reported it. Photographs appear to show the mayor exercising a certain familiarity. That is an understatement, I would say, Madam Speaker. But she had a presence everywhere I went. I walked into my classroom. I walked into many courtrooms. I was a lawyer, just to be clear. And she was always there looking over us. She was a fixture in our lives since the day everybody in this chamber was born. And she will be for the rest of our lives, I should add. I had the honor to meet His Royal Highness King Charles III when he and the Queen Consort came to Canada this past May. And I know I speak on behalf of the Government of Canada, all Canadians, the people of Etobicoke Lakeshore, when I wish him the very best as he takes on his new responsibilities. He has big shoes to follow. And to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, rest in peace, ma'am. You certainly deserve it. Long live the King.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with sorrow that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I offer condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and the entire royal family. Queen Elizabeth II was probably the most well-known woman in the entire world. She was an inspiration to hundreds of millions of people. Her grace, her service, her kindness, her leadership, her example.
While Canada mourns the loss of our monarch, who was the longest reigning monarch, we remember her historic service to the Commonwealth of Nations, her grace, her leadership, and her kindness. Kindness that inspired so many and left an impact on hundreds of millions of lives.
At 96 years of age, she has been with us for all of our lives, or the vast majority. We knew that she wouldn't be with us forever, but even still, her passing came as a surprise, because she was in the public's eyes even a couple days beforehand, meeting with the new Prime Minister of Britain, Liz Truss. Outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson said on that day that she was bright and focused, and that his weekly meetings with the Queen were wonderful moments of tranquility and a fantastic break from everything else. There is a sense of loss, national loss, and personal loss. I started collecting stamps when I was a child back in the 60s. Back then, you could send a letter across Canada for 4 cents. Then it was 5 cents, 6 cents, 8 cents, and now we don't even put a numerical value on the stamps. Hers was the lovely face on it. On our pennies, and I do have a jar full, nickels, dimes, quarters. On one side is maple leaf, beaver, caribou, the blue nose schooner, and on the other side is her face. We literally carried her with us. She was not only the Queen of Britain, but also the Queen of Canada, our Queen, and the longest serving Queen in Commonwealth and British and Canadian history. Madam Speaker, Canada is the third most enduring democracy in the world. No small feat. Only the United Kingdom and the United States have been democracies for longer. The stability of our parliamentary system contrasts with so much of the rest of the world which has undergone revolutions, wars, or under oppressive rule. We are a constitutional monarchy whereby the Queen and now the King are the official head of a state under the rule of law and of Parliament chosen by the people. The roots of our freedom trace back to the Magna Carta Libertatum, which is Latin for the Great Charter of Freedoms, signed to make peace between King John in 1215 and unhappy barons some 800 years ago. There are symbols of the crown everywhere, the country and government, here in Parliament. For example, the mace, which is right before us here, is a symbol of the authority of the sovereign Queen, now the King, and the power of the House of Commons. The crown is the institution upon which our entire system of government rests. It's on the authority of the crown that we uphold democracy, peace, justice, and order in Canada. We should never doubt that the crown is indeed a Canadian institution. Madame le Président.
Madam Speaker, during the American Revolution, Quebec had the opportunity to join the other American colonies. And we shouldn't forget that the British had only conquered New France about 15 years before that. But French Canadians decided that it was a much better idea to remain a colony under the King and the British Parliament in order to best preserve their language, their religion, and their freedoms. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth was proud that Canada was a francophone nation, and she insisted on speaking to us in French on every possible occasion.
Exemplified service and set the standard for all leaders to follow. As has been mentioned, on her 21st birthday in 1947, she broadcast to the world from South Africa, "I declare to you before that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And Queen Elizabeth II did live a life of service. In fact, she served in the military during World War II against Nazism as a second lieutenant. On her first televised speech in 1957, she said, "I cannot lead you into battle. I do not give you laws or administer justice. But I can do something else. I can give you my heart and my devotion." Happily, she did live a long life. On August 28th, just a few days before her passing, I organized an outdoor ceremony to award Platinum Jubilee Awards in honor of the Majesty's 70th year of reign and in recognition of my constituents' dedication to community service. It was a very special time, recognizing some of the well-known people and others that aren't well-known. I think of one gentleman who for many years has carried with him he's walked for about 10 kilometers a day, and with him he brings a garbage bag just and collects garbage along his way. He says it's just, he wants to keep it fit, but we all benefit from his service. On her Platinum Jubilee, when it comes to how to mark 70 years as your Queen, she said, there is no guidebook to follow. It really is a first. I remain committed to you, serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. And she says, while I may not have attended every event in person, my heart has been with you all. The Queen had her own style. According to her biographer, as the Queen was quite petite, she felt that it was important to be seen in order to be believed. With that in mind, she chose to wear outfits of bright colors in her public engagements. With color-coordinated hats and umbrellas, it was hard to lose sight of the Queen, even when it was raining cats and dogs. She kept the same style for decades, monochromatic, being colorful, eye-catching, yet unflashy. She said that no one would recognize her if she wore more drab clothing. She once said that grief is the price that we pay for love. As we grieve the passing of the Queen Elizabeth II, it's because of our affection for her. And this sorrow is in response to the love that she had for her subjects over many, many years. Madam Speaker, as a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I join my colleagues in offering my full support to our new King, His Majesty King Charles III.
As a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I join my colleagues in offering my full support to our new King, His Majesty King Charles III.
The King, long may he reign. And with this final quote of the Queen, I close. Each day is a new beginning. I know that the only way to live my life is to do what is right, to take the long view, to give it my best that all the day brings, and to put my trust in God. Thank you.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Official Languages.
I'm truly honored to be able to address the House of Commons today on this historic occasion in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. For the past 7 decades, she's been a constant in our world and in our lives. Through good times and through challenging times, through a dozen prime ministers here in Canada and even more in the United Kingdom, through all of the rapid social and technological changes that have marked the years since she ascended to the throne in 1952 as the Queen of Canada, as our Queen, she has always been there. It meant...
And now, unfortunately, she is no longer there. But despite the fact that she is not with us anymore, we have seen the proof every day since the announcement of her passing. She will never be forgotten.
From around the world, she truly was a remarkable woman, and her memory will live forever. And the memories of her will not just be of who she was as a queen, but I would say as who she was as a person. Despite living her life constantly in the public eye from the time that she was born, she unfailingly lived up to the enormous pressures that were put upon her. She was warm and she was a compassionate person. She displayed grace and wisdom. She believed in serving her country, serving the Commonwealth. These are qualities all of us should aspire to.
For the purposes of this occasion, Madam Speaker, I will concentrate and focus my remarks today on the 4 times that she visited our region of Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, and on the impact that she's had on people in our corner of the country in Brunswick.
To Moncton in 1951, Her Royal Highness, the Princess Elizabeth, then the Duchess of Edinburgh, visited our historic park named for her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria.
One of my fellow Monktonites reminded me this week of how school children were transported by bus to that park in November to welcome the young princess. And she also told me how, at the age of 10 years, she was touched by the beauty of Elizabeth and as well by the presence of Prince Philip. The royal couple were there right in front of her for this little girl who had spent much time collecting pictures of the royal couple. It was a very special moment.
Said that it must have been a fine day, but she couldn't really remember the details. It was all so thrilling, she said. The day just seemed to glow. Madam Speaker, I have to tell you, I live near Victoria Park, and I walk through the park whenever I'm home. It is, in fact, a beautiful place, but I also have to admit that a fine day in the park in November in New Brunswick was no means guaranteed. I can only guess that it was, in fact, the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh who made the day shine so bright in my constituents' eyes. As we all know, it would only be 3 short months after her visit to Moncton that the Princess Elizabeth, a young wife and mother of 2 toddlers, would suddenly lose her beloved father, King George VI, and take the burden of the crown all in an instant.
The young Princess Elizabeth would never have imagined at that time that she would be wearing the crown for the next 7 decades, and that she would become, for so many of us, not only a monarch, but also a maternal figure, and eventually a grandmother to us all.
Also never have imagined that day that in 70 years on the throne, she would never once falter in her duty, and that she would remain a symbol of grace and distinction for so many of us.
Queen Elizabeth then came back to Moncton and to Victoria Park just 8 years later, but this time as our sovereign. It was during that royal visit of summer 1959, which has remained the most memorable for the people of New Brunswick. At that time, the Queen and Prince Philip had just begun a cross-Canada tour when a violent storm hit the Northumberland coast in New Brunswick.
35 men and boys, all but 4 of them from the tiny village of Escoumnac, New Brunswick, were forever lost to sea. Upon hearing of the tragic news, and throughout her 45-day royal tour in Canada, Her Majesty continued to ask regular updates about the disaster. However, upon arriving in the Yukon Territory, the Queen, she suddenly fell ill. We know now she was secretly suffering through morning sickness in the first trimester of her pregnancy, and when she confided this to the Prime Minister, John Diefenbaker, he suggested she and Prince Philip should shorten their tour. It was also suggested to her that perhaps the sovereign use the New Brunswick leg of her tour to simply rest once they arrived to our beautiful province. Meh.
But the Queen didn't want to hear anything about such an idea. And not only did the royal couple respect all of their engagements in New Brunswick, but they even added others, taking the time to meet the widows and the orphans of the Escoumnac disaster on the pier in Pointe du Chêne, where the royal yacht Britannia had been docked. And there on the pier, over a summer day, our Queen herself, a young wife and mother, did her best to comfort those who were grieving, switching with ease from English to French as needed to properly console them.
In Daily Times, the newspaper of the day, among the mothers and wives weeping on the wharf was none other than Her Majesty herself. It has been said many times, the stoicism and resolve Queen Elizabeth II demonstrated throughout her life was something all in the realm have brightly admired. And in this instant, during the time of terrible tragedy in our province, her resolute strength surely gave everyone great courage.
But in our little corner of New Brunswick, on that day, the compassion in her heart briefly took the place of her great strength of stoicism, and all New Brunswickers were touched to see Queen Elizabeth II so openly express her sadness.
It was later reported the royal couple broke precedent and donated an undisclosed but generous sum to the fund set up for families of the lost. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip's gift inspired people around the world to donate to the cause as well. And New Brunswick have never forgotten that kind gesture on their part. The Queen and the Prince visited New Brunswick again in 1984, during much happier times, and then nearly 2 decades later in 2002. Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh returned to Moncton for that area for their final visit.
Next week, Madam Speaker, it'll be 20 years since she visited us during her Golden Jubilee tour. During that visit, she took the opportunity to help the people of my hometown of Dieppe celebrate their 50th anniversary. During that visit, she also opened the new passenger terminal of what is now Romeo Leblanc International Airport for Greater Moncton, because she wanted to honor the welcome that the people of Moncton had for the thousands of travelers who were blocked at the airport following the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks.
And throughout her glorious reign, Her Majesty was there for the people of New Brunswick, in good times and also in bad times, just as she was there for the people throughout the Commonwealth. We will never forget her. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude my remarks with a story, not about our departed Queen, but rather our new King. It is a story that was never publicly reported and really not widely known. While the tragedy of Escuminik is fading in the memory for many New Brunswickers, some of the darkest days in Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe's history are unfortunately still painful memories for many of my constituents.
8 years ago, following a shooting in our community, 5 members of the RCMP were shot, including 3 who were killed. At the time, I was working within the Victims Coordination Services for the RCMP in Kodiak.
In the aftermath was something impossible to describe in words. Thankfully, messages of support from the public and private came from around the world, and they really helped our people heal. One of those private messages of support came from His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales himself, who also sent personal letters and bouquets of flowers to the wives of the 3 fallen RCMP members.
It was maybe just a small gesture, but it was also a reminder that in our most difficult moments, grace does still exist in this world. This considerate and kind gesture for others from our future king is the sort of thing that we all learn from our parents, but only if we're lucky enough.
Wales has had a good fortune for having his mother with him for the past 73 years, and she has been a shining example. God bless the Queen, and God bless the King. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Brantford Brent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the royal family during this most heart-wrenching time. Her Majesty's sense of duty to Canada, along with her commitment to other members of the Commonwealth, was continuously demonstrated through her noble actions, and I know I speak for many when I say we are forever grateful for her devotion to this country. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. These are the famously remembered remarks from the speech that Princess Elizabeth made on her 21st birthday in 1947. This vow was more than promised, it was undeniably fulfilled. In 1951, 2 years prior to her coronation, Princess Elizabeth made a visit to my riding of Brantford Brant. It was the first of 3 times that Her Majesty visited my riding. Accompanied by her husband, Prince Philip, the couple passed through the city on their way to review cadets at the Royal Military College in Kingston. Again in 1984, Her Majesty made her second visit to Brantford. Over 4,000 people, including myself and my parents, gathered at Her Majesty's Royal Chapel of the Mohawks, one of Canada's 3 royal chapels, where she unveiled a plaque recognizing the chapel as Upper Canada's first Anglican church and declared the land as a Canadian National Historic Site for being the oldest surviving church in Ontario. On that same tour, she visited the Six Nations of the Grand River, which is also located in my riding. The Six Nations commemorate the close ties between the Six Nations and the British Crown annually on Victoria Day by organizing a bread and cheese day. As many know, my riding is also known as the Telephone City. Alexander Graham Bell's family immigrated to Canada, and they settled on a small piece of farmland just outside the city. On Her Majesty's 3rd and final visit to Brantford in 1997, she paid a visit to the Bell Homestead, the historic site where Alexander Graham Bell first founded the telephone, acknowledging the achievements made by Mr. Bell along with his significance in Canadian history. On this tour, the Queen also dined at the Old School restaurant, which is still in operation today and is adorned with photos preserving that moment in history for their customers to continue to enjoy. I am thankful that many constituents across my riding have taken the time to contact my office, sharing the memories of her visits and expressing the feelings they had when she came: excitement, joy, hope, and kindness, and that her presence was unforgettable. The Queen's visits to Brantford are purely just one illustration of how, during her reign, she was a vigorous participant in Canadian historic evolution and was a genuine advocate for the future success of our country. Over her 70 years, Queen Elizabeth made 22 official trips to Canada. Throughout her reign, she witnessed the rise and fall of 12 prime ministers. Canada was the country that the Queen spent the most time in. Thus, I think it's safe to say that the Queen had a special place here in Canada, and we are thrilled to serve as her home away from home. Her Majesty's commitment to Canada only just began when she was crowned Queen of the United Kingdom in 1952 and became the first monarch to open the doors of our Parliament in 1957. Queen Elizabeth was the first monarch to be crowned Queen of Canada and dedicated her life to public service. Following the unforgettable footsteps of her great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who had approved the Federation Act of 1867, Queen Elizabeth II went on to grant the Constitution Act of 1982 its royal assent. It was her influence on this legislation that laid the foundation for Canada to amend its constitution and allowed the Charter of Rights and Freedom to become law, permitting Canada to enter a new era, an era full of patriotism and pride. Millions of people around the world, in Canada and across the other 14 countries in which the Queen was head of state, are mourning. During her reign, Elizabeth traveled to 117 countries, including 56 Commonwealth states, and presided over 2.5 billion residents. She was undoubtedly the world's most traveled world leader, and her visits certainly played an important role in spreading democratic values throughout the globe throughout the last 70 years. In her 1947 speech, she encouraged everyone to make the Commonwealth freer, happier, more prosperous, and a more powerful influence for good in the world. To accomplish that, she said we must give nothing less than the whole of ourselves, and she did exactly that, and we must continue to uphold that vow. Her Majesty's commitment to all realms of the Commonwealth will forever be cherished, and her leadership, commitment, and inspiration will forever live on. The passing of Her Majesty was heartbreaking. Serving as the United Kingdom's longest reigning sovereign, there is no doubt that the mark she left is truly monumental. It has been both an honor and a privilege serving the citizens of Brantford Brant as her member of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. She showed us how to lead, gave us hope, and set the best example of service above self. And to that, we owe her enormous gratitude. May God grant her eternal rest. And now I'd like to take this opportunity and stand very proudly as a member of the riding of Brantford Brant and swear my allegiance to King Charles III. God save the King. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I too have the sad privilege to rise and express my heartfelt sympathy and the sympathy of my constituents to our Sovereign King Charles III and his family at a time as they mourn their beloved mama, their grandmother, their great-grandmother, our late Queen Elizabeth II. Aujourd'hui, nous réfléchissons.
Today, we are reflecting on the 70 years of service that our Queen, as head of state, gave, who played a central role in the life of Canadians.
Life today have known no other head of state. Many governments and parliaments have come and gone, while she, the Queen, has remained. Queen Elizabeth II and her husband, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, visited the Yukon for 2 days on their tour of Canada in 1959. To illustrate this memorable visit, I've shared an old Pathé clip on my social media pages outlining the royal couple's tour through the so-called romantic Yukon. Of course, 64 years ago, Whitehorse, only recently named the territorial capital, was quite a different place. Streets were still unpaved, some houses still lacked indoor plumbing. The great era of Yukon stern wheelers had ended only a few years before, and with a thriving army base, there remained a substantial military presence in the community. There are still Yukoners who remember proudly that visit, including that the power went out one night in Whitehorse, leaving the royal couple in the dark overnight. During their visit, they toured the McBride Museum and boarded a special royal train on the White Pass and Yukon Railway for a short trip to the edge of the town. Pregnant with her third child and experiencing a teensy bit of morning sickness, Her Majesty elected to refrain from travelling further, while the Duke of Edinburgh flew to both Dawson and Mayo on the 4-engine de Havilland Heron. The pilot, Prince Philip himself. As another reminder of the Yukon at that time, when Philip returned to the city, he was able to taxi the plane right up to the door of the VIP house, then located on the escarpment side of the airport, although since then relocated downtown. When the royal party insisted on greeting Yukoners in an open car on their tour, officials had to look for willing drivers on the street to lend a car to the royals for the day. A suitable car was indeed found in a brand new Ford Fairlane convertible driven by cashier miner Vincenzo Caparelli. It was a very special visit. To revisit this occasion is to remind us of the relationship that the Yukon and many Yukoners enjoy with the Crown. Les Canadiens ont ressenti.
Canadians have felt various emotions. For some, it was like losing a family member. And others are reflecting upon her service and her role without going any further. But those who feel the burn of the colonial past, her loss may bring forth more painful memories.
A broad spectrum of emotions and arguments can be expressed publicly, sometimes simultaneously, and shared with others respectfully. There are few other countries beyond the Commonwealth of Nations where the head of state was able to rise above the political fray, providing continuity, compassionate engagement, and a longevity and foresight that elected governments focus primarily on the next election often overlook to their detriment. The Crown, as an institution, now represented by King Charles III, will take on that role as someone removed from the changing winds of partisanship as the elected chambers in Canada have been since his ancestor Queen Victoria first granted Canada responsible government almost 200 years ago. La Couronne du Canada.
The Crown is an important step between the state and the government. It took particular importance during the climate crisis that was felt worldwide, and given Canada's ongoing path to reconciliation.
Treaties and proclamations signed between the state and Indigenous peoples of the past and modern era are between Indigenous citizens and the Crown. We know that elected governments have not always honoured those agreements as they should have, and some have ignored them entirely, leading to devastating results and a legacy of trauma that repeatedly plays out in tragedy. The James Smith Cree murders that we stood silent for in the House this morning are the most current and painful reminder of the harm done through Canada's colonial practices presided over by our monarchy. But healing can and will continue. In His Majesty's visit to Canada as Prince of Wales earlier this year, he met with survivors of residential schools and called on Canadians to listen to the truth and lived experience of Indigenous peoples, saying, "We have a responsibility to listen, understand, and act in ways that foster relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada." As a British-born Canadian of Irish and Scottish descent, and with my own mother who grew up in India's Raj, I recognize the difficult symbolism held within the Crown in my own ancestral homelands. As a settler Canadian, I see the parallels in the colonial projects across centuries, but I also recognize how the Crown has evolved to recognize the harm done in its name, whether abroad or in Canada.
Earlier this week, during his first visit to Northern Ireland, King Charles met with leaders and politicians and spoke of the importance of reconciliation in a remarkable dialogue and act of conciliation, thus continuing the Queen's goodwill that she sparked during the last years of her reign.
on the occasion of King Charles's first visit to Canada, that he will continue to express a will to listen and engage with Indigenous peoples, and indeed all Canadians on this journey to reconciliation across the country. I finish today by saying that out of this period of mourning, that hope and reconciliation will continue to build for a better tomorrow. What Canadian would not agree, and what better legacy could we want from our Queen? In offering our condolences for his bereavement, and as we recall the compassion, poise, and grace that his mother brought to her role for 70 years as our head of state, moving Canada from a young country constrained by old ideas to a mature nation on a path to inclusiveness and prosperity, we deliver our best wishes for our new King's reign. Long live King Charles III. Thank you, merci, Ganashish, Jonathan Masicho.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with sadness in our hearts that we are gathered here today to pay tribute to an absolutely all-encompassing, and sometimes when you begin to think about the impact that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had, not only on the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, but the entire world, our hearts grieve at the tremendous loss for all of us. And in particular, those of us with whom she had impact with, both here in Canada, especially a country that she visited so often, I think the most often visited country outside of the UK. We were beloved by Her Majesty, and we loved her back. And the hole that she leaves in all of us and here in Canada is huge. But her legacy will live on, and the impact that she made will continue for generations to come. I'd like to start by extending to the royal family my deepest and heartfelt sympathies, to the royal family and to all those who are grieving the loss of Queen Elizabeth II. The stability that Her Majesty brought to the role as Queen was something that all leaders can only aspire to and hope to provide to the people that they represent and serve. When I think back on the years that she served and all the turmoil that our world has gone through in the time of her service and throughout her lifetime, it's rather remarkable. She was raised as a child in the time of global turmoil. She knew what it was to be in the midst of World War II and World War conflict. And in that time, she knew what it was to have her family be under threat of attack. She probably experienced fears like everyone else and wondered what the future would hold. And even at that stage, beginning to feel a bit of the weight that was going to come upon her when she ascended to the throne. Hard to believe that during her reign, she served no less than 12 prime ministers, from the Right Honorable Louis St. Laurent through to our current prime minister. She served 15 United Kingdom prime ministers, beginning with the one-of-a-kind and one and only Sir Winston Churchill. What a way to begin her reign as Queen, in serving alongside and with Mr. Churchill. Through to just 2 days prior to her passing, swearing in her 15th Prime Minister, Prime Minister Liz Truss. She was there during the time of the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. She was Queen when Apollo 11 made the first moon landing. She was there during the Vietnam War and experienced what the world was going through during that time. She's been there and experienced the joy of seeing the first ever woman elected as Prime Minister of the UK, and that being Margaret Thatcher. She also was there in our history for the repatriation of Canada's Constitution and the establishment of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Her Majesty was there during the terrible tragedy of Chernobyl's nuclear disaster. She was also there for the fall of the Berlin Wall. She was with us during the time of the Gulf War. She was also there for the end of the apartheid. She was there to witness the end of strife in Northern Ireland. She was also with us through the tragedy of 9/11, the war in Afghanistan, and of course she was there when our world experienced the banking crisis and mortgage crisis and the Great Recession of 2008, 2009. She witnessed the start of the Arab Spring. And of course, more recently, she has been with us through COVID-19. Throughout the vicissitudes and the ups and downs that our world has gone through, Her Majesty has remained a beacon of stability, hope, and strength and courage. No matter what our world was going through, whenever Her Majesty spoke, she spoke with a calmness and a resoluteness that resonated with all the people that she had influence over. She bore many titles. She's referred to as the Queen, referred to as the head of the Commonwealth, our sovereign, and Her Majesty. But it has been said of the Queen that her most preferred title, her favorite title, was Her Grace. She loved to be referred to as Her Grace. And as the story goes, she wanted to be referred to as that and loved that title because she felt very much, deeply, that she was in the role that she was in as Queen because of the grace of her Lord and Savior. She took that role very seriously because she saw it as a fulfillment of her calling here on earth. I quote Her Majesty at the time of her coronation, and she said, "Therefore I am sure that this, my coronation, is not the symbol of power and a splendor that are gone, but a declaration of our hopes for the future and for the years I may be, by God's grace and mercy, be given to reign and serve as your Queen." The Queen bore witness to the importance of faith in her life and in our world through all kinds of circumstances. She celebrated the joys of our seasons and reflected upon her faith in her annual Christmas addresses that many of us remember with fondness. And I'm sure, as we all know, she drew strength in times of crisis and tragedies from her faith, and she would share that with all of those of us who would hear her messages. See, she was not immune to the sufferings of her people. And not only was she the Queen, she was also a mother, a grandmother, a wife, great-grandmother, and an aunt. And she experienced all that those roles can bring to a person's life and emotions. See, Her Majesty experienced the death of her father in 1952 and became our sovereign at the young age of 25. In August of 1997, we all remember the tragic loss of Princess Diana. She's also endured the passing of her husband in recent years. She understands stress and strain and times of turmoil that face all of us in our lives. But she added that added component that when you're a leader, where do you go when your heart is heavy and you're grieved with the affairs of the people you feel a responsibility for. Where does the Queen go when her heart is overwhelmed? Where did the Queen go when she felt like she needed to talk to someone? Well, she tells us, and she expresses it to us, and where she got her strength. She said, "I know just how much I rely on my faith to guide me through the good times and the bad. Each day is a new beginning, and I know that the only way to live my life is to try to do what is right, to take the long view, to give my very best in all that the day brings, and to put my trust in God." To many of us, our beliefs are of fundamental importance. She said, for me, the teachings of Christ and my own personal accountability before God provide a framework in which I try to lead my life. I, like so many of you, have drawn great comfort in difficult times from Christ's words and examples. Today, it is my hope in this house that where the Queen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, found comfort would also be the source of our comfort, that we would look to the same one that she, the Queen, looked to and find great joy and comfort in the midst of deep sorrow and loss, knowing that our hope goes beyond here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God save the King, and may God continue to bless and keep Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, there's a story that's told quite fondly back home of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. During a visit to St. John's in 1997, she was invited to tour the historic Purity factories, which are the purveyors of such Newfoundland delicacies as peppermint knobs and hardtack. And at one point, she stopped next to a worker in the factory in his white factory coat and his hairnet, and watched with him as the belt went by, filled with rum and butter kisses or some such. There was a prolonged silence because the worker was at a complete and total loss for words, with the monarch, the Queen of Canada, standing right next to him, until she politely inquired, "What is it exactly that you make here?" And he immediately answered, before she even had a chance to finish her question, $12.75 an hour, Your Majesty. Now, I don't even know if that story is true, but I sure want it to be. We all did at the time. In a time before Facebook, it was the kind of story that leapt over backyard fences. It moved so fast, and people laughed at it so good-naturedly because we saw ourselves in it. The awkwardness of the poor fellow being chosen to answer the questions of the Queen, who had unexpectedly stopped next to him, of all people. Maybe it was the practical nature of Newfoundlanders who assume that when you're first asked, what is it exactly that you make here, you're referring to what it is you earn. And only perhaps, upon a second question, what it is you produce. Or perhaps it was because we all knew that if this Queen asked you the question, what is it exactly that you make here, it wasn't because she was asking about what you make, it was because she was asking about you. That's how we saw her. That's how we knew her. A gentle smile under a broad-brimmed hat, purse at her wrists, flowers in her hands, walking along lines and lines of people in parks, in malls, in factories, stopping every few steps with polite inquiries here and there, a handshake, a laugh, and then moving along, unfailingly happy to be in the presence of others with never a sign of fatigue or disinterest, day after day, month after month, year after year, every year of our lives. Of our lives. She was a constant. She was a constant. And it feels like there are so few constants in our lives anymore. Maybe that's why so many of us were surprised, not so much by her passing after such a long and rich life, but by our reaction to it. In what seems to be such a tumultuous time, a pandemic, a war in Europe, global events taking on such careening velocity with all of our technology, her constant presence calmed, it soothed, it inspired. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, understood her role as the head of the Commonwealth, the formality, the responsibility, the obligation. But her brilliance was in finding a way to communicate her humanity while maintaining her mystery, to resort to quiet conversation and not broadcast, to find some corner of our lives in which to take root and to always be there, unfailingly. She understood more than most how we starve for constance in our lives. Even if she was only in the corner of our eye on TV as we made supper for the kids, a fleeting image on our phones as we took the bus home from work, there again, in her hat, the line of people, her smile, her purse, her laugh. Some of those people were in on the joke with her. They know why she laughed. They know how she soothed. Great story aside, that fellow at Purity Factories knows exactly what she said, and he will never forget it. Heads of state, presidents, prime ministers, all humbled by her presence, to whom she gave searingly good advice that came from experience, that came from having as her first British prime minister to come calling Sir Winston Churchill. No matter your station, she was a constant, unfailing, unflinching. She was our North Star, now snuffed out. In the days ahead, we are going to notice a sky a little emptier and realize what we had all along: a steadfast guardian of our Constitution, an embodiment of the higher calling offered by public service, and the face and voice that we could rely on in troubling times. For now, we are burdened by our sadness and for our loss, but in the days to come, we will be buoyed by the example she set and the comfort that she offered. Madam Speaker, on behalf of my constituents and all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I extend our most sincere condolences to His Majesty the King of Canada, the royal family, and to the people of the Commonwealth and around the world who are mourning the passing of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, perhaps the greatest servant to the people any nation has ever known. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's both a great honour and a sad responsibility to stand in this House today on behalf of the people of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in this special commemorative session. For me, today is another one of those moments that so many of us never imagined being part of. I think that we are all still in a bit of shock because despite her advanced age, we really hadn't begun to think about or contemplate a world without the only head of state that most of us have known for our whole lives. It's an inspiring reminder of just how long and in how many ways the Queen served all of us, to note that not only was she our longest-serving monarch, but Queen Elizabeth was among the dwindling group of veterans who proudly served in World War II. In early 1945, as a young woman of 19, she joined the British Auxiliary Territorial Service, becoming the first female member of the royal family on active duty, where she served in non-traditional roles in learning how to drive and maintain vehicles, an interest she maintained for the rest of her life. When we think of her long reign, it's important to remember that her succession to the throne really was doubly unexpected. In 1936, the unexpected abdication of her uncle, King Edward VIII, made her heir to the throne at age 11. Then, the early and equally unexpected death of her father, King George VI, in 1952, thrust her into the role of queen at the age of 26. Yet Queen Elizabeth seems to have intuitively understood from the beginning that the role of constitutional monarch requires a broad knowledge and a depth of understanding of both politics and world affairs in order to carry out the role of queen effectively. And she worked very hard at making sure that she was fulfilling that role in the best way that she could. She knew that, though her powers were in fact very few, they remained very significant. Now, my apologies here for still being a bit of a recovering political scientist, even after 11 years in the House, but I do think an understanding of the role of constitutional monarch is important to understanding just how good a Queen Queen Elizabeth II was. By the 1860s, British constitutional scholar Walter Badgerow famously asserted that only 3 rights remained to the British sovereign: the right to be consulted, the right to encourage, and the right to warn. A clear statement of the line between governing and reigning in a constitutional monarchy. And while the Queen could exercise those rights in private, other important functions of the monarchy always required that those rights be exercised only in private. Those other important functions are to serve as a guarantee of constitutional government, a guarantee of continuity of government, and to provide a symbol of national unity above politics. It was the passage of the Statute of Westminster by the UK Parliament in 1931 that created a separate Canadian monarchy in law. But this act also clarified that the Canadian Governor-General was the direct representative of the sovereign and not the UK government. At the same time, it confirmed well-established precedents that the few reserved powers of the monarchy, those largely revolving around the appointment and dismissal of prime ministers, could only be discharged by the Canadian Governor-General and not the Crown. So what was left to British monarchs, now established legally as our Canadian monarchs? Almost nothing, except, again, guaranteeing constitutional government, guaranteeing continuity, and guaranteeing national unity. While some have trouble seeing a monarch as a symbol of continuity and of the state and of unity, personally I see this concept as providing a key advantage by separating the concept of loyalty from politics. There are other solutions to this problem, but none are quite so simple and reliable as a constitutional monarchy. That's why there are so many constitutional monarchs among the great democracies of the world, not just Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and other members of the Commonwealth, but also countries like Sweden, the Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, Norway, and Japan. But today, we need to remind ourselves just how much Queen Elizabeth II has come to represent the model constitutional monarch and to exemplify the strengths of constitutional monarchy. In our system, the fact that loyalty is expressed toward the Crown protects us from the worst ravages of civil discord. Our oaths are sworn to the Crown and not to the politicians of the day. This means that, as some of us like to point out, everyone can feel free to oppose the Prime Minister without having our loyalty to Canada being questioned. And we have seen the dangers of unifying symbolic and political roles in a single person and how that's still playing out in our neighbor to the south. So Queen Elizabeth's long life has caused many to take for granted a second strength of constitutional monarchy. That is continuity. She saw 12 Canadian prime ministers, from Louis Saint Laurent to our current prime minister, 12 BC premiers, from W.A.C. Bennett to John Horgan, and countless other provincial premiers come and go. Not a surprise, given that she served Canada for nearly half of our time as an independent country. And when a constitutional monarch dies, there is no doubt about the continuity of the institution, as their heirs automatically assume the throne. And when prime ministers leave office, in turn, the constitutional monarchy guarantees there will be someone there to make sure the job is filled. At this point, I do want to acknowledge that the symbol of the Crown has differing meanings for First Nations in this country, and express my respect for those who have different understandings of the role and responsibilities of the sovereign as they relate to First Nations. I acknowledge that this understandably results in differing and diverse reactions to the passing of Queen Elizabeth II among First Nations as a result. Now, after my long digression into the role of the monarchy, let me return to the long reign of Queen Elizabeth in less theoretical terms. She did this job with incredible grace and dignity, in good times and bad, and always under relentless scrutiny of the press and public. But somehow, despite those limitations inherent in her role, Queen Elizabeth still managed to let the person she was shine through. I'm going to recount two stories that illustrate this for me, though neither is my own story, and I trust the owners won't mind, as they've told these stories publicly before. A few days ago, Dimitri Shapiro reminded us of the story of the Queen's meeting with Holocaust survivors at the 60th anniversary commemoration of the liberation of Auschwitz in 2005, as recounted by late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs. Sachs wrote about the Queen's attendance where she met with Holocaust survivors, and while protocol and scheduling normally kept the Queen to a very tight schedule, with the Queen usually being ushered away promptly by her staff at the end of her appearance, on this occasion, Queen Elizabeth refused to leave. She remained, speaking individually to members of the large group who had gathered. And one of her attendants told Rabbi Sachs they had never seen her stay so long after a scheduled departure. Let me quote Rabbi Sachs. She gave each survivor, it was a large group, her focused, unhurried attention. She stood with each until they had finished telling their personal story. It was an act of kindness that almost had me in tears, wrote Rabbi Sachs. One after another, the survivors came to me in a kind of trance, saying, 60 years ago, I did not know if I'd be alive tomorrow, and here I am today, talking to the Queen. It brought a kind of blessed closure into deeply lacerated lives. My second story, more brief, demonstrates the Queen's compassion. It's been told by Catherine Clark, who was stuck as a 10-year-old at a reception at the Commonwealth Head of Government's meeting. And when she said she wanted to leave, she was told no one could leave before the Queen. So she waited by the door. And a short time later, the Queen came by and asked why she was still at this reception after all this time. And Catherine told the Queen she was waiting for her to leave first, to which the Queen responded, well, let's go then, shall we? And she took her hand and off they went. There are so many, many more stories of this kind, stories of her kindness and of her genuine interest in the ordinary people she served. She's touched so many individuals and families. Even in my own family, my uncle, John Garrison, now in his 80s, still likes to recount the story of serving as part of an honor guard when Queen Elizabeth placed a wreath at the Canadian Cross on a visit to Arlington National Cemetery in Washington in 1957. He recalls standing along the red carpet when she passed, close enough to reach out and touch her, though he says with his glint in his eye, even at a young age, I understood things wouldn't go well for me if I actually did that. My own experiences with the Queen were always at a greater distance, including being on the streets of Ottawa in 1983, when the Queen came to preside over repatriation of the Canadian Constitution, and in 1994, when she came to the Commonwealth Games in Victoria. And on those occasions, I saw the genuine affection for the Queen firsthand. My closest personal connection to Queen Elizabeth came at the time of her Diamond Jubilee. One way the Queen chose to celebrate her Diamond Jubilee was by awarding medals for community service, so fitting for a monarch whose whole life was one of exemplary service. And it was a great honor as a member of Parliament to be able to award those medals in my riding on her behalf, and it meant so much to the recipients. Queen Elizabeth's love for Canada was shown by her many visits, 22 as sovereign in total, I'm told, including 7 visits to British Columbia with stops on Vancouver Island each time. Some stops in my riding are well documented, including her visits to review cadets at what was then Royal Roads Military College in 1951 and 1983, showcasing the close connection the royal family has always had with the Canadian Forces. As well, in 1983, the Queen unveiled the plaque at Craigflower School in my riding, which commemorates it as the oldest school building still standing in Western Canada. But of course, some of her visits had greater significance, including the 1971 visit marking the 100th anniversary of British Columbia joining Confederation, the 1994 opening of the Commonwealth Games, and of course, probably the most Canadian thing Her Majesty ever did, which was to drop the puck at a National Hockey League exhibition game between the Vancouver Canucks and the San Jose Sharks in 2002. What stands out to me in all those visits is the obvious care and attention shown to all those the Queen and other members of the royal family met. This care and attention given to all kinds of Canadians has sent a powerful message of belonging and inclusion. In doing so, the Queen set a precedent which will long survive her, a precedent which I have seen recently Princes William and Harry following in carrying on the legacy of Princess Diana in embracing the 2S LGBTQI+ community. As my time draws to a close, let me extend my personal condolences, along with those of my constituents, to the royal family in this time of great personal loss of a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Let me also say that I, like many, find it hard to imagine a Canada and indeed a world without the Queen. Yet in our political tradition, where precedent plays such a great role, I am confident the Queen has left us with clear guidance on how to preserve democratic government and how to promote unity and inclusion. And she has given us a powerful example of a life of service, one lived with enormous dignity and grace. Farewell, Queen Elizabeth II. May she rest in peace.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, whose passing is mourned by citizens of Canada, the Commonwealth, and the realms, as well as millions of people around the world. Her Majesty the Queen visited my community of Cambridge twice, once in the summer of 1959 and again as part of an extended tour of Ontario in 1973, where she presented a pin at Riverside Park to the then Mayor of Cambridge, Claudette Miller. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence, I would also like to address the special relationship Her Majesty the Queen had with the Canadian Armed Forces in her role as Commander-in-Chief. Even before ascending to the throne, Her Majesty enjoyed a special relationship with Canada's military. In 1947, then Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth was appointed Colonel-in-Chief of the 48th Highlanders of Canada and the Régiment de la Chaude de l'Air, and once she became Queen of Canada, that relationship even deepened through her role as Canadian Armed Forces Commander-in-Chief. Over and above this role, Her Majesty was also made Captain General, Colonel-in-Chief, and Air Commander-in-Chief of 16 Canadian military units and branches. During 22 official tours of Canada and during ceremonies abroad, the Queen honored our military by visiting bases, visiting Royal Canadian naval ships, presiding over military ceremonies, laying wreaths at commemorative sites, presenting military colors, inspecting troops, meeting with veterans, and attending commemorative ceremonies, including the rededication of the Canadian National Vimy Memorial in 2007 and the Royal Canadian Navy Centenary in Halifax in 2010. The Queen had a personal knowledge of military life, having been the first woman in her family to serve in the Army full-time as a truck driver and a mechanic. She had a deep affection and respect for our military, which was clear from her interactions with them. Just months ago, during inspection of a Royal Regiment of Canadian Artillery serving as the Queen's Guard at Windsor Castle, Her Majesty good-naturedly teased an officer about his age. With the wit and sense of humor for which, of course, many have talked about today, when the officer told Her Majesty that he had served in the military for over 27 years, she leaned in close to the array of medals on his uniform and smiled and said, "Yes, it looks that way," bringing a moment of levity to a typically serious ceremony. And just over a year ago, Madam Speaker, as Colonel-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces legal branch, Her Majesty presented a royal banner to the branch to commemorate its 100th anniversary. Madam Speaker, royal symbolism and royal traditions are key to the activities of the Canadian Armed Forces. Under the National Defence Act, the rules and regulations that governed our military during her reign were called the Queen's Regulations and Orders, and they affected every aspect of life in uniform. Every member of the Canadian Armed Forces has sworn an oath of allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen since her ascension to the throne, and military officers receive the Queen's Commission, from which they derive their authority to command and issue orders. Canada's Navy and Air Force both bear the distinction Royal, and many Canadian Army Corps and regiments are designated Royal as well. Madam Speaker, so many military badges, medals, and insignia that adorn their uniforms, flags, equipment, and signs also bear the symbol of the Crown. These are only a few examples, but the list does go on and on. The death of Her Majesty the Queen marks the end of an era. However, members of the Canadian Armed Forces will continue to personify the ideals that she represented. In the days to come, in Canada, the United Kingdom, hundreds of members of the Canadian Armed Forces will take part in parades and commemorate ceremonies to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen and her remarkable life. And they will represent Canada and Canadians while they do so. Through her reign, Her Majesty the Queen represented the ideals held by our people in uniform: duty, compassion, and service before self. On behalf of the Minister of National Defence, the members of the Department of National Defence, and the Canadian Armed Forces, I extend my heartfelt condolences to the members of the royal family. We shall miss Her Majesty the Queen dearly, and may her life be an example for us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member, I just want to make sure I get the right one there. Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to the icon we lost a week ago. The only Canadian head of state who most of us have ever known, and a magnificent woman that many of us have had the honor to meet or see in person over the past 70 years. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was so much more than just a figurehead, so much more than just our head of state. She represented an institution that has played an integral role in the development and creation of Canada, an institution whose ties to our nation bind more tightly than any other. She manifested, she personified the crown. Today, we have heard and will continue to hear many moving speeches about what Her Majesty meant and continues to mean to us here in this place and to our constituents across this great land. The crown, Her Majesty, is many things to many people, but I do believe it has a unique link to Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Madam Speaker, I represent two counties which were founded by United Empire Loyalists, people who lost everything south of the current border when they sided with the King during the American Revolution. The Queen was special to them, and she came back multiple times to return that respect. The King had promised United Empire Loyalists and their descendants religious freedom when they came to the colonies, and had delivered on that promise over many decades, keeping the colonies safe from religious conflicts of Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. The King has made promises to the Indigenous peoples around the Great Lakes and had delivered on them as well, reiterated in the Proclamation of 1763. So Mohawk, Iroquois, and others supported the King in the Revolutionary Cataclysm. The integral role that many of our Indigenous neighbours played in the creation of Canada, and in particular to building the communities in Loyalist Township, is unfortunately too often forgotten, but nonetheless cannot be overstated. To them, I say miigwech. Madam Speaker, it was these peoples, drawn originally from more than 24 countries and religious backgrounds, on the surface of having only heavily accented English in common, that made up the 10,000 Loyalists, for example, who founded what became Ontario, carved out of the western flank of the colony of Quebec. Like modern-day refugees, they came from established lives in towns and villages in what is now called New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, as well as from other revolting colonies to start all over again here. Madam Speaker, the King's surveyors were sent here in September 1783 to establish the boundaries on land grants to the Loyalists, and those boundaries continue today, many reflecting the roads we travel across Ontario, the layout of our streets, our towns, the connecting byways, and the location of town squares and great public buildings. In Hastings, the first boat loads of Loyalists were Mohawk, who traveled from Fort Hunter in the Mohawk Valley in New York State. They landed in May of 1784, and they proudly have a royal chapel where they honor that arrival and the crown they supported then and now. I had the great privilege of attending the ceremony honoring this landing earlier this year with our Chief Don Miracle of the Mohawk Bay of Quinte. Madam Speaker, the townships created in Lennox, Addington, and Hastings were given names to honor their king. and Lennox and Addington, which every person here today has either driven through, passed over via train, or been able to see from the air, whether they realize it or not, the townships along Lake Ontario and the Bay of Quinte were named for the children of King George III. Adolphustown, for example, was where the first non-Mohawk landed in June of 1784, and why Ontario proclaimed June 19th United Empire Loyalist Day. The road built from Kingston to Toronto, which knitted together smaller roads in the 1798-1801 period, passes through Adolphustown, Fredericksburg, and Ernestown, three more of the townships named for the children of King George. Municipal reorganization and consolidation in the 1990s placed the first two in Greater Napanee, and Ernestown became Loyalist Township. It proudly contains Bath, Odessa, and Amherstview. And it was Amherstview where Gord Downie grew up, that Queen Elizabeth came in September of 1984 to proudly cut the ribbon on the Loyalist Parkway, the new name for the old roadway known by different names along the route: Kingston Road, Bath Road, Toronto Road, and Danforth Road, among others. But in Lennox and Addington, it officially was called the Loyalist Parkway, and you know it when you pass through the ceremonial gates at Amherstview along Highway 33. You'll be traveling over the spot exactly where the Queen was 38 years ago to, again, thank the ancestors. Loyalists gathered that day for the loyalty they showed to King George III and for their critical role in creating Canada. We all know what our beloved Queen has meant to every Canadian. But in my riding, hearts are beating differently today as we remember and we recall what she and the monarchy have meant and continue to mean. Not just in the foundation of populating of our area, or her ribbon cutting and kind words in Amherstview, or the 1973 whistle stop at Napanee, or when her yacht Britannia carried her in our waters by Amherst Island, where the Royal George escaped an American attack in the War of 1812, and not just in the local visits to next door Kingston in 1959, 1973, 1976, to open the Sailing Olympics, either which my constituents and their parents attended in vast numbers. No, Madam Speaker, the Queen was greater than all of that, an icon of service, of steadfastness in the face of adversity, the one to whom we all pledged allegiance, and the one whom we could all imagine sharing tea with. God bless her memory and our memories of Queen Elizabeth II as we honor the second Elizabethan era. Long live the King.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to be able to stand in this House, and I stand here before you, Madam Speaker, and indeed my colleagues with mixed emotions. Of course, both happy to be able to return and be able to see colleagues on both the government and the opposition benches that I haven't had the chance to see since June. But of course, deeply saddened by the events that just recently took place in Saskatchewan in James Smith Cree Nation. And of course, what we're here today to discuss, which is the passing of our Queen Elizabeth II. Just first, Madam Speaker, to the families that lost loved ones in Saskatchewan, we are indeed all thinking of you, and we stand with you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to send my condolences to the royal family, but indeed to those around the world who are mourning her passing. She was a mother, she was a grandmother, and indeed a great-grandmother, but she was also our Queen and our head of state for millions around the world.
What I hope to do with my time today is to highlight some of the Queen's incredible contributions to public life throughout her 70 years on the throne. I'd also like to talk about the importance of the Crown and of Canada's relationship with the UK as a constitutional monarchy.
I think it goes without saying that the Queen was a dedicated public servant, and I think all of us in this House, indeed all Canadians, have probably had an opportunity to reflect on her time serving as our head of state. We recently just had a national caucus in New Brunswick, and indeed, of course, the reflections of how best to be able to move forward in her passing. But literally 36 hours before her death, she was performing her constitutional obligation. She was performing her public service by welcoming the United Kingdom's new Prime Minister to form government in her name. And I think that in its core is a reflection of how seriously she took her job as the sovereign of not only, of course, the United Kingdom, but the realms and the Commonwealth that she served as the head of state. And it is significant. Of course, as has been mentioned, Madam Speaker, in various speeches today, in her first address to the Commonwealth, she dedicated her life to public service. And it's important to recognize that during the Second World War, Princess Elizabeth, then Princess Elizabeth, served with the Auxiliary Territorial Service, the women's branch of the British Army, where she trained as a mechanic. I want to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to talk about Her Majesty's relationship with Canada. And as has been referenced, Canada was the most visited country outside of the United Kingdom in the Commonwealth that the Queen visited. She visited Nova Scotia on 5 separate occasions. And I'm wearing a McLaughlin tie today. Of course, I have deep Scottish roots and connection to the United Kingdom. And I think about the fact that the Queen loved visiting Balmoral Castle, loved her time in Scotland as part of the Highland Games specifically. And I think certainly on a reflection of her visits to Nova Scotia, particularly enjoyed our province because of those deep Scottish roots that our provinces share with the mother country. In some ways, Madam Speaker, the Queen reminded me of my grandmother, and I say this in the best of terms possible. They are in relative same age. My grandmother is now 93, born just 3 years after the Queen, and I think we could all have an appreciation that, depending on one's age, I suppose, the Queen almost served as a grandmother to all of us, particularly those that have come to age, that she was someone that we might not have known, but we felt like we knew because of her presence over such a long time in Canadian history, indeed 70 years as our head of state, just shy of half of the entire existence of this country, I think is quite significant. And I saw a statistic the other day, 9 out of 10 people living in this world right now have only ever known Queen Elizabeth as the head of state, at least in this country, in Canada, and indeed only 1 out of 10 were born prior to her serving in her capacities. I had the opportunity, of course, there's a number of reflections that are coming out since Her Majesty's passing. One video that I found particularly funny that I think probably reflects the type of person that she was. I found it actually on social media. There was a police officer that had been part of her guard. And it's only about 1 minute and 30 seconds, Madam Speaker, this particular video, but the police officer goes on to explain that during one of their walks that he would have accompanied her on in Scotland, there was 2 American tourists that ran into them along the road. And it became very apparent that they did not know that this was Queen Elizabeth. And without going into great detail, I would encourage those to actually go find the video on Twitter. The Queen played along and said, look, no, I haven't met the Queen, but my police officer has. And the police officer had jumped in and said, well, yes, I have met her. She can be cantankerous at times, but she has a great personality. And those 2 American tourists, according to this story, walked away not even knowing that they had just met the head of state, of course, for Canada, but indeed the realms. I think that good-natured spirit is someone that we could all see ourselves reflected in just in that story, and I would encourage those to go find it. Of course, today, our primary focus is sending our condolences, recognizing the public service of Queen Elizabeth and celebrating the ascension of King Charles III. There will undoubtedly be conversations about Canada's constitutional nature. And I just want to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, in the time that I have left, to highlight that for me, I am unequivocal in my belief that the Crown and the relationship that Canada shares with the United Kingdom through the constitutional monarchy is something that needs to continue. And I hope to go into just a little bit of detail as to why I feel that way. Canada's relationship with the Crown is fundamental to the development of our country. And the member from Hastings, Lennox, Addington went into great detail about the history of her particular riding and the relationship with loyalists that had founded the area. Nova Scotia is no different. When we look at Hants County, the relationship, of course, with Acadians, but indeed Empire settlement, loyalists that had come to Nova Scotia, the Scottish roots that I mentioned previously, those are all really important relationships that really help found, along with, of course, Indigenous people, the foundations of our country. This Parliament that we stand in, our Westminster tradition, was founded and borrowed from our mother country in the United Kingdom. Responsible government. Of course, I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't mention Nova Scotia was the first colony, first government outside of the United Kingdom to actually form responsible government in 1848. These are all conventions and customs that we have inherited and, of course, evolved in Canada, but they have been built off our tradition and our relationship with the Crown and the British monarchy. Our relationship with Indigenous people, and it has been mentioned here previously, it has not always been a perfect relationship. It has indeed been rocky. But in the conversations that I've had with Indigenous constituents, perhaps even a little bit to my naivety, I was surprised at the deep connection that my Indigenous communities in Kings Hants share with the Crown, particularly because when we talk about treaties that predated the founding of Canada, those were signed directly with the British Crown. We think about the friendship treaties in the 1700s, particularly in 1763. Those were formed through and, of course, enshrined in our Constitution in 1982. And indeed, as has been mentioned, particularly from the member from Orleans, I thought did a particularly strong job of talking about, notwithstanding sometimes there has been tension about how the Crown's relationship in Canada has been forged both in English and French to show our diversity, not only in linguistic, but cultural elements as well. And Madam Speaker, just two more points, and I'm going to finish certainly on our international outlook and cooperation. I recognize that we don't need to be a constitutional monarchy to share our relationship with the Commonwealth, but those foundational partnerships where the United Kingdom has shared with countries around the world gives us an international community that we can work with and rely on. And in today's world, where there is a whole host of uncertainty, those partnerships, those international shared experiences are extremely important for our diplomatic work in the global forum. It's often quoted that democracy is not necessarily the best form of government, but it's the best of all the other alternatives. And so when we look and examine about our own form of government as a constitutional monarchy, yes, there are other forms. But I think that those questions, whether it's a republic or other styles, come with a whole host of questions. And when we look at the transition between Queen Elizabeth II and the accession of King Charles III, the way in which that has been built over time, the certainty that it provides, indeed the way in which members have talked about the ability for us as parliamentarians to be focused on the partisan nature of politics, be able to debate vigorously here in the House, but all to be doing it in the service of the Crown and the country, I think provides important stability. And I wanted to make sure that my thoughts were on the record, Madam Speaker, and in Hansard. And I'm going to just say this, certainly on behalf of the constituents of Kings Hants, we welcome King Charles III as our new monarch in Canada. And I think certainly it's been God save the King or long live the King. I don't know exactly whether or not there's a convention that's different, but we certainly welcome his accession and his role as our head of state in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm indeed honored today to be able to rise and join in paying tribute to Queen Elizabeth along with all of my parliamentary colleagues. On behalf of the constituents of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I want to offer my heartfelt and all of our heartfelt condolences to the royal family and to all of the Queen's loyal subjects. Now, a lot of us have been talking about how the monarchy touches our ridings, and I can tell you that as being the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, the home to what was the headquarters of the Hudson Bay Company in Canada, the Lower Fort Garry, and the residence of the governor for the Hudson Bay Company is just located a little bit south of the modern-day city of Selkirk. The fort's in great condition, and every year we gather at the fort to commemorate the signing of Treaty 1 with the Anishinaabe, with the Ojibwe peoples and First Peoples of the land, who signed in 1871 with Canada, as Manitoba was a new province in 1870, had just joined Confederation, and the first numbered treaty in Western Canada was signed. And I can tell you from reading some histories on Chief Peguis, and of course Peguis First Nation and Seguin First Nation and Broken Head Ojibwe Nation are in my writing or alongside my writing, and that Chief Peguis, who was one of the original signatories, always took to heart that when he signed the treaty, he was signing with the Crown, Queen Victoria. And all his sons took on the name Prince because he saw himself as an equal, signing a treaty with the monarchy. And it is something that still resonates to this day with our First Nations. Now, Queen Elizabeth, ever since she ascended to the throne on June 2nd, 1953, at the young age of 25, upon the death of her father, King George VI, promised to serve her whole entire life, whether it be long or short, to the people of the country, of Canada, of the kingdom. And I can tell you that she did that with grace and dignity, with humility, with a heart of service, and set an example for all of us in public service as to hold up as a standard through her entire career of 70 years. So when she passed away on September 8th, I know all of us were shocked and saddened by it, and we'll never see anything like Queen Elizabeth again. You know, for most of us, it's only head of state that we've known. You know, I'm 57 years old, and all I've ever known is God save the Queen. And now we have to learn the new words, God save the King. We're going to have to change all the nomenclature that we have in our institutions, you know, and it's now the Court of King's Bench, and, you know, instead of the Court of Queen's Bench, and people are King's Counsel, not Queen's Counsel. So all the acronyms are going to change, but I can tell you this, that, you know, we've talked about her service, you know, and as a former Shadow Minister of National Defense, former Parliamentary Secretary of National Defense, I've always been incredibly impressed with her bravery and service during World War II in the Army, as a mechanic, as a truck driver, and something that she was still doing until just prior to her death. Like, she loved to be out on the land. She loved to be on the farm, and she loved to be with her horses and her dogs, and she loved driving her Jeep. And, you know, former Prime Minister of the Right Honourable Boris Johnson said in his tribute in Westminster Parliament just a few days ago that when he went to meet with the Queen up in Balmoral Castle, just as they were going through the transition of a new government forming in Britain, he said that she actually took him for a drive. He says, jump in the Jeep, and she drove the truck. Like, she was driving it in the standard, you know, shift stick, you know, and hitting every gear, going through, moving the clutch, and who would have thought that just a couple days after that she would pass away so quickly? So, we are, honored that she get to have called her our head of state. We are, always in awe of everything that she's accomplished in her lifetime. She commanded respect around the world because she always put service and dedication to others above self. Now, King Charles III has renewed his mother's promise to serve as long as he lives. And I know that all of us as Canadians from coast to coast to coast join in this grief along with the royal family. We often talk about the 22 times that she has come to Canada, and there's a number of times that she has come and she has been, had impact, her as well as Prince Philip, on my family. My two older brothers, when they're still teenagers, in good old 4-H program. It's a youth program, often focused around those of us in the agriculture sector, and they were at the first international livestock judging competition. And Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, actually went to Agribition in Regina in 1977, and they got to have supper with Prince Philip. And so it was a big thing at our supper table. Was going, okay, how do you properly eat when you're at, how do the forks come? What do you do with their bun? There was all these discussions of a protocol when it comes down to dining with a member of the royal family. In the 22 times that Queen Elizabeth came to Canada, 6 of those times she came to Manitoba. So during her Golden Jubilee in 2002, on the steps of the Manitoba legislature, a young girl came and presented flowers. It was my niece, Holly. So it's something our family is incredibly proud of. She got to meet Her Majesty, present the flowers, and it was something that October 8th, 2002 will always be marked in her memory and our family's memory. She returned in Manitoba in July 2010, and she came to unveil the cornerstone of the Canadian Museum of Human Rights, the first Canadian museum to be established outside of the capital region. And she brought with her the cornerstone that came from the same region of England where the Magna Carta was actually signed in 1215. And she was dedicated to human rights. And if you look at her career and the work that she did all over the world, often it was focused in on protecting human rights. And so she made sure and made the point, and she is unveiling that rock, that the Magna Carta is where our modern parliamentary democracy was established, where civil liberties came into play, where the individuals, us as commoners, finally had a franchise in our own governance. And that is something that you want to make sure is focused and is centered in our own Canadian Museum of Human Rights. So as Canada and the world mourns our beloved sovereign, we also look to the future, to her son, King Charles III, who now sits as King of Canada. I had the pleasure of meeting King Charles a number of years ago, March of 2006, during Commonwealth Day celebrations in London. As there at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's Westminster Parliamentary Seminar, and we got to attend and got to meet King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla. And I can tell you it was something I'll never forget. He was incredibly engaging and very easy to speak to. So may King Charles be blessed with wisdom and exercise justice and mercy, and may he live long. May Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace. God save the Queen, and God bless Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at Her late Majesty's coronation on June the 2nd, 1953, the following sublimely optimistic traditional formula was repeated. God bless Queen Elizabeth, God save Queen Elizabeth, may the Queen live forever. So long was our late Queen on the throne that it felt almost as if her reign really never would end, and it seemed possible to hope that the Queen really could live forever. She became so intimately woven into our memories that it felt to many people around the world as if she were a member of our own families. I think this happened not just because of the length of her reign, but also because she celebrated with us at every important event in our nation's life and mourned with her subjects at so many collective tragedies. Her reign started long before most of us were born, when, as a teenager, I first saw her in person at the 1982 event here on Parliament Hill, where she affixed her signature to Canada's new Constitution Act, which includes the Charter of Rights. She had already celebrated her Silver Jubilee, 25 years in the throne. So from my youthful perspective, she was already an eternal presence. This same perspective, I think, is very much the same for anybody who was less than kindergarten age when the Queen ascended to the throne, which means demographically over 90% of the Canadian population, and an even higher percentage in some other Commonwealth jurisdictions. There simply is no time in our memories when Queen Elizabeth was not there. She was even woven into pop culture, referred to in songs by the Beatles and Dire Straits, among many others. It was in this way that she came to feel like a member of the family to so many people who never actually met her. A year ago, when my own mother was in her final days, she kept a framed photo of the Queen at her bedside. Just as we learned that the fireman in the Beatles song Penny Lane, of him, we learned that in his pocket is a portrait of the Queen. Her presence, even if it was only in our imaginations, was a comfort. Does it make sense to act as if someone you have only ever seen from a distance is a member of your own family? I don't know. Nothing about human emotions seems logical when you try to examine them logically as opposed to emotionally. But whether we humans are rational or not, her loss feels to so many of us like the personal blow that it actually is to those who really did know her firsthand. Of course, this circle includes our new king, His Majesty King Charles III. Like his mother before him and a long line of ancestors before that, he faces the difficult task of assuming the duties which will occupy him for the rest of his life, and a moment of great personal loss, and he must step into his constitutional role precisely when the rest of us would be in a position to take bereavement leave. There's no reason to envy our monarchs for the terrible burdens they must bear. Under our system, a monarch wears the crown for life, and death alone can free them of their duties. Difficult as it is for those who must bear the heavy burden of the crown, it is one aspect of the genius of monarchy that the throne is never vacant, and that Charles reigned from the moment that the late Queen passed from this life into the arms of her own sovereign. In his first address as our king, His Majesty made the following observation about his late mother, and I quote, "In 1947, on her 21st birthday, she pledged in a broadcast from Cape Town to the Commonwealth to devote her life, whether it be short or long, to the service of her peoples." His Majesty went on in his speech to make some very apt remarks on the Queen's unparalleled commitment to this extraordinary long-ago promise. Then he added this, and I quote again, "As the Queen herself did with such unswerving devotion, I too now solemnly pledge myself, throughout the remaining time that God grants me, to uphold the constitutional principles at the heart of our nation." End quote. Even though, when viewed from the perspective of 1947, the day when she would assume the throne must have seemed to be far away to Princess Elizabeth, it was no small matter to make such a promise on the very day that she achieved the age of majority. And it seems to me, and I think to anybody who stops to reflect for a moment, that it is no less extraordinary for a man of 73, to whom the burdens of age are no secret, to make a similar lifetime commitment. The fact that our new king was willing to so firmly embrace this burden, from which he will never be freed, and to deny himself for the rest of his life of the pleasures of retirement that are enjoyed, for example, by the former monarchs of Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain, is a sign, I think, that his commitment to duty is as firm as was Queen Elizabeth's, and for that matter, as firm as that of his grandfather, King George VI, who was such a courageous and steadfast leader during the darkest days of the Second World War. I think King Charles will be a good king. And the king has already demonstrated himself, more than any preceding Prince of Wales, to be a conscientious servant of all his peoples throughout the Commonwealth. He's intelligent, he's hardworking, his wife and consort, Her Majesty Queen Camilla, is an ideal partner, and of course, he has had an entire lifetime to learn from the best possible role model. The king is a man of no small accomplishment. He is an author, he's a skilled watercolorist. I was once given a book of his landscape paintings as a Christmas present, and he's a businessman as well, establishing the successful brand of high-quality organic products known as Dutch Originals. The profits from these sales, by the way, are donated to the king's or the prince's charities, which the king built into a formidable network of charitable giving during his long tenure as Prince of Wales. I assume that at his coronation, which will take place sometime in 2023, the formula will be repeated. God bless King Charles. God save King Charles. May the king live forever. And, given the longevity of both his parents and of his grandmother, the much-loved Queen Mum, who passed away only after her 100th birthday, there is every reason to hope that his reign, too, will by modern standards or historical standards be a long one, if not long as measured by the extraordinary example of his mother. But like all reigns, it starts in sorrow. The Queen is dead, and there will be a permanent hollow place in millions of hearts across the planet, as there always is when someone loved is taken from us. Madam Speaker, God bless our departed Queen. I hope she knew how much she was loved by all those people she was never able to meet in her lifetime. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the colleague who preceded me because he has made me cry even before I have begun. But I should like first to start by offering my sincerest condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and the entire royal family, the Duke of York, the Countess of Wessex, all the children, grandchildren. It's a very large royal family. It's a deep loss, and it's of them that I am thinking of when I speak today. So I rise to speak today. I agree a lot with the comments of the member for Lanark. He said a lot of what I feel with regard to Her Majesty and this incredible life devoted to the service of others. Such a long life, but such a successful life, such a generous life. She gave her time and of her talents generously, and she was a great humanist, and that is what I will always remember most about Her Majesty, her humanism. She was an inspirational woman through her action. She didn't make a lot of speeches, as we knew. She never gave interviews. But she inspired through her actions. They spoke for themselves. In 1952, she assumed a very large burden following a very difficult sorrow, the loss of her own father. But in becoming queen at such a young age, she did so with a great deal of firmness. Her first prime minister was Churchill, who helped her to become aware of her role and responsibilities. But she also knew throughout the years how to impose her own way of seeing things as to the role that she fulfilled and should do. And I think that
in that way. She was a formidable example for women. That started in the period of the pre-war period, or the post-war period, rather, to show their abilities and take their place in a society in which they would reach equality with men. I think that her actions, everything that she was able to show through her actions has been an inspiration for me personally throughout my life. She was a woman who was a master of the art of symbolism. She spoke eloquently through those symbols, and I admire her deeply, particularly for the visit she made to Ireland in 2011, the first time that a British sovereign had gone to the Republic of Ireland after independence. And we know the difficulties of the relationship between Ireland and Northern Ireland and the UK. But the Queen wanted this visit to take place in the spirit of reconciliation between Catholics and Protestants. This would ensure that peace would reign among the Irish on the island, that all of the Irish be reconciled. And I believe that, having heard the speeches made, both in Ireland, when Northern Ireland, after the passing of Her Majesty, I have to say that it's extremely moving to see how deep the impact of that visit was on the relationships between North and South within the Republic. I believe that her courage to say some words in Gaelic was long awaited. Perhaps in a less solemn way, but in a very specific way for her reign during her time as head of state of Canada, I would like to talk about the inauguration of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which was done in my riding, Saint-Lambert, in April 1959. The St. Lawrence Maritime Seaway allowed the development, economic development of Canada. It was essential, in the presence of Her Majesty during that inauguration, lent the importance to the event that it deserved, and my entire riding remembers this visit. And it's a very happy event for us. I would also like to talk about the love that Her Majesty had for her dogs, her corgis. Everybody knows that, but it shows just how joyful she was. She had such a good relationship with her animals. It was lovely to watch.
Really knew how to get people relaxed when she had the dogs around her or when she was around horses. So I absolutely think that we shouldn't forget those lighter sides of Her Majesty because it helped her be the human queen that we so loved, and that I think we will remember for a very long time. Le principe de la monarchie constitutionnelle.
The principle of the constitutional monarchy is one that has spoken to me for as long as I can remember, and obviously this was strengthened under our Queen. I've had the luck of living in Canada under Queen Elizabeth II for 42 years. I wasn't born in Canada. I had the opportunity to come here, and I swore allegiance to her. This allegiance is one that I wish to repeat to His Majesty King Charles III, who is now the King of Canada, on 8th of September 2022. A king
who has had an exceptional preparation for the role he will fulfill in the coming years. As my colleague who preceded me in speaking indicated, we wish him a very long reign, thanks to the experience that he has gained over the years, particularly in two areas where we know Canada is very committed: climate change and the climate emergency, as well as reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples. I think that His Majesty clearly understands what Canada is doing in terms of its policies, and I swear to him my personal allegiance. I would like to conclude with this note. That is a few words that I've already expressed during the Platinum Jubilee, which we celebrated in February of this year, because it was over the 70 years of the Queen's reign. She helped societal change that allowed us to ensure that we could continue.
Honored her engagement to a life of service like few others. My admiration for her steadfastness, as well as her capacity to meet the times, is boundless, or was boundless. May Her Majesty rest in peace. Long live the King. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honoured to pay tribute to, on behalf of my constituents, to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, who passed away after 70 years of devoted service to the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and certainly to Canada. And her death has certainly been a devastating heartbreak for millions of people around the world. And very poetically, on the day she died, I noticed on social media that there were many photos of a double rainbow that appeared right outside of Buckingham Palace, the very day that she passed away. And much of the popular commentary is perhaps it was a message from God that our Queen had been reunited with her Prince Philip, her husband of over 70 years, who she called her strength and stay. So that was just a lovely, lovely thing to happen on that otherwise very devastating day for many people. And there certainly was, as many people have seen, a sort of a magical sense about the Queen. And Peter Mansbridge actually recently said on his podcast that the monarch and the Queen was sort of a mix of fairy tale and history. I thought that was put very nicely. And certainly for our family, it was certainly part of our cultural heritage sort of discussions that we would have. And there was certainly an admiration and appreciation for Her Majesty. I know my maternal grandmother mentioned that she used to cut out photos of the Queen in her younger years, see the outfit she was wearing, what she was saying, how she was acting, what she was doing. And it's almost the modern day equivalent of Pinterest. I know there's likely many of us who have pinned an outfit or two of the younger royals. And so my grandmother was doing the very same thing 70 years ago out of admiration for Her Majesty. And my paternal grandmother, who greatly admired the Queen and sort of would always affectionately tease us to show her love, if we were dressed up for church or for a family gathering, she would say, "Oh, is Queen Elizabeth coming?" And so it was her way of giving us the highest possible compliment that we looked very lovely. And certainly my mother, like many women her age, greatly admired Princess Diana. And of my generation, of course, there are many new younger royals, notably the Princess of Wales, Catherine Windsor, who really sets a standard of decorum and professionalism and respectability that those before her have done for, well, over 70 years. But beyond perhaps a distant admiration, it wasn't something that was necessarily a cornerstone of my professional life or personal life until I swore an oath of allegiance to the Queen, which all members of Parliament have to do in order to become members of Parliament. And really, when I said those words, I, Raquel Dancho, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the enormity of the responsibility I was assuming hit me like a waterfall. And that's where the clock really started to turn and think about, what does this really mean? What is my duty that I'm swearing an oath to uphold? And certainly I look to the Queen as an example. She was certainly the living embodiment of our ancient institutions, our symbols, our parliamentary traditions, our culture, our history, and certainly, again, our Canadian and Commonwealth values. And I saw it in swearing my oath that I was swearing to uphold those traditions and those values. And certainly it's not always easy. The Queen made it look very easy, and she did it for 70 years, and certainly led by example. And members of Parliament, of course, have our own duties to uphold those values and traditions. And really, Queen Elizabeth II was like no other historical figure. Her impact will likely be felt for many lifetimes to come, and it'll likely never be repeated, what she was able to accomplish. And we know she was born in 1926 as part of the world's greatest generation that was defined and shaped by hardships of the Great Depression and the World Wars. And she personified those moral standards of the Western world and Judeo-Christian values. And when I found out she died, I did feel a deep sense of sorrow, but also a feeling of sort of some frustration, an anxious feeling. And it was as though the standard bearer of those values was now lost, and our ability to uphold those values in society was slipping away. And the ability for us to prosper and to thrive, which depends on those values, right along with it. We know the Queen stood for dignity, for hard work, for doing one's duty, for embracing public service. She never complained. No matter the struggles of the day, whether public struggles or those in her personal life, she always had a stiff upper lip, as the British say, and maintained her calm composure with grace. She was resilient, strong, she never played the victim, she never exhibited narcissism in any way. She was dedicated, stately, honest, decent, and was an absolute lady of decorum, good taste, and propriety, rarely, if ever, having a misstep in her 7 decades of her reign. It's truly remarkable. I think that's why millions of us are going to miss her. We need examples like this for ourselves, for our children, for our politicians, for our communities. And in 1947, on her 21st birthday, of course, famously, she did a radio broadcast heard around the world where she made a vow, where she said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And she stuck to that vow for the rest of her life. I think it's pretty difficult for anyone to imagine making a promise at 21 and then living up to it with such perfection for 70 years. And she always had poignant words of wisdom for all of us. I really loved her Christmas speeches, and I'm really going to miss those. In 2008, she said, "When life seems hard, the courageous do not lie down and accept defeat. Instead, they are all the more determined to struggle for a better future." And then during the early days of the pandemic, she shared with all of us, "We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again." And she was absolutely right. She was always calm and composed no matter what was going on in the world. She was really a port in the storm, so to speak. And she was truly an extraordinary role model for her people, for members of Parliament, and certainly for women. She became queen with the world watching at the tender age of 25, and many underestimated her abilities. Many thought a young woman would never be capable of burdening the enormous responsibility of carrying over 1,000 years of constitutional tradition and evolution that makes up our system of government. But she did, and she became one of the greatest world leaders we've ever seen. And although she was a servant of tradition, she was also a modern woman in her own right. During World War II, as princess, she volunteered as a truck driver and a mechanic, making her the first female member of the royal family to serve in the military. And her coronation was a significant moment for women in history. Women at that time rarely saw women in positions of power. And after years of war, women at that time were, of course, being encouraged to go back home, be dutiful wives and mothers. But the Queen was expected to know world issues, to be able to converse and advise the mostly male leadership at the time. She was expected to travel despite having young children. She was a working mother before it was fashionable. For 70 years, it's her face we've seen in the halls of power, something women have rarely seen. And as was written in a recent Globe and Mail story, to quote, "She was also the rare woman who grew old while holding public office. The Queen, after all, could not be fired for having children or going gray. Instead, in official portraits, her countenance was updated to mark her advancing years and accruing experience. She aged into her leadership as an example of being unflappable and resolute." And in this hyper-partisan world, Madam Speaker, I'll just conclude. There were a few quotes that I found I think were very poignant for us to remember as we go into this new parliamentary session. In her 1957 and 1974 Christmas broadcast, respectively, she said, "It has always been easy to hate and destroy. To build and to cherish is far more difficult." And she also said, "We may hold different points of view, but it is in times of stress and difficulty that we most need to remember that we have much more in common than there is dividing us." And just to conclude on this very solemn occasion, I just want to conclude on a happier note that something that's comforted many of us in the recent days is that she certainly has been reunited with Prince Philip, her 70-year-plus husband, her strength and stay. He was her strength and stay, Madam Speaker, and I think that certainly she was ours. And we will miss her, and I know that I will certainly miss her. God save the Queen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleagues in the House, it's with extremely heavy heart that I rise today to commemorate Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II. Madam Speaker, when the news broke of Her Majesty's passing, I was in the middle of a 5-hour drive to meet Atlantic colleagues, and I spent the remainder of the drive reflecting on the role of Queen Elizabeth II, the role she played in our country, in the Commonwealth, and in fact, the world. And what we heard today is so true. She was a constant. She was a beacon of peace for many of us. During times of uncertainty and indeed fear, there was a calmness she brought to remind us of the importance of humility, service, dignity, and togetherness. Madam Speaker, having ruled longer than any other monarch in Canada's history, Her Majesty linked Canadians with more than 2 billion people worldwide, symbolizing collaboration and celebrating diversity. In her visits to Canada, Her Majesty visited my home, Cape Breton Island, on 3 separate occasions: 1951, 1959, and 1994. During these royal visits to Cape Breton, the Queen left a lasting impression on all residents. Madam Speaker, I would like to read into the record, if I may, some of the memories folks from Cape Breton have of Her Majesty, as was published by David Jalla in the Cape Breton Post following the Queen's passing. So, from Lieutenant Governor for Nova Scotia, Marianne Francis, originally from Cape Breton, she remembers the Majesty as, quote, someone who was quite open and accepting of diversity of differences in color, differences in gender. Manny MacDonald, former mayor of the CBRM, Cape Breton Regional Municipality, hosted the Queen and Prince Philip during the Queen's last visit to Cape Breton in 1994. And Mr. MacDonald recalled her to be a great conversationalist, and I quote, when we were talking with her, it was as if she was the only one we were talking to. She was very easy to speak with. She made me feel very comfortable. It's memories, Madam Speaker, like these that will continue to live on for years to come and will remind us of Her Majesty's reign and presence in our country as we move forward in this next chapter of Canada's history. Madam Speaker, despite her passing, I have no doubt that Canadians will continue to remember Her Majesty for her warmth, her compassion, her strong sense of tradition, and her service to Canada. On behalf of my constituents of Cape Breton Council, I offer our most sincere condolences to the royal family during this difficult time. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly it is an honor to be able to join in what is a solemn and somber occasion, most definitely. And Madam Speaker, it is an interesting way to start after what has been certainly a break, a summer for all of us, to gather here together in a nonpartisan way to recognize and honor an individual that is worth honor. And Madam Speaker, in our world, that is an increasingly rare and difficult thing. But as we look back over what is, for many of us, an unimaginable length of time, 70 years being on the throne, it is an honor as a farmer from a small town in Alberta to be able to stand on behalf of the people that I represent, to honor somebody who was so personally known, may not have had a personal relationship, but so very personally known. Madam Speaker, I took some time over the last week to watch some of the speeches that were made in our mother parliament in London at the Palace of Westminster, hearing reflections of current and past prime ministers, individuals from across the United Kingdom talk about their experiences. And Madam Speaker, likewise today, and I know across the Commonwealth, having individuals take time to honor the legacy, honor the service, honor the individual who personified so much of who we are as a people. And Madam Speaker, I stand here today to honor that individual, Her late Majesty. And a note that really stood out to me, if I could, Madam Speaker, from one of the speeches made in the Palace of Westminster, that rings true as a Canadian and member of the Commonwealth. The statement was made that to the world, Queen Elizabeth was known as the Queen. But Madam Speaker, to us, she was our Queen. And it's that personal connection that has been talked so much about over the last week or so, where so many individuals, constituents, reaching out and sharing their stories about how they saw or interacted with Her Majesty in younger years. A campaign volunteer shared the story of how when she was a little girl, having survived scarlet fever, having the opportunity to sit beside and be encouraged by Her Majesty in the small city of Lethbridge during one of her early tours. Madam Speaker, hearing others that looked to her Christmas messages, which I know I certainly, and I know many, many around the world will miss, having the opportunity to listen to those encouraging messages. So many others that whether in times of crisis, getting those words, or for those who had the opportunity to celebrate their 100th birthday, receiving that message. I know my late great-grandfather receiving that message from Her Majesty was as a former Brit immigrated to Canada to farm, was an incredibly powerful moment. There are so many, I would suggest millions, of personal connections. And Madam Speaker, that is profound in a world that is increasingly not personal. Madam Speaker, that leads me to the next observation that I would make, and that is that Her Majesty was so unbelievably present, not only as a monarch, as our Queen in the midst of a changing world, but Madam Speaker, present with every individual that she met. And that is a trait that I honor her today, seeing how when she was with somebody, whether in a hospital, whether speaking with a veteran, whether making a joke about her age, as has been often the case, especially as many of the leaders that she's interacted with have been significantly younger than herself. She was always so present in moments of interaction, present in all of our lives in so very many ways. When she would look at a television camera, for example, an early adopter of some Canadian technology known as the BlackBerry, although not necessarily modern technology anymore, but having a BlackBerry where she interacted with her family members and stayed connected with the world. So unbelievably present. And Madam Speaker, another observation that I believe is profound and worthy of honor here today is perspective. My wife and I often have the conversation about who, whether past or present, we would love to sit down and have coffee with. And when Danielle and I have these conversations, it's figures from long past, some individuals that are alive today, some more recent past. But Madam Speaker, always it seems, Danielle and I would come back to wanting to spend time with and to hear the stories from our Queen. The fact that on a practical level, she became Queen when Winston Churchill was Prime Minister, and a country ravaged by war was rebuilding and significant economic challenges at that time, to the point where just days before she passed away, personifying the definition of service by swearing in her 15th British Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, that is something that is hard to imagine, the perspective associated with that. And having heard anecdotes from different British Prime Ministers over time, including some that went into the job, not quite sure how they thought about the monarchy, but learning quickly that the value of that as an institution, the value of her and the perspective she shared was so profound that it was worthy of being listened to. We honor our late Queen today. Madam Speaker, we have a system of government that is quite different than that to our neighbors of the South, and through Hollywood and television, I would suggest often that's not necessarily always as well understood as it should be. But I was asked at one point, this was prior to being elected, by a student who had happened to watch a movie that was popular at the time that had to do with some of the founding documents of the United States. And the comment was made about why they would hold those documents in a nuclear bomb-proof bunker. And this student asked me the question, and somewhat of an observation. It said, well, why is that necessary? And if that's necessary for them, being the United States, why isn't that necessary for us? Well, Madam Speaker, my reply, and I would share this observation with the House today, is well, the United States being a republic and having strong constitutional documents, and of course the history associated with that, in Canada, we don't necessarily have, although we have written aspects of our Constitution, much of it being unwritten, and I know us in this place, I hope understand that. But Madam Speaker, my reply was, a lot of that tradition is not necessarily in a document like that of our neighbors to the south, but rather in the personification of the institutions that we have, and a big part of that being Her Majesty. Whether it's her life of service from that of a princess to being a veteran to, of course, the monarch we know, and being a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, aunt, and influence to so many. So much of our country, nearly half of the life of our nation having existed, being fostered and grown under her rule. Madam Speaker, powerful, powerful things to a woman who stewarded one of probably I would suggest one of the toughest jobs in the world. Well, especially on a practical note, while many monarchs and monarchies around the world were dissolving or falling out of touch or being taken away altogether, we saw her impact remain. So, Madam Speaker, as we have come to the conclusion of the second Elizabethan era, something that, like has been observed by many in this place in the touching tributes from most parties represented here, we have reason to pause and reflect about what that means for each and every one of us, from those personal interactions to the impact it has on our institutions, from the mace representing the power of the crown being transferred to the people and pointing towards the government, to the coat of arms, to everything that we touch as members of the Commonwealth and having a Westminster style of democracy. But Madam Speaker, on a personal note, and I would come to conclusion with this, the Queen had a powerful and very, very strong faith. And that certainly has been an inspiration to me in my faith journey. So I would note a couple of Bible verses here today. Psalm 78, verses 72 says this, "And David shepherded them with integrity of heart. With skillful hands he led them." Madam Speaker, I can't think of a better comparison than to bring in this place today how well the Queen has led her people over these last 7 decades. Proverbs 11, verse 14 says, where there is no guidance, a people falls. But in an abundance of counselors, there is safety. Madam Speaker, the counsel our Queen provided during times of upheaval and during times of peace speak to the influence that she and the mark she has left on our nation. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of Danielle, my boys, and myself, and the people of Battle River Crowfoot, I pay honor to our Queen and the People's House of Commons here today. And to King Charles, I wish him every success as our King. And with that, and in what I know would be our Queen's wishes, I say, God save the King.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Humble River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's truly an honour today to be able to join the acknowledgement for Queen Elizabeth II. Before I make my brief comments, I want to acknowledge the tragedy in Saskatchewan and the loss of 2 police officers in the GTA in the last few days. And what a tremendous loss that is for the communities at large in both parts of our country. So I stand today on behalf of the residents of Humber River Black Creek and the residents of Toronto, and want to acknowledge the tremendous loss we have with losing the Queen, our Queen. I grew up in Moncton, New Brunswick, and my grandmother and aunts were tremendously fond of the Queen and would often talk about what she was wearing this day and that day, but most especially they talked about the hats that she had on. But I think the visual was the hat that she had on, but what wasn't so visible was the many hats that she carried every single day in order for the world that we live in 70 years ago and today to move forward in a peaceful fashion. The fact that she was constantly solid, she never looked frazzled, and she never seemed to let on about the amount of tragedy that she possibly was trying to cope with in her own life. She always looked together. She always looked like someone that we could depend on to be there as the head of the Commonwealth, to move our many, many areas forward on so many different ways that we had to deal with. Never did you see the Queen looking as if she didn't have the answers. She always seemed to have the answers when it was necessary to move us forward. But think back to 70 years ago when the Queen was asked to become the Queen, and the leadership that she has shown in those many years. Long before it became the in thing for women to be recognized, she was put in that position as a woman, and she showed a tremendous amount of leadership that made us all proud. And I think forever in the day, we will always hold up Queen Elizabeth as a true leader, a true feminist, as they might want to call anyone, and move forward on all of these issues. We'll always look back and say she was the first who really stood out there in a strong, powerful way as a female to lead our countries and our Commonwealth forward. And so I want to thank her again on behalf of all of the residents of Humber River Black Creek for her lifelong commitment to Canada. But to make a lifelong commitment, as she did, to public service, we are asked to make a commitment to public service, and we accept that challenge. But for us, it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. It's not 70 years. And her commitment never moved. She made that commitment, and she continued with it for so many times. And all of us very much depended on her to be our Queen. And the fact that she visited Canada so many times meant so much, I think, to the residents, to Canadians, that the Queen was coming to visit. And it certainly was a big deal 50 years ago, and I think it was still a big deal today when the Queen was going to come and visit. Her commitment and devotion to all of us, members of the Commonwealth, but to world peace and the many endeavors that she put forward to make a difference in the world were important. So it's with very heavy hearts that we realize that legends have to pass away too. But I believe the Queen's legacy, the Queen's leadership, will live forever for all of us. A whole era has passed, almost a century of life. Her wisdom, her strength, and her dedication guided the Commonwealth and all of its people for 70 years of Her Majesty's reign. The strength that she demonstrated publicly, dealing with the many tragedies that she had to deal with in her lifetime as well, was an example of strength for all of us. The Queen once said in her Christmas message, and I know my colleagues have mentioned this already, each day is a new beginning. And I think as I say those words, I can hear her saying it, that she said it often. And I think this is a message for all of us. Each day is a new beginning. And I know that the only way to live my life is to try to do what is right, to take the long view, to give of my best in all that the day brings, and to put my trust in God. I think that would be kind of a sentiment that would be nice if we all said this at the beginning of every day, especially in the House of Commons. It might help guide us all to do the important work that we want to do what's right every single day. Not always politically right, but to do what's right for Canadians. It's also what's right for ourselves, because we have to look at ourselves in the mirror. And I can only suggest that the Queen, when our Queen looked in the mirror, she was satisfied because she gave it all to all of us. So may I say to our new King Charles III, I wish him luck, success, and peace as he takes on a very, very challenging job. But we'll be there for him, as we were there for our Queen. God bless King Charles III, and may our Queen rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the next speaker, I just want to take a couple of moments just to welcome some new faces we have in the House of Commons today. If you notice, we have a number of new pages that have joined us, all of them of a new crop of 2022. So if you see some pages that you haven't seen before, introduce yourselves and say hey, because we're really glad to have them here helping us out in the House of Commons. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
In putting words to the legacy of the Second Elizabethan age, most world leaders have noted that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was a constant during changing times. Yet, when she spoke to the purpose of life, the Queen quoted an Australian proverb that spoke to how change is fundamental to the human condition. We are all visitors to this time, this place. We are just passing through. Our purpose here is to observe, to learn, to grow, to love, and then we return home. This is the paradox Queen Elizabeth's reigns presents us. How was it that she experienced so much change during her long life of service, but was able to create a legacy that defined constancy as a thing of beauty that should be aspired to? And how was it that a woman, of whom so very few history remembers fondly, or without crediting their successes to men, so obviously succeeded in this endeavor? The answer lies in examples which prove the opposite. Throughout human history, we have been reminded that constancy can lead to failure. History is littered with leaders who enforced rigid beliefs to the detriment of their people, often to hold power or wealth for their own benefit. The constancy of these people in their selfish desires invariably has led to oppression and conflict. And history has shown that the antidote to this behavior is temperance, the virtue of self-restraint. And temperance, thy name was Elizabeth. The Queen, throughout her life of service, paired temperance with constancy. For over 70 years, she set self aside to ensure the institutions that fate charged her with leading, the Crown, the Church, and her family remained resilient through and emerged strengthened from the tumult that occurred during the historic length of her reign. She was the Crown, and in this day of modernity, the Crown remains. This is a remarkable but critically important accomplishment. The Crown is the foundation upon which our system of government relies, and our democracy functions because the institution our sovereign heads must be removed from the thrust and grind of daily politics. It must manage with a long view of institutional sustainability of both our democratic institutions and the Crown itself. Today, I would argue that the Crown, as the institutional underpinning of our democracy, is healthy and strong, and this is a credit to the Queen. Imagery of the virtue of temperance often shows a figure blending elements, usually hot and cold water in a vessel. To temper a substance is to mix it with something else to render it with greater utility. In ensuring that the Crown remained relevant, as the pace of history quickened in the last 100 years, she created a crucible in which some of the most volatile global conflicts could be tempered. And ensuring that the Crown was politically neutral but essential to democracy, the Queen was able to wield a soft power that had an important role in de-escalating conflict and dismantling systems of oppression. The level of self-restraint this must have taken was enormous. In a position of power, it is much easier to defend an unjust position than it is to be an agent of compromise for progress's sake. Similarly, it is much easier to spill the seeds of change without first tilling the ground, rather than setting one's hand first to the hard work of incrementally preparing society for it to take root. The Queen did the latter of each with conviction in most crises she faced, and in doing so tempered the Crown into an institution we see as aiding future generation as opposed to diminishing their prospects. While I cannot possibly equivocate with the mantle of responsibility the Queen bore over 70 years, in my time in Parliament, I have become well acquainted with the self-discipline required to refrain from selfish actions in a leadership role. There have been many times where the best course of action for the people I represent is to remove myself from the grind of a polarizing political approach out of respect for the office I occupy, or when doing the right thing has not been the easy or popular course of action. In this regard, I have both succeeded and failed. But particularly when I have succeeded, I have been struck by the feelings of loneliness that self-restraint in leadership can bring, particularly as a young woman learning the lessons of governance while being in a governing role. In that, I wonder if the Queen ever felt the same way. In that, I am reminded that the Queen was also the head of her church, and that she referred to her faith as the anchor in her life. In her vow of service, she asked her God to help her make good in her vow of service as monarch. In her temperance, she lived her faith with constancy, and in doing so, did credit to the case for humanity to set itself to acting with higher purpose than self. She also exemplified that when we focus on a purpose higher than our own needs, we never truly are alone. And I cannot think of a better defense of any faith than that. In recent years, I have found kinship with the Queen in another regard. And this kinship is perhaps the greatest for us all. When asked about family life, the Queen said, "I can answer with simplicity and conviction. I am for it." The role Queen Elizabeth played in the institution of her own family was also clearly marked by temperance, and must have been so, because any woman who has raised children will tell you that motherhood is already synonymous with selflessness. Women will attribute their successes in child-rearing to moments when they set aside self for the betterment of their children. However, as a woman who is raising children, I can also say that when I have failed with children under my charge, it has been when my temperance has faltered. These were instances when I've been baited into anger, when my actions have caused my children shame, or when my desire to avoid conflict stopped me from issuing discipline. However, I've not had to be a mother with the eyes of the world upon me, and my motherhood measured against the prospect of the suitability of my children to take on the leadership of one of the most powerful institutions in human history. The Queen bore with this responsibility without ever overtly seeking to sway public opinion on her role in her family. How difficult this must have been for all involved, yet somehow grace has prevailed. It is also difficult to be both wife and institutional leader. While changes in our society how society views gender roles have changed in the last century, many of the societal mores which dictate how women are to be in marriage must have weighed on the Queen. Even in my short tenure as Member of Parliament, I have certainly struggled with imbalance in this regard. However, sometimes fate offers us gifts by way of sending us a partner who bolster our temperance when we lack it. I'm sure the Queen felt this way about Prince Philip. The maturity of character the Queen demonstrated in nurturing her family must also be set against the reality that she was simultaneously grooming her heirs for the sake of the crown. During the last century of change, many families have been broken. And while the royal family has not been immune from storms during the tenure of the Queen, that through temperance they survived them is a mark of their humanity, not of their failure. As a citizen of the Commonwealth, I am profoundly grateful that the Queen is succeeded by 3 generations of heirs who both clearly loved her as a familial matriarch and through their own actions have demonstrated that they too embrace temperance as a virtue in the crown, faith, and family. I suspect that would be the true measure by which the Queen measured her success in her life of service. So as the world marks the end of the Second Elizabethan age, many will be feeling a profound heaviness, as I am. I believe the world is grieving, as it is, because it is apparent that the burden of temperate constancy that the Queen shoulders now falls to others. In that we pray for the health and wisdom of our new sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, and his Queen Consort, and the entire royal family as they both mourn and take on new mantles of leadership. And I pray for us all. As a Privy Councillor, I swore an oath to be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Queen and her heirs and successors. On some days in this place, I have felt that my actions have done credit to her temperance, and on some days I know they have not. In those moments, I know that during these uncertain times, I bear the duty and responsibility to temper my actions with selflessness, as do we all. The health of our democracy and society depends upon it. May the Queen rest in the peace provided by our collective commitment to take up this torch. And today, on behalf of the people of Calgary-Notes Hill, I recommit to my oath to do the same. Long live the King.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
The world changed on Thursday, September 8th, 2022. And it's been stated by many that most people alive today have known only one Queen of the United Kingdom, of the Commonwealth of Canada, and that is certainly true for me. We have a collector's magazine on our coffee table at home, dated June 1953, commemorating the coronation of the then 25-year-old Princess Elizabeth, who had been queen for a couple of months already, on the sudden unexpected passing of her father, King George VI. Now, just to date myself, I was born between those 2 dates of her ascension to the throne and her coronation. And it has been noted that Elizabeth has been Queen of Canada for almost half of its existence as a modern state. So it is historic that we now see a transition from a queen to a king, something we're all going to have to get used to. Now, even though the face of the monarchy has changed from Elizabeth II, who was well adored and loved by the whole world, to Charles III, who has very big shoes to fill now, nothing has really changed. As a member of Parliament, I swore allegiance to Elizabeth II and her heirs. Parliament wasn't dissolved. The government continues to function. The political party of which I am a member continues to be the loyal opposition, loyal to the crown. Now, Mr. Speaker, it bears noting that another historical event has taken place recently, and that is that our colleague, the member for Carleton, has now become the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, a phrase that has not been used in 70 years. I never met the Queen, but I always felt I knew her. Going back to my elementary school days at Virginia Park Elementary School in Edmonton, Alberta, every classroom in the school proudly displayed a more or less up-to-date photograph of the Queen. We saluted the flag. We recited the Lord's Prayer. We sang God Save the Queen almost as often as we sang our national anthem, O Canada. Now, I love that Canada is multicultural. I'm personally a beneficiary of that, having been born to parents who had just recently immigrated from the Netherlands. And now, while they maintain many of their Dutch traditions, they truly value the rich traditions around their British crown, and although that goes with it, parliamentary government, a stable monarchy, the stability offered by a monarch who rides above the politics of the day. These are concepts that they grew up with in their home country and which were instilled in us as children. I never met Queen Elizabeth, but it is in my DNA to respect the value that an unchanging monarchy brings to our national identity, stability, unity. Canadians see their elected representatives disagreeing about almost everything. And some days, judging by what goes on in this chamber, you'd think that there's very little unity and almost no national identity. But we can always turn to the crown and remind ourselves that, in fact, we are one. Now, how will Charles III measure up to his mother in performance of royal duties? I'm sure he'll do a great job. But in a way, it doesn't really matter. The functioning of the government does not depend on the strength or failings of the monarch of the day. But it matters a lot in this respect. More and more people in the Commonwealth nations and in Canada are questioning the relevance of a royal family that dates back to the Middle Ages, to feudal Europe, to an earlier days of class structures. None of this has place in our modern, egalitarian, democratic society. So how does this ancient tradition survive? Well, by adaptation, of course. Elizabeth II did that very well. She knew when to speak, when to be silent, when to be present, when to be absent, when to be transparent, and how to manage the mystique behind the royal throne. She demonstrated servant leadership since the very beginning of her public life. In a statement that she made to the Commonwealth on her 21st birthday, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And for the next 75 years, she demonstrated that she actually meant those words. Nowhere was this commitment more to humble servant leadership more evident than her annual Christmas addresses. In 2014, she said this in her Christmas address: "For me, the life of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, whose birth we celebrate today, is an inspiration and an anchor in my life." A couple of years later, in 2016, she included these words in her Christmas address: "Millions of people around the world now follow Christ's teaching and find in him a guiding light for their lives. I am one of them," she said. Now, as the years went by, Elizabeth became more vocal about her Christian faith. Maybe age gave her pause to reflect on her own mortality. Maybe the instability of the world around her made her reach for the stability that she found in this ancient faith. But maybe it was also Elizabeth II demonstrating servant leadership in her other role on earth, and that is head of the Church of England. She understood that even as England became more and more of a multicultural, multiracial, multi-faith society, it was still highly relevant for the head of the Church of England to use the language of the church. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'm going to quote the Archbishop of Canterbury, who just said the other day, and I quote, "May her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace and rise in glory." Thank you.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to join other honourable members of this House to pay tribute to our head of state for over 7 decades, Queen Elizabeth II. It is indeed a great privilege to share my personal sentiments, which I can assure you are shared by many residents of Willowdale who are deeply saddened by the passing of our monarch. Over the last several days, we have witnessed an extraordinary outpouring of grief by numerous individuals around the world. We have heard countless expressions of sorrow on the passing of an exceptional personality who found a very special place in very many hearts. For each of us, our individual or personal reasons may vary. In other words, she endeared herself to legions for a wide variety of qualities and reasons. Yet we all recognize that we are now mourning the passing of a tireless monarch who embodied the notion of duty and epitomized the very best of public service. She had a profound effect on many, a constant in so many countless lives over the span of many tumultuous decades. During her 7-decade reign, she was a historic beacon of hope as we all weathered countless global crises, and she, of course, was always steady, determined, and did so with great dignity and boundless decency. Despite the whirlwind of developments the world experienced during her lifetime, she proved unflappable and always remained committed to remaining a tower of strength and embodied determination during these uncertain times. The public first caught an early glimpse of her steadfast qualities even before she ascended the throne, when at age 14, she felt compelled to offer a radio address from Windsor Castle in 1940, addressed specifically to children to reassure youth of the promise of impending peace during the dark days of the Second World War. As she remarked during that address, quote unquote, "And when peace comes, remember, it will be for us, the children of today, to make the world of tomorrow a better and happier place." It should also come as no surprise that a few years later, while still a teenager, at her own insistence, she joined the Auxiliary Territorial Services to train as a truck driver and mechanic to assist the war effort. That very same sense of duty and service were constants after she assumed the throne. Her sense of obligation and fortitude never dulled. It is now estimated that the Queen presided over an average 500 official appointments in any given year of her lengthy reign. It is also true that she is recognized as the most widely traveled head of state in history. And as Canadians, we were great beneficiaries of her attention and affections. She traveled to Canada on no less than 22 official visits as a monarch. Indeed, Canada was the country most frequently visited by Her Majesty. As she noted on one occasion about our country, quote unquote, "I am sure that nowhere under the sun could one find a land more full of hope." Therefore, it should come as no surprise that she was amongst us here in Canada in 1957, when Her Majesty became the first Canadian monarch to open Parliament and deliver a speech from the throne. She also opened the St. Lawrence Seaway in 1959, and she attended the 100th anniversary of the meeting of the Fathers of Confederation in Charlottetown in 1964, and was present for our centennial in Ottawa in 1967. She also participated in Expo 67 in Montreal and was present for the opening of the Summer Olympic Games in Montreal in 1976. She was also present to mark the 100th anniversary of the admission into Confederation of Manitoba, the Northwest Territories, British Columbia, and Prince Edward Island, variously between the years 1970 and 1973. And of course, she was personally present in Ottawa to participate in the patriation ceremony of our new Constitution, which of course included the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982. It should also be highlighted that she appointed our first French-Canadian Governor-General in 1959, proclaimed our national flag in 1965, and established the Order of Canada in 1967. And of course, during her lengthy reign, she conferred countless honors and sent congratulatory letters and messages upon thousands of Canadians during her lengthy reign, and acted as a royal patron of countless Canadian charities, while also developing and maintaining a particularly strong bond with our military and the RCMP. But of course, her greatest impact was on individual Canadians. And this she did through her unforgettable Christmas addresses. She would note in a visit to Halifax in 2010, quote unquote, "Canadians have by their own endeavors built a country and society which is widely admired across the world. I am fortunate to have been a witness to many of the developments and accomplishments of modern Canada. But I'd also be remiss if I did not remark of her dedication to maintaining strong bonds with the widest array of countries, in effect allowing our country to broaden and deepen our ties with numerous countries as a member of the Commonwealth. Indeed, our membership in the Commonwealth, alongside other multilateral institutions, has allowed us to maintain with great pride for many decades that we are the most connected country in the world. During the Queen's reign, the Commonwealth grew from 7 to 56 member states, in essence ensuring the Commonwealth was comprised of countries with an estimated 2.5 billion people. These bonds have allowed Canada to forge close ties and bonds of friendship with numerous countries. The Commonwealth's objectives were first explicitly and expressly outlined in 1971 when the organization committed itself to world peace, the promotion of representative democracy, and individual liberty. And while we can all acknowledge the vicissitudes in the fortunes of the Commonwealth, there can be no doubt that Her Majesty reimagined the Commonwealth and was devoted to ensuring that the organization was devoted to improving conditions amongst all its member states. The greatest example of this occurred in 1986 when 48 of the then 49 members of the Commonwealth agreed to adopt sanctions against the apartheid regime in South Africa. The then government of Prime Minister Thatcher was the only holdout. We now know, with the benefit of declassified diplomatic archives, not only that Canada assumed a leading role to cajole the United Kingdom to change its official position, but that the Queen also joined this endeavor, of course, only from behind the scenes and with great dignity and decorum. So allow me to offer my condolences to the royal family, and in particular, His Majesty King Charles. I join millions around the world in saluting Queen Elizabeth for her tireless decades of duty and service. May you rest in peace, Your Majesty.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my brief parliamentary career, rising today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, on behalf of those whom I represent in South Shore St. Margaret's, is the greatest honour I could imagine. There have been many wonderful tributes to Her Majesty in this place today, and I will attempt to add some additional perspective in this commemoration of an exemplary life of dedication and service. The loss of one's mother leaves you feeling unmoored, that the anchor of the family is lost. It changes the family forever. Those of us who have lost our mothers, my mother, Rosemary Borgle Perkins, passed away less than 3 months ago on June 29th, know this to be true. there is a sense that you are adrift. And several of our colleagues in this place also lost their mothers this summer and are experiencing the same grief. The death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II is a loss felt most deeply by her children, King Charles III, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, and Prince Edward. Theirs is a loss of a mother's love. William Shakespeare captured it well for me, the feeling of a child once their mother is gone, in Henry V, when he wrote, "All my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears." The royal family must feel that way in this period of public grieving, the way all of us feel when we lose a parent. Grief comes in waves like an ocean, waves of deep sadness and waves of great humor and joy. Queen Elizabeth said in response to the terrorist attacks of 9/11, "Grief is the price we pay for love." As her family grieves, as her nation and the Commonwealth grieve, we are demonstrating a global act of love, and thanks to Her Majesty and her family. She said, as we know, in her statement on her ascension to the throne, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And indeed, we were blessed that her life was long, and she fulfilled her duties with grace, solemnity, passion, and humor. And the world is a better place for it. When we grieve for the loss of a person we care about, we often reflect on our life and tell a few stories about that person that captures their personality. If the House indulges me, I will tell a few stories about Her Majesty. My mother and father grew up in Halifax during World War II. It was a busy war port, and the King, Queen, royal family, and Winston Churchill played a huge part in their lives at that time. So when the young Queen Elizabeth, only 33, visited Nova Scotia for the first time as Queen, my mother and father had to go see her. They did, and when the motorcade passed, my mother and her sister ran down the road after the Queen like they were Beatles groupies and embarrassed the heck out of my father. And in this place, we all know the importance of the role that those that do tour advance for prime ministers play in serving our country. One of my best friends, Scott Munnick, played this role for Prime Minister Mulroney. Scott, in this role, often wore white running shoes with his suits, and he even wore them wearing black tie. While it looked a bit goofy, it was comfortable given the long days he had on his feet. And Scott's a big man, having been a defensive lineman on the Queen's University football team. He's hard to miss. During the royal visit in 1992 to celebrate Canada's 125th birthday, Scott wore white running shoes the entire time. RCMP security mentioned to him that a couple of times in the car, the Queen had asked about the fellow with the running shoes. On Canada Day, Her Majesty appeared at the noon-hour show on the Hill and returned for the evening show as well, something she had never done before. On the final day of departure at Uplands Airport, the farewell delegation included the Prime Minister, Mrs. Mulroney, and several ministers. They were lined up at the foot of the stairs to the aircraft. Once they were assembled, Scott stood on the opposite side at the foot of the stairs, out of the way, he thought. Her Majesty said her goodbyes and moved up the aircraft stairs. After a step or two up the stairs, she paused, turned around to Scott and said, "I really like your footwear." She then boarded the plane and flew back to London. Then in 1997, while serving in a similar role for Premier Harris, Scott organized the Ontario portion of Her Majesty's visit to Canada. At the last stop on the tour in North Bay, Scott was told to be present at a thank you event with Her Majesty. As the last person to be called into the personal audience with Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, the Queen invested on the fellow wearing the running shoes the Royal Victorian Order as a member of this dynastic order established by Queen Victoria, which is only bestowed by the monarch. It recognizes distinguished personal service to the monarch. Scott is the 2,072nd person in the Commonwealth to receive this honor since it was established in 1896. Again, in 2002, Her Majesty the Queen was in Regina to unveil the statue of her riding her prized horse, Burmese, a gift from the RCMP. The RCMP had transported the state land out to Saskatchewan for the event. The day was marred on and off by torrential rain. So the commanding officer of the RCMP asked the monarch if she would like the roof installed to keep her dry. She responded in typical Queen Elizabeth fashion, "If my subjects are going to be in the rain, then so shall I." The roof went back into the truck where it stayed the rest of the day. On another visit to Canada for her Golden Jubilee, she visited Exhibition Place in Toronto, where Her Majesty was to be introduced to a renewed horse breed called the Canadian that had gone almost extinct. She immediately made a connection with the huge horse, which was a little skittish because of the crowd and because of the camera flashes that were happening. And to everyone's surprise, Her Majesty pulled a large carrot out of her handbag and fed it to the horse, now her new best friend. So there you have it. There was more in her purse than just a sandwich. A staff member of mine, Dennis Drever, acted as official photographer for Royal Tours to Canada for Her Majesty and Prince Philip. He did that 3 times. At the conclusion of one of those tours, the Queen personally presented him, a professional photographer, with a hand-signed portrait of the royal couple and said, "It's quite odd, really, me giving you a photograph." Naturally, he accepted it with thanks, and it now hangs proudly in a place of honor in my Hill office. And in a story President Reagan told Prime Minister Mulroney, President Reagan hosted the Queen, and as the visit wound down, the President asked her what her schedule was the next day. She replied that she was going home, going to Canada. It spoke of her affection and love for Canada. Queen Elizabeth attended only 2 funerals of the 15 prime ministers that swore allegiance to her, Margaret Thatcher and Winston Churchill. So I will conclude my tribute with the words of Winston Churchill in his final toast to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth when he was Prime Minister. Churchill said this, "Never have the august duties which fall upon the British monarch been discharged with more devotion than in the brilliant opening of Your Majesty's reign. We thank God for the gift He has bestowed upon us and vow ourselves anew to the sacred cause and wise and kindly way of life, which Your Majesty is the young, gleaming champion of. God bless Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and long live King Charles III."
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to address the House on behalf of residents of Brampton South to commemorate the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As a nation, we express our sincere condolences to the royal family, the people of the United Kingdom, and the entire Commonwealth. The Queen will forever be remembered for her devoted service to the Commonwealth and its people. Mr. Speaker, over generation, hundreds of Bramptonians have served our country with Her Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces, namely through the Lawrence Scots Primary Reserve Unit of the Canadian Army. The Lawrence Scots is one of Canada's oldest military units, dating back to the 18th century, and their headquarters are based in Brampton South. The unit continues to defend Canada and has participated in nearly every engagement Canada has sent troops to. Many of the unit's veterans are now members of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 15, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them for their service to our country. When Her Majesty's father passed away in February 1952, Princess Elizabeth became the Queen and head of the Commonwealth. That meant she became our Commander-in-Chief, overseeing our military and witnessing so many historical milestones over the reign. She was our monarch for almost half of this country's existence. And Canada was honored to host her 22 times as sovereign. She visited all 10 Canadian provinces and 3 territories during her reign and just 5 years after she became queen. She visited to open our parliament in 1957. One of her visits took place in 1973 when the Queen and her husband, Prince Philip, visited Brampton for the 100th anniversary of the town. They were greeted by then Mayor James, Archdeacon, and were the guests of honor during the ceremony. They visit Brampton's Gage Park, our first municipal park, which is now located in Brampton South. Clipping from the official book published to commemorate that anniversary describe that, quote, Queen Elizabeth on her arrival in Brampton on Friday, June 29th, was accorded one of the warmest welcomes she received anywhere during her 10-day visit. Canadian tour, Gage Park, site of the official ceremonies, was crowded by thousands of Bramptonians and visitors from many other Ontario communities. Hundreds of children were in the crowd, which prayed to see every moment of the Queen. End quote. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Brampton is commonly referred to as the flower town, flower city of Canada. And I'm often asked where this name comes from. Well, it starts with a man named Edward Dale who moved to Brampton from England to grow vegetables and flowers. Edward Dale retired in 1882, and his son Harry Dale took over. By then, Dale Estate employed a quarter of Brampton's population with over 140 greenhouses to its name. Each year, they grow more and more roses and build more and more greenhouses. People came from around the world to see Brampton's greenhouses, and Dale's flowers were even enjoyed by royalty. Brampton's Dale Estate provided flowers 3 times over 2 years for the Queen and was the largest greenhouse operation in the Commonwealth at the point of the 1950s. In a letter sent following their visit to Brampton, the Queen and Prince Philip sent their warm thanks for the centennial rose bushes that were presented to them. Brampton continues to be a vibrant city full of beautiful gardens, and we carry forward this legacy. Mr. Speaker, my favorite part of the story of Her Majesty and His Royal Highness' visit to Brampton is that after the official ceremony, they met with 25 new Canadian citizens who had received their citizenship earlier the same day. It was a true moment that showcased her value of openness, compassion, and respect. The stories in local newspaper following Her Majesty's visit speak for themselves and her grace. She was happy to be in Brampton, and our residents welcomed her with open arms. One headline in the Daily Times, a Brampton paper of the era, read, "Thousands of local hearts captured by the royal visitors." Another read, "She was so gracious, so radiant. Her passing is a loss for everyone, and our Brampton residents have touching memories of her reign." Earlier this year, Canada celebrated the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty from coast to coast to coast, making her 70th anniversary on the throne. And just last month, I had honor to attend alongside colleagues the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Halifax. It was a gathering of more than 600 delegates talking about key global issues and solutions. Some of the core themes, including democracy, sustainable development, human rights, and especially the rights of women and girls. These are core Commonwealth values that we remain committed to protecting and promoting. Common ties and shared values are what makes the Commonwealth strong, and Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II cared about this deeply. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that the facts and stories I shared with you today were preserved by the tireless work of the Peel Art Gallery, Museum, and Archive historians and archive workers. I'm grateful for their efforts in collecting material of historical values to ensure that these stories are told for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to encourage all members of this House and all Canadians listening to continue to build bridges with other democracies and promote values of peace, security, and prosperity. This is what the Queen devoted herself to and how she will be remembered by us. When the Queen departed Gage Park on the sunny June day in 1976, God Save the Queen was played by the Lon Scott Military Band. And today we reflect on the Queen's legacy and say, God save the King. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honor and it is with profound sadness that I rise to join my colleagues in this special session of the House today to pay tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Queen Elizabeth played many roles on the world stage, but her first and foremost duties were as a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And so, on behalf of my constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I want to start by extending my sincerest condolences to the royal family, especially so to our new sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, who must grieve the loss of his mother while assuming the heavy and solemn duties of the crown. You know, I've been listening to the speeches today, Mr. Speaker, and I know that many of my colleagues have remarked that for most Canadians, Queen Elizabeth II is the only monarch they have ever known. It is certainly true for me. I arrived on this earth in 1979, a year when the Queen was 53 years old and had already served as our sovereign for 27 years. Growing up, her image was ubiquitous on all of our coinage, our $2 bills, our $20 bills. Her portrait was displayed in clubs and in Legion halls and in our schools, just to name a few of the places. When a monarch reigns for that length of time, you can be forgiven for regarding her with a sense of permanence. Governments come and go, but the crown remains. An institution that has been a foundation for so many countries around the world during some very turbulent decades, including our own. Her presence was constant. It was a source of stability. And so when I heard the news last Thursday that members of her immediate family had been summoned to Balmoral because of her grave condition, my immediate thought was that it wasn't serious and that she'd bounce back and continue with her duties as she had always done. After all, she had met with the newly elected leader of the UK Conservative Party, Liz Truss, only 2 days before to invite her to become Prime Minister and form a government. Her death, announced that later that same day, came as a shock, and I know that many in this chamber and indeed many of my constituents are still trying to process that. I wanted to speak a little bit about the Crown as an institution and Queen Elizabeth's embodiment of that institution. Many of my colleagues have spoken as an institution that transcends our political institutions and has given our country, as a constitutional monarchy, a stability to endure. And given that the throne shall never be empty, the succession of Charles to king was immediate. That's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, over the centuries, the phrase, "the Queen is dead, long live the King," is underlining that fact that the throne is never empty. And it resulted in a cascading series of changes in our institutions. Everything from renaming of our naval ships, which now go from Her Majesty's Canadian ship to His Majesty's Canadian ship. The Court of Queen's Bench is now the Court of King's Bench. And of course, Her Majesty's loyal opposition is now His Majesty's loyal opposition, again showing that while our politics differ, our loyalty to the state and our wish to see it do well remains unchanged, no matter what side of this House of Commons you are having a seat in. And of course, Mr. Speaker, when we refer to Parliament, we're referring to the three constituent parts, the House of Commons, the Senate, and the monarch, who is represented by the Governor-General. No bill can become law without each of these bodies playing a role. 2 legislative chambers that must each pass the bill in the same form, and the Governor General who gives royal assent in the monarch's name. New citizens, members of Parliament and senators, members of the RCMP, our Canadian Armed Forces, those who serve as members of legislative assemblies, justices of provincial and federal courts, these are all examples of where the oath is sworn or affirmed to the monarch and to their heirs and successors. Government policy is carried out in the monarch's name, and it has a duty to uphold the honor of the crown. Our oaths to Queen Elizabeth II and now to her heir and successor, King Charles III, are not to her as a person, but rather to her embodiment of the crown as an institution, as a symbol of the Canadian state, the ship which continues to sail despite the occasional changing of captains. She lived up to that embodiment with a life of service and duty. It's incredible when you think about it, Mr. Speaker, 70 years on the throne, 15 British prime ministers, starting with Sir Winston Churchill, and of course 12 Canadian prime ministers, starting with Louis St. Laurent. The world in 1952 was very different from the one we inhabit today. Much of Europe was still recovering from the brutality of World War II, and the Queen assumed her role as head of state to a Britain that was very unsure of its role in the world as the foundations of its empire were crumbling around it. Canada at the time was also a very different country than it is today, and we were blessed by many visits from Queen Elizabeth over her reign. My colleagues will know me as a proud Vancouver Islander, and we were so very lucky to have her on seven different occasions. And Victoria, the city of my birth, also named after a queen, those who have visited will probably recognize Victoria as probably one of the most royalist cities in all of Canada. But Mr. Speaker, probably the most significant occasion for Canada was on April 17th, 1982, when she signed the proclamation of the Constitution Act. That act achieved our country's full independence. It allowed us to change our Constitution without approval from Britain, and it enshrined our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which are used to this day as a guard against government overreach and against legislatures like our very own in overstepping their bounds when creating laws. But Mr. Speaker, I think going forward, we also need the monarchy to address past injustices. And I say this in good faith to our new monarch, Mr. Speaker. Many peoples around the world have a troubled history and relationship with the British Crown. My own last name shows a very clear link to Scotland, and there's a wide range of history on that. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we need to talk about the legacy of colonialism. If you look at the map of modern-day Africa, those straight lines drawn with the precision of a ruler were the result of imperial powers carving up the map. The British Crown's role in slavery and addressing that historical injustice. But importantly here in Canada, the treatment of Indigenous peoples. And I'm so very lucky to have had a conversation with an Indigenous constituent just this last week to serve as a reminder of that troubled relationship with the Crown. His Majesty King Charles III has an unparalleled opportunity to move the monarchy forward in a way that is acceptable and more relevant to today's generation. And he acknowledged that in a recent trip to Canada when he said, quote, "It has been deeply moving to have met survivors of residential schools who, with such courage, have shared their experiences. On behalf of my wife and myself, I want to acknowledge their suffering and to say how much our hearts go out to them and their families." As King, Mr. Speaker, he has an opportunity to go further, and it is my sincerest hope that in his first visit to Canada as King, His Majesty Charles III will meet with Indigenous elders across the country and listen to what they are saying. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Queen Elizabeth II wore it well, with duty, service, and devotion. I will treasure her memory to our country. May she rest in peace.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We gather today under historic and sad circumstances at a moment of great uncertainty in the world. L'incertitude car nous
Uncertainty because we continue to look and watch carefully the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our recovering economies. Uncertainty because the unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia has thrown into disarray an already unstable geopolitical situation. So we must all pay attention to what is going on.
Climate change has already resulted in more severe weather that is affecting our lives, challenging our recovery, and threatening our communities. In short, we live in a world where the assumptions and the conventions that we once took as a given continue to feel like they're being pulled out from under us. It is under these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, a sad honor indeed to join the fellow members of this House in paying tribute to the woman who was such a constant in our lived experience, one whose destiny was deeply intertwined with that of our country. As we celebrate the mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother that was our late sovereign, I extend my personal condolences, those of my family and all the residents of Edmonton Centre, to His Majesty King Charles III and all of the members of the royal family on the passing of Her Majesty. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II ascended to the throne in 1952. Becoming the head of state of the United Kingdom, of Canada, and of the other realms. The world was deeply divided between West and the Soviet Union in a Cold War that seemed ready to turn hot with the slightest provocation. Des régions du monde jusque-là ignorées.
Regions of the world that had been unknown up until then started to make claims that were growing in trust. They wanted to have self-determination and independence. Television was a relatively new invention at the time, and it changed our way of seeing and understanding the world. Canada and its allies were just starting to make essential reforms in our healthcare system and government system in order to increase opportunities for all.
A life makes. Mr. Speaker, I will always personally remember the experience of Her Majesty's visit to Edmonton in 2005. I had the opportunity of seeing Her Majesty and listening to her speak in person in my home city. And I remember so clearly how she expressed her love for Canada and for Canadians, and how every single time she set foot in our country, she felt at home again. It was the same love and adoration that she expressed on many visits to our country throughout her reign. Indeed, over the last 70 years, Her Majesty participated in and bore witness to some of our most significant accomplishments and our greatest challenges. From the existential challenges of two sovereignty referendums to the patriation of our Constitution, including the enshrining of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. From the decriminalization of homosexuality to the celebration of marriage equality, the legal protection of trans and gender diverse people, and the banning of conversion therapy. From the growing recognition of the injustices and cultural genocides that mark our legacy with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. De la formation du Commonwealth.
From the forming of the Commonwealth, the joy and hope of our 100th and our 150th anniversary.
Events of September 11, the ongoing struggle of the COVID-19 pandemic. Through the whole of our collective experiences, exciting and tragic, inspiring and devastating, she was there. Her presence was a constant assurance that our institutions would hold, that our democracy, our House of Commons, which guides the functioning of our state from the rule of law to the power of the people, would hold through sunshine and storm, celebrations and challenges. Mr. Speaker, our institutions did hold, and we as a people held together, and we grew together.
Through it all, Mr. Speaker, our institutions held, and we as a people held and continued to become stronger together.
With the exception of my late father, Rolly, there is no member of my family or that of my partner, David's family, who can remember any other person as our head of state. 3 generations of my family have only known a world where our head of state was Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As I said, my partner David asked for my mother Shirley, for my brother Mark, and my sister-in-law Leanne, and for my nephews and niece, Ethan, Skylar, and Andrew. And let me just share a story with you and with colleagues, Mr. Speaker. My youngest nephew, Andrew, is now 14 and a half, and he's starting to wake up to the world and the politics and what's going on around him. When I picked up my phone, it was in the lockbox when we learned of the passing of Her Majesty, and the first text that I saw when I picked up my phone was from Andrew. And the text read in our family group chat, "Uncle Randy, the Queen has died. What does this mean?" was the implication in his question. And my immediate response was, "Well, Andrew, we're all still trying to figure that out ourselves." But what I responded to him was, "We are now in mourning, and on the Queen's watch, Canada became a great country. The Queen is dead. Long live the King." And when I next get to see Andrew in person, we will chat about the continuation of government, about the processes and the traditions that are in place to keep our work moving, and we'll probably talk about his new motorcycle. But the fact that he's thinking about the Queen's role and our role as a constitutional monarchy at 14 says something about where he is on his own journey into adulthood. And I share with many in this place and across the country and around the world a deep feeling that embodies the legacy of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Throughout it all, she was there. And it became easy at moments to think she always would be. Et pendant tout ce temps,
and during all that time, she has always been there. It became easy to think that she would always be there.
With a deep devotion to duty and a profound commitment to service, a responsibility that was placed on her at such a young age and which she accepted with dignity and with grace. Perhaps by now we have seen the video replayed over the last many days of a young Elizabeth, just 21 years old, who looked the world in the eye and gave her solemn oath that the whole of her life would be dedicated to service, whether long or short, and that the nations would be her only focus. And those nations would become the Commonwealth. And it is a promise that she kept, Mr. Speaker, an oath that she fulfilled. And now we say thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for everything. Merci, grande dame.
Thank you for everything.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise in this House on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. It's unfortunate, though, that it is on this occasion that I rise to remember the 96 years of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. With that being said, I am honored to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou to mark the Queen's passing. I take this opportunity to commemorate the life of Queen Elizabeth II and offer my deepest condolences to the royal family and to loved ones. In many instances, Mr. Speaker, this is the only monarch that Canadians will have known. That is certainly the case for me at 43 years old. It is the case for just about everybody in my family, save my 98-year-old grandmother. We must remember, Mr. Speaker, that the Queen took the throne at just 25 years old. And as I reflected on that, I reflected on who I was at 25 years old. Just in my first year of law school, I had just met my wife, and I don't know that I was even ready to be a lawyer, a parliamentarian, or even a husband at that point. Certainly not ready to be a father, and certainly not ready for all that the world had in store for me. And yet, at just 25 years of age, the Queen displayed dignity and grace that would mark her reign, a reign that we will not soon forget. We heard earlier today, Mr. Speaker, about the Queen's special relationship with Canada. Queen Elizabeth II toured Canada 20 times over 70 years. Remarkably, Mr. Speaker, she visited Kamloops Thompson Caribou 4 times in her life. It was in 1939 that she visited first as Princess Elizabeth to Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And then in 1951, shortly after her teen years, she would have been Princess Elizabeth at the same time. And then in 1959 and 1971 as Queen Elizabeth. Many still remember those visits to Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Her most lengthy stay was in 1959, which saw her and Prince Philip greeted by some reported 30,000 people in our riding. When I think back on it, I believe Kamloops Thompson Caribou would have been still divided as North Kamloops and Kamloops proper at that time. A young Alba Spina would have been 9 years old, my mother. And as I recall, the Queen's pathway took her along Tranquille Road, which was about a block away from where my mother grew up on Poplar Avenue in North Kamloops. My mom reminded me of going to see the Queen that visit, about all the people who were present and what a big deal it was as the Queen passed what would later become Our Lady of Perpetual Help, my elementary school. This is a memory she won't forget. This is a memory that some 30,000 people probably never forgot in Kamloops Thompson Caribou. That Queen Elizabeth would take the time to process down Tranquille Road in Kamloops, or North Kamloops at the time, speaks to her outreach for all Canadians. As most know, my prior career was as a Crown prosecutor, Mr. Speaker. And as a former Crown prosecutor, I always emphasize the Crown. And there was a special relationship with the monarchy in my capacity as Crown Counsel. I remember I was conducting a sex assault trial, and I made a fairly pivotal decision that had to be made. It was consistent with what were my ethical obligations at the time. And I was approached by the defense lawyer, and he said, gave my name, and he said, I want to tell you that you really did the honor of the Crown today. And as I prepared my speech, I reflected on what that meant. What is the honor of the Crown? The honor of the Crown, in my view, is doing the right thing. It's doing things with dignity and doing things with integrity. All qualities that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II exemplified. It's hard to imagine a future without Her Majesty the Queen. When we speak about my former career as a lawyer, I think about the magnitude of the patriation of the Constitution Act of 1982 and its schedule, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and how that changed the lives of all Canadians, how it really changed the lives of all litigators, especially criminal lawyers, the area in which I practiced and taught at Thompson Rivers University Faculty of Law. Queen Elizabeth II set a standard of leadership for generations to come, and it's hard to fathom that she led people through 70 years of service. She was a calming influence through every major event the world witnessed for the past 70 years. Let us not forget, she witnessed the establishment of the United Nations. She watched the moon landing, led through conflicts like the Korean War, the Cold War, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Persian Gulf, 9/11, Afghanistan, Iraq, and up to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the largest conflict in Europe since she served in the military in World War II. It is difficult to overstate Queen Elizabeth II's impact on Canada during these trying times. In our day-to-day life, Mr. Speaker, we don't often think about the impact on our lives that she had, but it was in difficult times, she would offer a word of comfort for Canadians. Her messages through COVID-19 pandemic are just the most recent examples of her uncanny ability to give us all a sense of peace in times of tribulation. Looking back on her life, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded in my capacity now as Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs of her work and her training as a mechanic in World War II. Queen Elizabeth II could have watched from a distance as a young woman, but her character called her into service. Mr. Speaker, leaders lead, and she took the opportunity to lead when it presented herself, when her country, when the United Kingdom was at war. We are grateful to Queen Elizabeth for her innumerable contributions to our country and our system of government. Having personally granted royal assent to the Constitution Act and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker, it was a life well lived. May eternal light shine upon Queen Elizabeth II. May Her Majesty rest in peace, and may God save the King. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, it is always a privilege to rise in this House, but it is a special honour to be able to do so to pay tribute to Her late Majesty and extend my condolences to the royal family. For so many Canadians, myself included, Her late Majesty was the only queen we've ever known. But she was more than a widely loved and respected sovereign. She represented stability in a country that grows increasingly chaotic, in a world that grows increasingly chaotic. She espoused a profound sense of humility in an era of self-aggrandizement. And she was a stalwart defender of democracy and the rule of law in an age of rising autocracy. Speaking to friends and family, so many were surprised at the sense of personal loss that we felt. The impact has been profound because I think it's like losing a grandparent. It was deeply personal. And when it comes to losing a grandparent, it's something that I think we know will happen one day, but we hope will be a long time from now, and we never really expect. There's not much that I can say that hasn't already been shared, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, from personal experience, that there could be hundreds of people in the room, but she would make you feel as if you were the only one there. She was incredibly attentive, as funny as she was kind and compassionate, and gracious beyond words. I'm especially grateful that I had the opportunity to meet her during her reign in 2017, when at Her late Majesty's command, I marked Canada's sesquicentennial by joining young leaders from across the Commonwealth in the UK. It was at a special ceremony at Buckingham Palace, where we were appointed medalists of Her late Majesty, and I had the distinct honor of being named Her Majesty the Queen's Young Leader for Canada. I still recall being there in Buckingham Palace, all of the pomp and circumstance, racked with fear about whether or not I would mess up all of the protocol that were required to remember when we meet the Queen. Things like ensuring you never turn your back to her, that you wait for her to extend her hand first, and that she speaks first. Mr. Speaker, I imagine there are some who are listening thinking, sure, of course, I can do those basic and easy things. And I would agree with you, until you're about to meet the Queen, and it just all goes out the window. It didn't help that during our briefings, leaders would recount all the times that they froze up or were speechless. Suffice to say, I was nervous. I was wearing my high-collar navy whites, and I had practiced marching in, left turning, and then saluting. But then I was told, actually, you throw all of that out the window when you meet the Queen. You just do a quick head bow. So here was this kid in his mid-20s, out of the suburbs of Toronto, scared out of his mind, trying to remember all of those basic straightforward protocol requirements, all while my brain was screaming, "Oh my God, there's the Queen. Holy smokes." Or well, I used another word, but I'm not allowed to repeat that in this place. Obviously, I was nervous. To try and settle my nerves, I looked away at the crowd. Do a quick scan of the room, I thought. There are hundreds of people in the room, so they didn't exactly help. But as I was doing it, I spotted Prince Harry. He was at my 2 o'clock, sitting in the front row. And I guess His Royal Highness could sense my nervousness. So he gives me a supported head nod and a wink, as if to say, "Hey, you got this." And he was right. I approach Her Majesty, I bow, and she extends her hand, first, of course, and I do so in response, and she says, "Congratulations," hands me my medal. Now I figure that's probably the end of it, but she asked me to tell her what I do. To put in context, we were being recognized for the work that we did in our communities back home. And I was nominated for work where I had the privilege of working with amazing at-risk youth and communities, Indigenous communities in Northwestern and Southwestern Ontario, including the incredible community of Chippewa of the Thames First Nation. So I mentioned that I work with youth in different communities, and she's like, "Who?" And I'm like, "Huh." She's interested. So I tell her. She says, "That's all very fascinating. Tell me more." And I'm like, "Huh, okay, I will." We ended up speaking for about a minute or two, which I'm told, Mr. Speaker, in Queen terms, is actually a really long time. As I said earlier, she had an extraordinary ability to make you feel like you were the only person in the room. Now, at the end of the conversation, she extends her hand. The handshake is meant to bookend the conversation, but I imagine there are some people who are just so enamored with meeting the Queen that they might not get the message. So, when she comes out to shake your hand, you can't tell when watching in person, because I was there watching her do it to others, or on TV, but she actually pushes you away. Kind of like a, "Okay, Kevin, nice talking to you. Off you go now, little one." And I have to tell you, for a then 91-year-old woman, that was a strong push. So, Mr. Speaker, today I have the distinct pleasure of being able to tell people that I met the Queen, she gave me a medal, and then she pushed me away. All joking aside, I'm forever grateful that I had this opportunity, and it's a memory that I will cherish for the rest of my life. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, twice I have sworn an oath of allegiance to Her late Majesty. First, in 2015, when I joined Her Majesty's Royal Canadian Navy, and again last year as a Member of Parliament. In that oath, we commit to faithfully serve her and her heirs and successors. With the ascension to the throne of His Majesty, King Charles III, I, like all members of this House, will continue our service, and for myself, both in and out of uniform, to our sovereign. Long live the King. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with tremendous sadness and profound respect that I rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who passed away 1 week ago following 70 remarkable years as Queen of Canada. Like so many of us, until last week, I too had only known one sovereign. And as I prepared my remarks for today, I reflected on her constant presence in my life. And so I would like to begin with some personal reminiscences before moving on. Now, unbeknownst to either the Queen or me, we first crossed paths at Expo 67, I as a 1-year-old child in my mother's arms, and her as a 41-year-old monarch in her 5th visit to Canada, her 4th visit as our Queen. We crossed paths again on the occasion of Her Majesty's Silver Jubilee in 1977. As an 11-year-old, I was living in Edinburgh with my parents and sisters that year. My grade 5 class at Sheen's Primary School made elaborate commemorative costumes out of paper, and we stood in a group at the side of her parade route along Edinburgh's Royal Mile as she passed. She returned our excited waves with great warmth and with a happy smile. Her presence was next felt in 2008 at my grandmother's 100th birthday party in Berwick, Nova Scotia. As a loyal British subject, having been born in County Durham, try to imagine, if you can, my grandmother's delight at her celebration to find a personalized birthday at the bottom of the stack of cards, a personalized birthday letter from the Queen, whom she loved so very much. And then in 2010, Her Majesty launched what was to be her final visit to Canada in Halifax, my riding. Accompanied by Prince Philip, she observed the Royal Canadian Navy's centenary by reviewing, in her role as Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces, a flotilla of international naval ships in Halifax Harbour, a day that I and all Haligonians shall never forget. Our final intersection came at Christmas in 2015, my first as an MP. As a rookie on Parliament Hill, I was pleasantly surprised by just how many people whom I'd never met were sending me Christmas cards. Figuring this was perhaps expected of me too, I followed suit and sent Christmas cards to many prominent individuals, including one to the Queen. Much to my delight, by the time we returned to Ottawa after the Christmas recess, there it was, tucked into a pile of mail, a letter stamped with the Queen's royal cipher. The message inside was warm, personalized, and printed on Buckingham Palace letterhead that brought a thrill to me and my entire staff. Mr. Speaker, at any of those earlier points of intersection over so many years, if someone had suggested to me that one day I would swear allegiance to Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Canada's Parliament, I would not have believed it, but 3 times now I have sworn that I would be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and your late Majesty. I hope and I believe that I have discharged my oath to the very best of my abilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, why have I shared these personal stories? I've shared them because countless Canadians have stories just like these. Small moments that connect us to a monarch that we may never have actually met, but who earned our admiration and our affection through her steady, dutiful service. Indeed, many Nova Scotians' memories will include seeing Her Majesty on one of her 5 royal tours to our province, including 4 to Halifax out of her 22 visits to Canada, the country that she visited more than any other. Perhaps they were among the 50,000 people who greeted her at the train station in Halifax during her first trip to Canada in 1951 as a 24-year-old princess. Or maybe they were a veteran at Camp Hill Hospital where she visited on that same trip. Or possibly they had the honor of being inspected by Her Majesty during a visit to the Royal Canadian Navy base in Halifax. Or they met her at the Bengal Lancers horse riding school during her first trip as Queen in 1959. Perhaps they were residents at Halifax's Northwood Seniors Home, where the Queen visited in 1979, or at Fortress Louisbourg in 1994. Or maybe it was that final visit to Canada I referenced earlier, where on a rainy day on Citadel Hill, in the heart of downtown Halifax, she memorably said, "My mother once said that this country felt like home away from home for the Queen of Canada. I am pleased to report that it still does. My pride in this country remains undimmed. It is good to be home." As the Queen has been part of our individual lives in big and small ways over the past 7 decades, so too has she been present for some of the most defining moments in the life of our nation, too. Most notably in 1982, along with the Prime Minister's father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, where she participated in the signing of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, bringing the Constitution home to Canada. I believe history will look back upon the Queen as a stabilizing force through an era of incredible change. The world today looks very different than it did 70 years ago, and while we have made significant progress, our work remains unfinished. Canada's parliamentary democracy, inherited from Mother England and our constitutional monarchy, makes Canada's system of government one of the most stable in the world. I believe that Queen Elizabeth II, in her role as Queen of Canada, has played an important role in securing our confidence in that system and in its success. With that in mind, the crown now passes to King Charles III, who has pledged to renew his mother's lifelong service to the Commonwealth. I renew to him the oath of service I took for his mother, and as His Majesty begins this new journey, may we all wish him well. Long live the King. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today on behalf of the citizens of my riding of Red Deer Mountain View to reflect upon the tremendous reign of our late Queen.
I was deeply saddened by the news of the passing of our Queen and Sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Princess Elizabeth was but a year younger than my late mother. My father would always quip that he too had a princess that had become a queen, just like the people of the British Empire, and made it clear to us boys just how fortunate we were and how important it was that we treat our mother accordingly. The fact that the princess could fix a vehicle, drive a truck, and would serve in her country's military during wartime just emphasized the skills and dedication. When she acceded to the throne at such an early age, her vast knowledge and abilities made her even more impressive. So it was that I heard many stories about the life and times of our Queen Elizabeth. The one-room schoolhouse that my great-grandfather had helped build had been replaced by a Second World War Army barrack a few years prior to my grade 1 year. At the front of the room was a portrait of Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. We sang both O Canada and God Save the Queen. It was so natural for us, and we felt this special bond daily. As I grew older and learned more about Canada and our system of government, my interest turned to the Queen's representatives of Alberta, many of whom I had had the pleasure of meeting over my lifetime. Lieutenant Governors the Honourable Percy Page, Grant McEwen, Ralph Steiner, Charles Lynn Staunton, Helen Hunley, former MP from Red Deer, the Honourable Gordon Towers, Bud Olson, Lois Hole, Normie Kwong, Donald Ethel, my dear friend, the Honourable Lois Mitchell, as well as our present Lieutenant Governor, Salma Lakhani. I also truly respected the vice-regal occupants at Rideau Hall. Canada's Governor-Generals over Her Majesty's reign included the Right Honourable Vincent Massey, George Vanier, Central Alberta's Roland Michener, Jules Leger, Ed Schreier, Jean Sauvé, Raymond Natishan, Romeo LeBlanc, Adrian Clarkson, Michel Jean, David Johnson, whom I got to know very well over his first term of office, Julie Payette, and our present Governor-General, Mary Simon. For many of us, these people may now just be pictures on the walls of our respective legislatures, but their purpose was to represent Her Majesty on behalf of the people in her realm, and they did that with honor. Not only did these representatives give their hearts and souls into serving us, but their spouses and families brought so much to the offices as well. As all of those of us in this house know, no one survives in public office without the support of family. This was uppermost in the minds of both my wife Judy and me on our drive to Calgary last Thursday. We were driving to the memorial service for a dear friend, the late Doug Mitchell, husband of the Honourable Lois Mitchell, Alberta's 18th Lieutenant Governor, when we heard the news of the Queen's passing. She had just sworn in UK's new Prime Minister 2 days before, so even though she was at an advanced age, it was still so unexpected. At the memorial ceremony, there was an extra sense of sadness and finality as speaker after speaker spoke of the unique connection of Alberta's vice-regal family and that of our late Queen. I say this as I turn my thoughts to the legacy of our Queen Elizabeth, because there was never any doubt that her late husband, His Royal Highness the late Prince Philip, was always by Her Majesty's side and truly made a difference to her as she served her nation and the Commonwealth. The royal family, and in particular the Queen, have always had a special place in the hearts of Albertans. I was there on that rainy day at Commonwealth Stadium as the Queen and Premier Klein presented to the crowd celebrating Alberta's centennial in 2005. It was amazing. Later, as an elected official, I had the privilege to meet Prince Edward during a Duke of Edinburgh awards ceremony, Prince William and Princess Kate at the Calgary Stampede, and to stand by as my wife and the Queen exchanged pleasantries when Her Majesty last visited Ottawa. I generally appreciated each encounter and will always speak highly of the experience. Perhaps I still hear my father's voice. As Queen Elizabeth surpassed all milestones of service, I think that I had overlooked the reality of what the monarchy would be like after she was gone. In 2012, excuse me, Canadians showed such pride in our history and celebrated the special bond that existed between Queen Elizabeth and our nation. The Diamond Jubilee medals that were celebrating her 60 years on the throne were presented to our fellow citizens for their exemplary service to our nation. It meant so much to so many people. In celebration of her 70 years on the throne, I had encouraged grade 6 students within Red Deer Mountain View to write essays about that one special person in their lives that had reminded them of the service and love of humanity that best exemplified Queen Elizabeth II. There were so many beautiful sentiments and such great thoughtfulness expressed by these wonderful students. So what about the reality that we now face? Queen Elizabeth has been the only monarch that I've known, but it's her place in history within the centuries of tradition that I now reflect upon. And it is from those reflections that I'm now looking forward to the promise of the reign of King Charles III. His responsibilities will be immense, but he has had the greatest of role models. One of those responsibilities is as head of the Church of England, which has been the foundation of the monarchy for centuries. As such, it has always had a prominent place in my local community of Pine Lake. The historic Holy Trinity Anglican Church is one of many local churches across the country that displays the names of community members that served and died for king and country in the 2 world wars. My hope is that never again will we need to display the names of young men and women in that same fashion on those walls in the name of any monarch. One can only pray for strength and wisdom for ourselves and our new king to serve our nation both wisely in peace but firmly in conflict. What better legacy to follow the young princess that started her journey in service in her war-torn nation and, as queen, guided it through so many decades with compassion and grace. Princess Elizabeth had said in 1947 on the occasion of her 21st birthday, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong." We are so thankful that her life was long. Long live the king.
See, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Listened to all the speeches today, or almost all, whether from here in my seat in this House of Parliament, excuse me, or behind the curtain when I had to step out. I found so many of them, so many of these speeches erudite and touching as well. I learned about history. I learned about the history of our great nation. I learned about the history of democracy. I learned about the history of the Commonwealth. I shared in the wisdom of words of Queen Elizabeth II that were quoted by different members. And I also learned about regional histories, about parts of this country where loyalists settled, and I learned about their attachment to the monarchy and the values that the monarchy represented to them, and the values, therefore, that they brought to this great country of ours. And of course, we also heard many personal stories, ce qu'on appelle en français.
What we would call in French anecdotes. Anecdotes from individuals. Who aren't talking about major events. They're talking about things that are dear to them.
I heard many stories told by individual MPs about their brushes with the Queen, with royal visits, with meeting the Queen. And of course, we've all read stories like the one that was repeated today, but that I had also read about in the Globe and Mail last week about Catherine Clark and how she knew she couldn't leave a reception until the Queen left, and how they marched off together, arm in arm. A very touching story that no doubt is extremely dear to Ms. Clark. And I also read in the paper recollections, anecdotes by Prime Minister Mulroney, who spoke about how he spent a very long stretch with the Queen in around a very informal lunch at 24 Sussex, and how wonderful that memory must be for Mr. Mulroney and his wife Mila. And of course, we all know that the Queen had a soft spot for Prime Minister Chrétien. You could see it, in fact, on her face whenever you would see a photo of the Queen meeting Mr. Chrétien. She was beaming. He was no doubt one of her favorite people in the world. Mr. Speaker, like all, the Queen Elizabeth II, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, is the only monarch I have known. She has been a constant for me, as she has been for countless others. And she represents, and this has been mentioned many, many times in speeches, she represents, in a sense, the bedrock of our constitutional democracy. She represents the constancy of our democracy. And like all here in this House, I deeply appreciate our constitutional democracy. I appreciate its separation of the roles of head of state from that of head of government, which provides us with a sense, as has been said by so many, that the institutions are much greater than those who may occupy those institutions at any one period of time, and that our democracy is much stronger than the partisan conflicts that arise from time to time, which of course are part of democracy. But we have the sense that there is something overarching these political debates and these partisan debates. And I also appreciate, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure so many others in this House do, that Canada, and we cannot separate the history of the Crown from the history of Canada, that Canada was not born of violence and revolution. Yes, there's been violence in our past, and there's been oppression, and these past wrongs need to be addressed. But essentially, Canada evolved; it adapted, and I think that has a lot to do. That capacity to adapt, that ethic of adapting, rather than pushing for violent breaks with the past. I believe that has a lot to do with the Crown and the wisdom of the Crown. And we saw this, in fact. We saw this because it's very important to understand that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, while she did not have legislative power, military power, the power of financial markets, that she had the power of moral suasion, the power of the wisdom that she acquired over a lifetime. And I was reading in the paper, again, it was being related by Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, how she supported his policy to end apartheid, and that in fact, as we know, Prime Minister Thatcher was not on the same side as Mr. Mulroney in this historical initiative. But the Queen offered her wisdom to Mr. Mulroney and supported him in his quest to end apartheid. And we also saw and we heard about the Quebec Act, and how the Quebec Act it allowed for the peaceful evolution of our nation, a peaceful evolution that respected people's rights, Mr. Speaker. So, the Crown has been very, very instrumental in this capacity of our democracy to adapt peacefully. This goes back to my point, which I just mentioned, that the Queen, we heard a lot in the speeches about how the Queen must have so many stories. And I know what people mean by that, and I revel in that thought. But it's more than stories. She's been more than an observer in history, because she has had access to first-hand knowledge and information, intelligence, if you want to call it that. She would have consulted and have been consulted by those making very important decisions. So she has been more than an observer. She has been an actor, but again, an actor without the power that we associate with political power, but an actor with the power of persuasion, and that's very important. That's been very important in the evolution of our country and in the evolution of the Commonwealth. Of course, in addition to all of this, Her Majesty, the Queen, embodied certain values and virtues that we can call, I guess, personal values and virtues. The virtue or the value of graciousness and kindness, virtues that, quite frankly, are still relevant today and can continue to inform us and produce, I think, a more harmonious world, including a more harmonious politics, Mr. Speaker. So, again, she was a bedrock presence in our lives, and we will miss her. And I would like to extend my sincerest condolences to all the members of the royal family, and to all the people of Britain, and to all those around the world who had an emotional connection with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Lambton Kent Middlesex, I offer my condolences to the royal family and all those who are mourning the loss of their beloved Queen. On September 8, 2022, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor, Her Royal Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, passed away and left a legacy of service spanning generations. Her Majesty's reign spanned 70 years, something no other monarch has accomplished. For most Canadians, she is the only monarch they have ever known. At the age of 21, Elizabeth pledged her life to serving others, which she did for 5 years before unexpectedly becoming queen. She more than fulfilled that promise and instilled the importance of duty in others until she passed away. For her work, effort, dedication, and humility, Her Majesty is credited for being one of the greatest supporters of charity work in the world. From joining the Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945 to raising $2.2 billion for charities in the United Kingdom and supporting more than 3,000 international organizations, the Queen impacted the lives of people around the world. But her volunteerism and support were not limited to humans. Her Majesty's love of animals is well known. Horses and dogs, particularly Pembroke Welsh Corgis, which she raised 30, also benefited from her kindness. In assessing her responsibilities as monarch, the Queen stated that service is the most important part of her job. And I agree with her sentiment. And as public servants, we must follow her example. I recently had the privilege of recognizing and thanking, in her name, 70 community volunteers in Lambton Kent Middlesex in celebration of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. At this ceremony, recipients received a commemorative medallion and Canadian Platinum Jubilee lapel pin, a special memento in honor of Her Majesty being the first monarch in British history to celebrate a Platinum Jubilee. Platinum is a heavy, yet soft, precious silver-white metal. It is certainly a befitting comparison to a monarch whose reign spanned 7 decades and included a world war, diverse economic times, personal tragedy, and much personal sacrifice. The Queen's resilience through it all showed her enduring spirit and steadfast dedication to the vows she took and the people she served. In her 70th year as sovereign, Her willingness to reflect the spotlight off herself to include other worthy servants said much about her humility. Speaker, the Queen loved Canada, and Canada loved her back. God bless the Queen. May she rest in peace. It won't be the same without her. Long live the King, and God bless Canada.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back to the Chamber. I am here with profound sadness to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, as my other colleagues have. I do want to stop and note on a positive note the 18th anniversary of Melanie Names Petra, who has worked with me on the Hill as a constituency assistant and legislative assistant, and a whole series of wonderful moments that we've had over 18 years of my 20 years here, and want to thank her and her family for all the work that they've done on behalf of Windsor, Ontario, Essex, and Canada, Madam Speaker. And as well, Madam Speaker, I do want to offer my condolences to the royal family. The Queen Mother was also a grandmother and great-grandmother. The royal family is certainly going through a lot of emotions, even recognizing the fact that they have to share this moment with the entire planet is very difficult in the public eye, and wishing them and their family the best during this difficult time. I also want to actually take note and thank, from Windsor, Mayor Drew Dilkens. Our mayor is showing leadership, again, including the public. There will be a public viewing the Queen's funeral at 5:45 a.m. on September 19th at City Hall Square outdoors. I want to thank Mayor Drew Dilkens for doing that. And as well, there'll be a public memorial service at All Saints Anglican Church at 6 p.m., which is right next to that area. Please RSVP for that. Of particular note will be the lead by the Essex and Kent Scottish Regiment. And to recognize, Madam Speaker, this year was the 80th year of Dieppe, where the Essex Scottish Kent played a leading part of the operations and suffered significant losses for the duty during the Second World War, which I will talk a little bit about now with regards to the Queen, and even connections as to why this is important for not only our country, our Parliament, and I think a little bit share about my experiences as well too. I have had the chance to meet the Queen in Toronto. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but want to note that part of my family came from England, and we grew up at the kitchen table. Experiences about what took place during the war, what took place with the royal family, and a number of different connections that just kind of take place. As my biological grandfather, John Clifford Addison, I didn't know him. I have his medals, and I have his soccer medals and war medals. He died on the HMS Scorpion in the fall of Burma. Was lucky that my grandmother, Irene Atwood, was able to remarry Fred Atwood. And he served in the Royal Navy on the Ark Royal, the McCallum. And my grandmother, Irene, and my mother, Jean Massey, Jean Atwood at that time, they survived the bombing raids that were in London. And my mother just gifted me this last year, actually a scrapbook that she made during this time and during her teen years of the Queen. So there's lots of papers and news articles going back, actually going to the start of 70 years with regards to articles that were published in the British papers, official programs, and so forth. And I'll be sharing them on the 16th on my social media as I took pictures. And it's interesting through the eyes of my mother at that time to see all the work that went into this collection of materials. And I think that experience, translated later on with better understanding, because fortunately with Fred Atwood, he was a merchant marine, and I mentioned he served in the Royal Navy. He spent a lot of time serving for his country, but also coming to Canada here and at the kitchen table. I grew up with the big band music playing in the background, sitting at the kitchen table, my grandmother making scones and having tea, and talking about life in England, and recognizing Her Majesty's commitment during that wartime was part of the discussions, and as well too, clearly was a continuation of the life that they had in Canada, extended from over in England. And I think it's important that we recognize the duration of time that's taken place with regards to this tenure that she had lasting so long. So during her 70-year reign, she had 179 individuals served as her realm's prime ministers, 179, including 15 British and 12 Canadian prime ministers. Her first British prime minister, Winston Churchill, was born in 1874, and the last prime minister was Liz Truss, who was appointed by the late Queen just 2 days before her death, was born 101 years later in 1975. Now, as I mentioned, I had a chance to meet Her Royal Highness. It was in Toronto. It was at her visitation, and before that I had been in Windsor, Ontario as a child when the Queen did visit, and you know, like many of my age, we were on the side of the road as she drove by and waved, and so it was an interesting experience as a kid. Later on, she participated in a number of ceremonies in Windsor. Obviously, with the name of Windsor, there's a connection there that is very strong, and it's also too is that we're a border city that actually fought significantly in the War of 1812. We also were the place of the Underground Railroad, where when the British Empire finally got rid of slavery, many people came to our area for freedom from the United States. And so there's also recognition that there was a better position at that time because slavery is still one of those issues that languishes. And I'm hoping that the new king recognizes some of the still suffering that takes place from the awful state of slavery that has taken place over generations. And we have those connections. And so later on in life, it was Jack Layton who was supposed to attend a luncheon for the Queen at the Royal York, and Jack couldn't make it, so I got the call to go represent Jack, the former member for Toronto Danforth. And it was a summer day. It was 90 degrees, and I was staying in a hotel. And people know me, I'm not a very formal person, so for me to get in a tuxedo, which was a required fare, and I'm kind of describing it so people get an idea of what you go through. And I'm not very good at protocol either, but for me to get in a tuxedo is an accomplishment in itself, let alone when there's a blackout, because that took place at that time. And I had to go down the stairs of my hotel in 90-degree weather, 11 stories down, walk over to the Royal York, and then we were there huddled in the dark, a number of us, I think about 100 guests. And what they do is when you meet the Queen, and at that time also His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh was there as well too, they send you, which is much needed for people like me, a protocol. This is what you expect, is that you get in line and your turn will come, you go to the Queen Mother, and then you just you do this type of a greeting, and then you go next to His Royal Highness, you do that, and then we move into another room, and then we have the event. Well, I'm terrible with protocol, so I got the right greeting for the Queen. When I got to His Royal Highness, I froze, and people are behind me, so I said, "Hey, man." And he smiled and laughed, and then I moved on. But the moment was kind of special because I was there to try to be as respectful of the protocol as possible, but it didn't matter. And then we moved into the next room, and the next room had luncheon where the Queen spoke, and it was interesting because she talked about Canada. She didn't talk about anything other than Canada. Talked about her visitations that she had across our country, whether it be in the Northwest Territories, whether it be in British Columbia, on the East Coast. She mentioned Windsor as well too, so we had that type of an exchange, and then the event was over. But it was interesting because, I grew up at the kitchen table with this, and when you listen to somebody as well, knowing, like, here's an interesting thing, is that she was the most traveled world leader, visiting 117 countries and almost 56 Commonwealth nations. She was also the first monarch to visit West Germany, China, South Africa, and other African nations, and almost every corner of Canada during her 22 visits. And so listening to somebody with that type of experience is always interesting in itself, and then having these kind of different connections was really important. And so I think that kind of a common element of that travel and what were taking place in a place in Canada was really special. Now, as I mentioned, the reign was not perfect, and I know, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I'm hoping to see is that we're going to see some reconciliation with our First Nations, and I'm hoping that King does that, and King Charles III will recognize that there's going to be more necessary to have reconciliation. It's one of the actual Truth and Reconciliation's points, and I'm looking forward to that. I think that would help not only just with myself, Madam Speaker, but also maybe young Canadians as we try to move forward. And there's still a connection to the monarchy in our country, but it needs to come with recognition of what's taken place in the past. And thank you, Madam Speaker, and condolences again to the royal family.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to rise in this chamber and represent the voices of Chatham-Kent Leamington, particularly in this solemn hour and on this day of tribute. I have only known one sovereign. In fact, over 90% of Canadians have only known one sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Last night, before boarding the plane to come to Ottawa, I stopped and visited with my parents. They're in their late 80s, so they're part of the 10% cohort that has known two monarchs. And they reflected back on the death of King George VI and on the coronation of then Princess Elizabeth. And they recalled the national sadness, followed by the pageantry of coronation. And it's some of those emotions, I think, that many of us are also feeling today. As a child in school, I recall singing God Save Our Queen. And that anthem, it concludes with the following statement: long to reign, I can't actually speak it, long to who reign over us. God save our Queen. Well, long did she reign, the longest in the history of the British monarchy. And so while intuitively we all knew that she was not immortal and that her death would come, it still comes as a shock, as most of us have always lived with the assumption that she was a permanent fixture in our lives. But Her Majesty knew that she was not immortal, as she requested the help of her Creator and acknowledged her service to him as she took the oath of service to country and Commonwealth at the beginning of her reign almost 70 years ago. This legacy of service, of duty, is what has come to define her reign. While in theory holding ultimate power, she fully understood her role in a constitutional monarchy, where the true power lies in a country's people. So then, in practice, while wielding ceremonial power, through her leadership by example, she actually had enormous influence, providing the example that we should all follow. Her Majesty's calm and assured voice, her measured tone, her dignified demeanor, that remained a beacon of stability through many turbulent times in her country, within the Commonwealth, in this world, and yes, even within her own family. Her Majesty was a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and it is to her family, the royal family, that I wish to convey my sincerest condolences. Today, we hear much about freedom, but freedom should never be separated from duty. Today, we hear much about our rights, but our rights should never be separated from our responsibilities. Our freedoms don't stand in isolation without the duty of a country's citizens to serve. Freedom isn't free. Our individual rights aren't sustained or aren't sustainable unless we acknowledge and we respect the responsibilities to each other and to the collective whole. Our Constitution is based on this relationship of freedom and duty, of rights, individual rights, and responsibilities. Her Majesty's life of devotion and of service to country, of duty to the Commonwealth, inspired many and embodied the intertwined codependency of freedom and duty, of rights and responsibilities, of service and humility. It was therefore an honor this past summer as a Member of Parliament to commemorate the 70th anniversary of her reign, her Platinum Jubilee, by bestowing platinum pins of service to community, or said another way, of responsibilities demonstrated to the whole, to residents of Chatham-Kent Leamington who have emulated the life of service exemplified by Her Majesty. It is these very citizens whose privilege I have of bringing their voice to this chamber. May Her Majesty rest in peace, and may she rise in glory. Long live the King, King Charles III. May God bless Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
Monsieur Jones ne sont pas là.
OK.
Alors, on peut aller au prochain. Madame Kwan, oui, OK.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today we're here to commemorate Britain's longest reigning monarch and Canada's longest serving head of state, Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen lived a long life of duty, stability, and public service, and was an enduring and steadfast presence on the world stage throughout her 7 decades as Queen. I rise today to express my deepest condolences to the royal family as they mourn the loss of their mother, grandmother, and a great-grandmother. Experiencing the death of a loved one is never an easy process, and I hope that as they reflect on the life of the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, they can find comfort in the memories of the many moments they shared together. Serving for over 70 years, there is no doubt that Queen Elizabeth II made her mark on this world and in our collective history. The Queen succeeded to the throne on February the 6th, 1952, after the death of her father, taking on this enormous responsibility while in her 20s. On the global stage, many described her as hardworking and dedicated, always observing her duty to serve. In 1945, during World War II, she became the first woman on the royal family to serve as a full active member of the British Armed Forces when she joined the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service, working as a mechanic and truck driver before rising to the ranks of junior commander. Up until her passing, she was the only living current head of state who served in the Second World War. She later made headlines in 2003 when she drove the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia on a tour of the Queen's castle, perceived as a statement at a time when women did not even have the right to drive in Saudi Arabia. And in 2011, the Queen oversaw a change to succession laws that meant sons and daughters of any future British monarch would have equal rights to the throne. The Queen was well known for her commitment to supporting charity and humanitarian efforts around the globe. She had relationships with over 500 charities, professional bodies, and public service organizations, helping to raise over $2 billion for over 600 nonprofits during her reign, more than any monarch in history. Organizations she supported included the Red Cross, the Royal College of Nursing, and the Disaster Emergency Committee. Queen Elizabeth II was the royal patron to several Canadian charities, raising awareness and bringing recognition to the work of these important organizations, including the Canadian Red Cross Society, the Canadian Cancer Society, Save the Children Canada, and the Canadian Nurses Association. As a Commonwealth country, the Queen had a special significance to Canada. For the past 70 years, the Queen influenced Canadian history in ways which will continue to be felt into the future. She was known to refer to Canada as, quote, home. In describing Canada, she once stated, and I quote, "I'm sure that nowhere under the sun could one find a land more full of hope, of happiness, and of fine, loyal, generous-hearted people." Several notable Canadians attended her coronation on June 2, 1953, including Prime Minister Louis St. Laurent, Saskatchewan Premier Tommy Douglas, and Chief Joe Mateus from the Squamish Nation. As the Queen to Canada, her reign extended over the mandates of 12 Canadian Prime Ministers and 13 Governors General. Several of her 22 visits to Canada occurred at critical junctures in Canada's history. Her first official visit as Queen to Canada was in 1957. And on October 14, 1957, she became the first sovereign to open a session of Canadian Parliament in person and delivered the throne speech. And in 1964, she attended the centennial of 2 pre-Confederation conferences in Charlottetown and Quebec City. A year later, she signed the Royal Proclamation that gave Canada its new maple leaf flag. She also took part in the opening ceremonies of the 1976 Olympic Games in Montreal. In 1982, she returned to Canada for the proclamation of the Constitution to sign Canada's constitutional proclamation. This enshrined the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and gave Canada independence over our Constitution. It also recognized the treaty rights for Indigenous peoples under Section 35, an important milestone for the legal recognition of Indigenous rights in Canada. The Queen also visited my home province, British Columbia, 7 times in her life. As princess, she visited a Vancouver East landmark, the Pacific National Exhibition in 1951, and Empire Stadium in 1959 as Queen. Hockey fans may remember her visit during the Queen's Golden Jubilee in 2002 when she dropped the puck at a Vancouver NHL game. These moments help explain the way in which the Queen's is embedded in many Canadians' national imagery and sociocultural traditions. Our nation's past and present is institutionally tied to the British Crown. For the last 70 years, no legislation has become federal law without Her Majesty's approval through the process of royal assent. And to many Canadians, including myself, she's the only head of state that we have known. And while we may not think about the British Crown on a daily basis as we mourn her passing, it also invites a moment of reflection. And as Member of Parliament for Vancouver East, a diverse, vibrant, and active community, I've been reflecting on what the Queen's passing means for members of the community in Vancouver East. For veterans in the community and across Canada, many feel a special bond with Queen Elizabeth II. A veteran herself who served in the Second World War, she was the Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces. The Royal Canadian Legion, Canada's largest veterans support organization, of which there are branches throughout Vancouver East, has a strong connection to the Crown. A recent statement from the Royal Canadian Legion explained that the use of the word royal in the name came about in 1961, upon the Queen providing consent for its use. The Queen had a special connection to and publicly showed her support for Canadian veterans. She visited the National War Memorial in 1967, and later in 2007, she rededicated the Canadian National Vimy Memorial, declaring that, quote, the Canadian Corps transformed Vimy Ridge from a symbol of despair into a source of inspiration. I'm thinking about the many veterans in Vancouver East who find community in the Legion halls throughout the riding and who attend the Remembrance Day ceremonies at the Grandview Cenotaph and the Chinese-Canadian War Memorial. The veterans responded to the duty to serve, not dissimilar to the manner in which the way the Queen responded to her duty to serve. As a Chinese Canadian born in Hong Kong, which was under British colonial rule until 1997, I also reflect on the meaning of the Queen's passing to those in my riding who immigrated to Canada from other Commonwealth countries or former British colonies. Given the developments in Hong Kong since the handover with the national security law, many Hong Kongers are lamenting that they had more freedoms when Hong Kong was under British rule. With that being said, we must also acknowledge that not everyone feels able to celebrate the life of a monarch or mourn her loss. Many Canadians feel pain and grief from the harms and injustices of British colonial rule. The relationship to the Crown may be most significant and most challenging for Indigenous peoples in Canada, for whom a direct relationship was established through the Royal Proclamation, followed by the treaty-making process. The issuance of the 1763 Royal Proclamation served as a foundation in the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the Crown, recognizing Indigenous land rights under the law and establishing a nation-to-nation relationship. While this predates both Confederation and the Queen's reign, it is fundamental to Crown Indigenous relations. It is important as we reflect on the significance of the Crown's relationship with Indigenous peoples that we open space to hear Indigenous voices, many of whom are grappling with the pain of colonization. Rather than bringing up feelings of national pride or nostalgia, the Queen acts as a symbol of colonization. First Nation leaders have called on the Crown to take further action on reconciliation. The BC Assembly of First Nations Summit, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs have called on the new king to make his first official act a renunciation of the doctrine of discovery, a component of the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action number 45. As we reflect on the passing of the Queen, we must also make space to reflect on the damage to colonization that continues to impact Indigenous communities.
Is out of time. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It was a beautiful summer day along the St. Lawrence River on June 26, 1959. In the city of Cornwall, we are accustomed to having guests and dignitaries visit the city every so often. But on that day at the Moses Sanders Dam in the city of Cornwall, there were several important visitors. The United States President Dwight Eisenhower, then Vice President Richard Nixon, was joined by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip to open the Seaway. The next day they traveled to Cornwall, from Cornwall to Long Sault, Ingleside, Morseburg, and then Iroquois. Despite that being decades ago, there are still fond memories by many citizens who got to experience those wonderful days. That visit to Canada, into our community of Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, Madam Speaker, came 7 years into a 7-decade tenure as reign and our head of state. I want to start today with that story of remembrance and with my condolences on behalf of the people and the residents of Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry on the passing of a wonderful head of state, our Queen. In the emotions, Madam Speaker, it's a bit of a unique feeling over the course of the last week as we've come to grips with a unique time in our history, a transition that few of us have ever seen and may not see again in our lifetimes. There's a sadness, without a doubt, an empty feeling, but there's also an opportunity to reflect and think on the life and service of the Queen. What more could you ask for? 96 years of age, 70 years of service as Queen, and she met her 15th Prime Minister only 2 days before her passing, working and serving to her final days. To think of the history and scope of it, Madam Speaker, it's fascinating. Her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, and wrapping up just last week, 70 years with Liz Truss. In Canada, 12 Prime Ministers, from Louis Saint Laurent to our Prime Minister today, the member from Papineau. And in our Commonwealth, she had the opportunity to serve and work with 179 Prime Ministers over her lifetime. I think it will be a long time before we see a head of state match that feat. So there is a sadness, but there's also a sense of gratitude and thanks. There's the opportunity to mourn, but there's also the time to, as we've heard several times throughout the chamber today from our Prime Minister, several members of Cabinet, and those who've had the opportunity to meet and share a story with the Queen. We could take a walk down memory lane. I want to thank Susan Peters from the Dundas County Archives in the west part of my riding, and I want to thank and reference Ian Bowering, who's a retired curator at the Cornwall Community Museum, who documented a couple of other visits and stories between our riding in Eastern Ontario, our community, and the Queen. In 1976, she visited Upper Canada Village and had a wonderful visit that today still attracts tens of thousands of visitors to the site nearby in Morrisburg, Ontario. She visited our area again, the city of Cornwall, in 1984 on a train stop, whistle stop through eastern Ontario, visiting the Civic Complex, Trinity Church, and then departing back on the train station again. We were blessed to experience firsthand her class, her energy, and enthusiasm she had for our country and our Commonwealth. Those stories go both ways. We remember the visits, which I've been able to recall here in the chamber today, Madam Speaker, but also I say it goes the other way around. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II hosted some residents of our community in the United Kingdom from time to time. One that I want to highlight today is retired Member of Provincial Parliament Jim Brownell, who also served for a period of time as the Honorary Colonel for the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry Highlanders. He had the honor in June 2018 of having an audience with Her Majesty in his capacity as the regiment celebrated their 150th anniversary back at that time. The Queen is the Colonel-in-Chief, and Jim remembers that being an absolute honor. And I think of his Facebook post. I was going back, thinking of the memories, and remember Jim posting this: a great way to celebrate the 150th anniversary of a proud and historic regiment. We'll definitely be thinking of the residents and family back home and those no longer with us, especially thinking of my parents today. They would indeed be proud. That story, that recollection, Madam Speaker, is important because the Queen's service passed over many generations, young and old alike, that developed a respect and appreciation for her duty, for her service, and for something, a word that's been used rightfully so many times in this chamber and over the course of the past few days. We thank her for the stability that she's provided our country and our Commonwealth. That's something that we take for granted. Despite upheavals, challenges around the world, challenges in our own country, which we face even yet to this day in different various forms. There's been a continuity of democracy, a continuity of, again, stability that she's provided our country, and for that we are grateful. So from the people of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, we say to the royal family, our condolences are with you, and our thanks are with you for the visits, for the memories, and all that she has done for the betterment not just of the Commonwealth and of Canada, but for the world. To King Charles III, the Queen Consort, and the royal family, I think the King knows he has big shoes to fill, and he knows that there are millions of Canadians in this country wishing him well. And with all the tradition and protocol and pomp and circumstance that happens with a state funeral on the magnitude of what we're witnessing and will be witnessing in the coming days, it's important to note for the King and the royal family, we're losing a queen, we're losing a head of state, but they're losing a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother as well. Our thoughts are with them during this difficult time. Madam Speaker, we say today, rest well to the Queen, God save the King, and God bless Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to pass our condolences and share some wonderful memories from her 70 years of wonderful service. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1947, on the occasion of her 21st birthday, and while on a world tour with her family, the future Queen Elizabeth II delivered a radio address to the entire Commonwealth of Nations and said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong." End quote. I think we can agree Her Majesty was true to her word. Throughout her remarkable 70 years as Queen, it was a long life to be sure,
She was fully devoted to the service of her many subjects. This includes that vast majority of Canadians born after 1952 who had never known another head of state. Her death last week at the age of 96 is a time for profound sadness and respect. Every Canadian has some sense of connection to the Queen, whether fleeting or profound. That is because she has always been there for us. While we all understood she had an entire Commonwealth to serve, many of us, myself included, like to think that we were her favorite. Such was the deep connection she formed with Canada. Queen Elizabeth often said she had to be seen to be believed, and so she worked tirelessly to ensure that she was indeed seen and believed by her public. Her 22 state visits to Canada include many of the most monumentous occasions in the life of our country, including Centennial in 1967, the 1976 Olympics in Montreal, and the repatriation of our Constitution in 1982. And some visits had unusual twists, like when Her Majesty visited my home province in 1984, and marijuana was found in our Premier's luggage in the Royal Plane. Obviously, he did not know how it got there, and a judge even speculated that a member of the media had planted it. It was all a royal fuss, and I'm sure many MPs from other provinces have similar colorful stories about the Queen, pot, RCMP, or maybe not. But be that as it may, the Queen's experience allowed her to see how we see ourselves. In 2010, on her final visit to our shores, she said, "This nation has dedicated itself to being a caring home for its own, a sanctuary for others, and an example to the world." End quote. The durable relationship between monarch and her public was the direct result of the Queen's duty and devotion to public service. While these qualities often seem in short supply today, our Queen had them in vast, seemingly limitless amounts. Her sense of duty alone is reason to greatly mourn her passing. But our Queen served a role of even greater significance than her own personal dedication to public service. I refer here to the role she played in preserving and protecting our remarkable democratic constitutional monarchy. While our system is greatly preferable to a republic, it nonetheless requires an astute but apolitical monarch to function properly. The Crown must be dedicated to defending the public interest without ever imperiling the natural course of the elected government. She must reign without ruling. And doing so requires a delicate balancing act of tradition and modernity. Tradition because Canada's current system of government dates to the earliest stirrings of our country, from the Royal Proclamation of 1763 to the founding of New Brunswick in 1784, a date of particular significance for my constituents, to Confederation in 1867. Canada has grown and thrived under our living constitutional monarchy. In her interactions with the public and the pomp that surrounded her, the Queen offered repeated reminders of our connection to our institutional foundations, long democratic traditions, and our cultural ties to other Commonwealth nations. Yet critics who claim the Crown is too focused on tradition, that it is an antique institution resistant to change, have overlooked the many ways in which Queen Elizabeth was responsible for the remarkable reforms to the institution she embodied. From embracing new forms of communication to recognizing the revolution in modern relationships, the Crown has changed with the times. Recall that the very reason Elizabeth became Queen was that her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated in 1936 because, at the time, it was unthinkable for a monarch to marry a divorcee. Today, her son Charles takes the throne with Queen Consort Camilla as his wife. Hidebound? Hardly. In all that she did, Queen Elizabeth exemplified a classically dignified approach to change. She worked tirelessly to defend the institution she represented while recognizing the need for its slow and measured evolution in line with public expectation. The seamless ascension of King Charles III should be seen as a final testament to Queen Elizabeth's commitment to the institution of constitutional monarchy. There was never a moment of confusion to the entire process. In fact, it happened before most of us even realized it. And it is happening still as bonds deepen, which is the remarkable authority of the Crown. Finally, all Canadians take great comfort in knowing that as soon as he took his place, King Charles made direct reference to his mother's own historic pledge from 75 years ago. He said, "That promise of lifelong service I renew to you today." Such a commitment is exactly what Canadians have need and expect from their monarch. The virtues of a head of state, discretion, dignity, and duty have been passed from mother to son, from queen to king. Queen Elizabeth's ultimate and most lasting gift was to ensure her long years of work to safeguard continuity and stability of our constitutional monarchy will continue far into the future. On behalf of my constituents, I recognize all Her Majesty has done for this great country of ours. Thank you, Queen Elizabeth. Long live the King.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, last Thursday, as I was leaving my home for the airport on a flight to Ottawa, my wife brought to my attention news that Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, appeared to be very ill and that the end of her life may be near. My first instinct was disbelief. I couldn't believe that the news that had just been relayed to me could possibly have been anything other than an overreaction or exaggeration of the severity of her condition. Despite her advanced age, it simply did not occur to me that she could have had anything less than another 5 years or maybe even 10 left. Such was her hold on the consciousness of her subjects and the citizens of the many realms and her many realms and territories that her mortality seemed beyond belief until her very final hour had come. Born in 1926, she was among the last of what have been called by some the greatest generation ever. She was of the generation that defeated Hitler and steeled itself for the long and ultimately successful prosecution of the Cold War. She was among the very last people still living to have served actively during World War II, and certainly the last head of state to have done so. It was during the war years that the public's awareness of the young princess's devotion to duty began, which would define her eventual 70-year reign. The young princess insisted on joining the Auxiliary Territorial Service when she turned 18, becoming the first and only woman of the royal family's nearly 1,000-year history to have worn a uniform in full-time defense of the realm, training as a mechanic and working as a driver. Following the war, during her famous 1947 radio address, and still some years before her ascension, she declared that her whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to our service. And her life indeed was long. And its total devotion to service would begin when a few years later, when the 25-year-old princess became Queen Elizabeth II and began what Churchill predicted would be a second Elizabethan age. The only Canadians now living that can recall a time before her reign are now more than 75 years old. The earliest childhood recollection of a world event for some of the very early baby boomers may well be the Queen's 1953 coronation. She lived through nearly 2/3 of Canada's history and reigned for nearly half of it. She and her husband, Prince Philip, first visited my city in 1951, a few months before her ascension, when a miniature version of the Calgary Stampede was held in October. Of course, there was an early winter storm the night before, and the royal couple were photographed sitting stoically in the grandstand watching rodeo and chuck wagon races with a reported temperature of 10 degrees Fahrenheit. That's minus 12 Celsius. Her sense of duty was very much in evidence, and despite these difficult conditions, Princess Elizabeth was reported in the Calgary Herald at the time to have endeared herself to everyone and expressed interest in visiting Calgary again in the future, something that she would go on to do 4 more times during her reign, most recently in 2005. She was the perfect human embodiment of constitutional monarchy. And the occasion of her death is an appropriate moment to reflect on the great and enduring strength of this constitutional arrangement, one that underpins Canadian democratic government and our broader society. This is a constitutional arrangement wherein laws are made, laws are carried out, and justice is dispensed not by the sovereign, but in the name of the sovereign. This arrangement has safeguarded the freedom of people who have lived under it for centuries. She reigned with a sense of duty and without an expression of opinion on any public policy, and she did so with dignity and grace. She directly accepted the advice of 15 prime ministers without public comment. Yet the memoirs of these prime ministers often mention how much they enjoyed their regular audiences with the Queen, and they remarked on her intelligence, on how closely she followed national events, and the value that they placed on her wisdom, including such transformational leaders of her time like Churchill and Thatcher. This lifetime of devotion to her kingdom and her many realms and territories, including Canada, continued right up to and including the second last full day of her life, when she personally accepted the resignation of Prime Minister Boris Johnson and invited Liz Truss to form a government in her name, thus becoming the final Prime Minister of her reign, a reign that began 70 years earlier when Sir Winston Churchill was Prime Minister. Of that day, a week ago this past Tuesday, outgoing Prime Minister Johnson said, quote, "She was as radiant and as knowledgeable and as fascinated by politics as ever I can remember, and as wise in her advice as anyone I know, if not wiser." Such was the devotion, her devotion to duty, that at age 96, approaching her final hours, she presided over another seamless, orderly transfer of executive power from one prime minister to another. With her passing, another seamless transition takes place, that of the ascension of her son, King Charles III, a man who has already spent his life in service and in preparation for this moment, and who will undoubtedly serve with the same devotion to duty, honor, dignity, and grace observed at close hand from his mother. To the royal family and to all those over whom Queen Elizabeth reigned, I offer my condolences. May she rest in peace, and may the King long reign over us.
Thank you. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor today to have an opportunity to express my condolences, and also to, on behalf of the constituents of the people of Courtenay Alberni, to have the opportunity to rise today in the House to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. My thoughts are with the royal family for their loss as a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, and millions others throughout the Commonwealth and beyond who have relied on the Queen for comfort in times of uncertainty. May she rest in peace. I want to, Madam Speaker, just elaborate a little bit about, first, actually, I want to express my disappointment and, of course, appreciation for the many people in my community that are setting up service for the Queen, the late Queen Elizabeth II, on Monday, that I can't join them because I will be attending the national commemoration of the Queen Elizabeth II here in Ottawa. And I want to thank the organizers of the many events in our riding, especially the Legions in our riding. We know the Queen, you know, back when she was crowned in 1952, it was a different world. You know, she just took it on the assumption as head of state at a time that was just after the World War, Madam Speaker, World War II. And her role in World War II gave her a lot of experience, certainly understanding the need for dedication, commitment, empathy, strength. And our country was very different, Madam Speaker, at that time. We're blessed with the visits of the Queen many times, and I'm going to speak a bit about that, Madam Speaker, and focus my attention on that because we've heard the many accolades of the many roles, service roles that the Queen played, not just here in Canada, but throughout the Commonwealth, and just a huge tribute to the Queen and her dedication and service to her role. But I want to talk about her visits to Vancouver Island, and there's been many stories written in my local community since the passing of the late Queen Elizabeth II last week. Stories are pouring in from throughout my writing, and Erin Halschuk, a local reporter in the Comox Valley Record, did a story, and she outlined and talked about the visits of the Queen to Courtenay back in 1971, and she made a stop at Lewis Park, a really important visit in our community, and she again visited the area in 1994 when she was opening the Commonwealth Games in Victoria, which all of us remember was just a huge honor for Canada to host, but certainly for British Columbia and for Vancouver Island. It was just incredible, a memory for all of us that we'll never forget. But I also want to express thanks to Susie Quinn, a local reporter for the Alberni Valley News, and she wrote a wonderful story in the Alberni Valley News about the visit of Princess Elizabeth and Princess Philip to our community more than 70 years ago, Madam Speaker, a little more than 3 months before she became our Queen. And I want to thank her also to the outlining and talking about the Alberni Valley Museum. They've got this wonderful photo, Madam Speaker, that many of us have known that showed their visit. And it was just, you know, a really great reminder of their visit that accompanied her story as well. And we're proud that she chose to come to our community on her very first visit to Canada. And most of us have known no other sovereign, including myself, Madam Speaker. She was a constant presence in our lives, and I join you and many others in offering our heartfelt condolences to the members of her family, and in our prayers she will certainly be there. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the moments and some of the stories that people have shared. I'm going to, from that story from Susie Quinn, quote, she writes, Princess Elizabeth ascended the throne a few months later after her visit. On February 6, 1952, after her father, King George VI, died. She was formally crowned Queen Elizabeth II on June 2, 1953. And at the time of their visit, the Alberni Valley was a thriving forestry town. It was a big deal for the Vancouver Island City to be included on a tour that featured appearances in places like Toronto, where hundreds of thousands of people lined the streets to greet the royal couple. Port Alberni resident Bob Cole, and Bob Cole's a famous fisher in our community. He's been around for a long time. He said he was only 5 years old when Prince Elizabeth and Prince Philip visited our city back in 1951. And at the time, his parents, Arnold and May Cole, owned Klitza Lodge at Sprout Lake. And the lodge was known for its elite clientele, especially American business magnates and Hollywood stars. And Klitza couldn't accommodate her entourage, but she and Prince Philip came out to tea at the lodge served by my mother and father and staff at the lodge, he recalled. And the Queen's entourage numbered 60 people, and the lodge could only accommodate 46. So the group stayed at Eagle Crest near Qualicum Beach. They came for tea, they stopped, and had photographs taken at Sprout Falls. Patty Archer said her mother was 13 years old and used to tell the story of standing along the parade route. She always remembered the thrill of the royal couple coming to the rather remote Alberni Valley. She was just a staunch fan of the Queen her whole life after that visit. And Joyce Evans remembers watching the then princess as the royal couple drove through Alberni on Johnson Road. She went there with many teachers from Alberni Elementary School, she said. Her mom, who passed away in March, remembers this day, right till her death. And she was a teenager watching in fond memory. Anne Carney, she stated, it's very sad. I mean, she did a wonderful job at 96. And Anne works at Churchill's British Imports in Parksville. She said a lot of people had been in there and are sad about the passing of the Queen. And she cited what a wonderful woman she was and how hardworking she was. Lorraine Bell, the Qualicum Beach Museum manager, stated in a release, Qualicum Beach has been visited by the royal family and served as a place of rest and relaxation several times over the years. And in 1951, then Prince Elizabeth, before her coronation, her and Prince Philip paid an informal visit to Eagle Crest Lodge back when the population of Qualicum Beach was just 760 people. And I'm going to just take a quote from I saw on social media from the PQB News social media page, from Linda Thomas. She writes, I think the Queen did very well at her job. She was steadfast, kind, dedicated, and never veered far from doing her duty. She served during the war. She knew what war was. I haven't known any other monarch. May she rest in peace. Very kind words. My late great-grandmother, Winifred Denholm, and my late grandma, Joan Pearsall, were huge royal followers, Madam Speaker, and she was certainly, the Queen was a role model to them. And I reached out to my mom to check in with my mom, Judy, to see how she was feeling about things. And she wrote me a message. She said, quote, the Queen will be truly missed beyond any words I could ever express. Every time I saw her, she reminded me of grandmother, so full of faith, grace, and love. She was an example to us all. At the end of the day, it's never about the positions we hold, but rather about the gift of love and kindness we share with one another. She will be missed, end quote from my mom. And so my own experience, you know, I was a young guy and, you know, certainly brought up with the royal following. I got dragged, if you want to call it, to Victoria to see the Queen downtown when she was visiting in 1983. And I got to say, I'll never forget the wave, the warmth of the wave of the Queen. It was very kind and loving, and certainly very much appreciate her gentle approach in her role. And I just can't say enough about her sense of humor. I mean, the fact that she stood with Paddington Bear and did the whole charade at 96 years old just was a great demonstration of the fun person she would. And I would have brought a marmalade sandwich, Madam Speaker, but I'm not allowed props in here. So I avoided that. But again, I think that it was just a fun way that she really did enjoy her life. But also, the death of the Queen does highlight the important work of the monarchy to address past injustices. Many peoples around the world have had a troubled history with the British Crown, and including colonialism, slavery, the treatment of Indigenous peoples here in Canada. And King Charles III, he has this opportunity, Madam Speaker, for the first time in his life to move the monarchy forward in a way that he never has been able to. And that's acceptable to today's generation. So we know in his most recent trip to Canada, he cited that he had met with survivors of residential schools who demonstrated courage, shared their experiences, and he acknowledged their suffering. And he said how much his heart went out to them and their families. But he asked to go further, Madam Speaker, and I hope that he'll take that sincerely in his new role and listen to Indigenous elders, Indigenous leaders, support the 94 calls to action. And Madam Speaker, again, I just want to say, Queen Elizabeth II, she wore her role well with duty, service, and devotion, and I'll truly treasure her memory to our country, and may she rest in peace.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I want to offer my condolences and sympathies to all those affected by the tragic stabbings on James Smith Cree Nation. Our thoughts and prayers are with the entire community. Madam Speaker, it is an honor to rise today at this special sitting to provide some words of tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen's passing on September 8th has shaken us all. Last week, the world lost a monumental figure. Her Majesty was an epitome of grace, class, and duty. I would like to send my deepest condolences to the royal family and to Canadians across the country. We as a nation are in mourning over the passing of our Queen, and the numbers speak for themselves. In England, lines of mourners stretch for 5 kilometers. And in Canada, our online book of condolences alone contained more than 170 pages of signatures, and I'm sure it's a lot more since I wrote the speech earlier. And in my own constituency office in Brampton West alone, hundreds of people have stopped by to pay their respects. Words used to describe the Queen in the press and in the books of condolence evoke her grace, her dedication to service, and as well as her humor and diplomacy. To many, including myself, she was a beautiful presence, a beacon of hope and stability in a shifting and increasingly fractured world. In public life, she modeled respect, duty, and humility, qualities that are often sorely lacking in today's political dialogue. Her Majesty was a queen for almost half of Canada's existence. Her reign spanned more than 7 decades, and in that time, she witnessed and participated in Canada's growth and prosperity into the strong, inclusive country it is today. Over the course of the past 7 decades, Her Majesty was always there for many of our major milestones. It was only 40 years ago that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms was adopted with the signing of the Proclamation of the Constitution Act 1982 by Her Majesty and the former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau. She was present for the proclamation of the national flag of Canada in 1965, establishing the Order of Canada and broader Canadian honor systems in 1967, and the celebrations to mark the 100th anniversary of the admission into Confederation of Manitoba, the Northwest Territories in 1970, British Columbia in 1971, and Prince Edward Island in 1973. Her Majesty was also present for the drop of the puck at the NHL hockey game in Vancouver in 2002. And on one of her many visits to Canada, she also visited our city of Brampton to celebrate the 100th anniversary as a town in 1973. I wasn't born then, but I can tell you on her royal tour, she and Prince Philip were taken to Gage Park during the official centennial celebrations, and I know many Bramptonians still remember that day and talk about that day in many of my conversations that I've had with my constituents over the last week. And there are so many more moments that Canadians will cherish forever. Her Majesty remains the first Canadian monarch to open Parliament and deliver a speech from the throne in 1957. She was the first female member of the royal family to actively serve in the military and had a meaningful relationship with the Canadian Armed Forces as their commander-in-chief. She visited many ships and military bases across the country and presided over many military ceremonies. Canada, of course, was the most frequently visited country by the Queen Elizabeth II, and she had a strong relationship with our country. And she made it a point to tour every province and territory, beginning with a 5-week cross-country tour in 1951, followed by 22 official visits over the years. She often called Canada home and described us as, and I quote, a land full of hope, happiness, and a fine, loyal, generous-hearted people. It was in 1947, at the age of only 21, that she vowed her whole life would be devoted to the service of the Commonwealth, and she honored that promise until her very last day at the age of 96. In 2002, Her Majesty reminded the world of the importance of service, community, and compassion through her words, and I quote, "Our modern world places such heavy demands on our time and attention that the need to remember our responsibilities to others is greater than ever." Her Majesty embodied these very words herself through her devotion and commitment to service. She was a sponsor of over 600 organizations, including 36 in Canada, many of which reflected her own interests and passions such as education, health, children, and science. Her Majesty was a role model of selfless service that inspired so many here at home and across the globe. She will forever be remembered for her commitment to service, volunteerism, and for the betterment of society. As Minister of Seniors, I've often reflected on the powerful and inspiring example the Queen gave of the value and worth of all elders. She worked to serve others until her final breath. Her resilience and contributions well into her advanced years is a reminder that seniors are a valuable asset. That makes us a very lucky nation, Madam Speaker. Canada's seniors are growing in ranks, so we can lean on a multitude of older Canadians to guide us into the next era. Canadians will remember Her Majesty, of course, for her wisdom, advice, and compassion. She was a source of stability and strength for all. She brought guidance, direction, confidence, and courage to our nation, and never failed to provide steady and reassuring messages, especially during the times of global crisis, particularly recently with the COVID-19 pandemic. Her words always held great weight. It was in 1974 that she said these lines that have stuck with me since the very first day I came across them. And I quote, "We may hold different points of view, but it is in times of stress and difficulty that we most need to remember that we have much more in common than there is dividing us." These words have held a large place in my heart and serve as a constant reminder for all of us of how similar we truly are, regardless of our backgrounds, of our political stripes. Her Majesty has always had a constant presence in the life of Canada, and she will be deeply missed. She had deep love for Canadians and Canada, and she will be remembered for generations to come. On behalf of all Canadians, I thank her for her countless years of service and dedication, and for her vow she made 75 years ago that she never steered from. My thoughts go out to her family, for whom she was a beloved mother, grandmother, and a great-grandmother. I know I join many Canadians, and including in my own community of Brampton West and across the country, in mourning the end of an era. I also wish to commend His Majesty King Charles III for his accession to the throne. His commitment to service, his focus on climate, and his commitment to renewed Crown Indigenous relations all bode well for the future. Long live the King. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and to offer my sincere condolences and those of the constituents of Brandon Souris to her family and loved ones. Upon the death of Her Majesty, it feels like we've lost a member of our family, because we have. Someone so familiar, so ever-present, and so enduring. Her Majesty was timeless. On the year of her Platinum Jubilee and after her final official duty of asking the incoming British Prime Minister to form a new government, she sadly left us after a lifetime of service. From serving in the auxiliary territorial service as a mechanic in the British Army during World War II, to her passion of assisting charities and her many official duties, she has never been one to stay idle. Her Majesty was not just the Queen of the United Kingdom and the head of the Commonwealth. She was the Queen, rather. She was Canada's Queen. As she said during her visit to Canada in 2010, and I quote, "My mother once said that this country felt like a home away from home for the Queen of Canada. Prime Minister, I am so pleased that it still does." End quote. No matter where she went, throngs of Canadians, both young and old, would wait for hours to shake her hand or get a glimpse. It has been inspiring to see so many from around the globe share their heartwarming stories and their interactions. For many, Queen Elizabeth II was a symbol of grace and eloquence. To others, she was their head of state and commander-in-chief. And to all of us, she was an extraordinary woman and embodied the very best of duty and services to others. She transcended generations. While everything changed around us, she was a pillar. During the most tumultuous of times, she provided stability. She was a North Star to many and a role model to millions. Quite simply, she was not just a queen, she was my queen. From a young boy going to school in Elgin, Manitoba, she was present in our morning singing of God Save the Queen and was prominently displayed in our school. Our family watched Her Majesty's annual Christmas Day speeches, and we took to heart her words of encouragement and calls to action. For her, faith, family, community, charity, and dedication to her subjects were paramount. From being the first monarch to open a Canadian parliamentary session, to celebrating Canada's centennial, to being there on the day we patriated our Constitution, she was ever present. For anyone who went to a hockey game in the old Winnipeg Arena, you will fondly remember the most magnificent painting of Her Majesty, nicely settled between the two flags. And for myself, the first act of becoming a member of Parliament in 2013 was to swear that I would be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. It is the same oath every single living member of Parliament, current or retired, has taken over 70 years. Over her reign, many Canadians, including myself, felt a deep connection to the Queen. During her reign, she made 22 visits to Canada. From dropping the ceremonial puck, as has been mentioned many times today, at a Vancouver Canucks hockey game to watching her daughter compete at the 1976 Montreal Olympics, she and her family were no strangers when they visited our country. Personally, I had the opportunity to meet her son, Prince Edward, twice, while I was a Manitoba member of the Legislative Assembly. The first was during a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting, which ironically was held on Prince Edward Island. And the second time was in Winnipeg, where he presented the Duke of Edinburgh gold medals to Manitoba's top cadets, two of whom were from my provincial constituency of Arthur Verdon at that time. But my most memorable occasion with Her Majesty was having the opportunity to shake her hand during one of her 6 visits to Manitoba. It was at the legislature in 2002 to celebrate her Golden Jubilee while I was an MLA. While it was only a brief encounter, her warmth and grace shone through. And it was during that visit that thousands of Manitobans had traveled to the city to celebrate her Jubilee. It was also an extraordinary moment when she unveiled the refurbished Golden Boy statue, which is pitched on the dome of the Manitoba Legislature. To have the Queen on her Golden Jubilee to unveil the Golden Boy, which is one of Manitoba's most famous symbols, is a memory I will never forget. During Her Majesty's many trips to Manitoba, she was able to visit even the smallest rural and remote communities. From Churchill, Thompson, Gillam, Flin Flon, Norway House, Swan River, The Pas, Dauphin Carman, and many others, she visited these communities to better understand the province and the people who call it home. Just recently, the Brandon Sun ran a wonderful story about the Queen, Prince Philip, Princess Anne, and now King Charles' 1970 visit to the Bailey Farm outside of Carberry, Manitoba. They were able to take a moment out of their busy schedule to ride horses and inspect the crops at the Bailey Farm. And sure enough, 40 years later after her farm visit, Mr. Bailey had an opportunity to meet the Queen in Winnipeg. She spoke fondly of her time on his family farm. It speaks volumes to me that the Queen was just as comfortable on a farm in rural Manitoba as she was at a state banquet or at Buckingham Palace. Her love for the outdoors and horses remained constant throughout the years. And of course, we all know of her dogs, her dear corgis. Since 1969, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have donated 8 horses to Her Majesty, with her favorite being the first horse, which was named Burmese. When Burmese retired from parades and public duties, the Queen said, and I quote, "Right, I'm retiring too. From those, as I'm not going to ride anymore because without Burmese, it won't be the same," end quote. To symbolize their unique relationship and her connection with Canada, a statue of Burmese and Her Majesty can be found north of the Saskatchewan Legislature, and a second can be found outside the Governor General's residence here in Ottawa. They will stand as a lasting reminder of her love of our country and connect us with past and present. I wish to remark on the Queen Elizabeth II's devotion to the task. Last week was historic. On Tuesday, she welcomed Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, with a formal handshake. Our Queen passed away on Thursday, and on Saturday, a new leader of the official opposition in Canada was elected. I doubt 3 such significant events will ever happen again in such a short span of time between our two nations. After 7 decades, it's hard to imagine a world without her, Madam Speaker. It is impossible to encapsulate her positive influence in Canada and in our own lives. Her Majesty's legacy is profound, and it marks the end of an era and the beginning of another. May her memory live long in our hearts, and her devotion to duty inspire us as we carry on our work to serve the people we represent. God save the King.
There being no further members rising pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will resume the statements on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at the next sitting of the House. En conséquence,
Therefore, the House is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., according to the order made earlier today.